Pepe, so as you were coming on, I get this on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
There it is right there. Let me change this. You see it in the middle. So this is something, the one in the middle is something that I usually don't get. I don't know if you can see it.
You know what? I'm reading something very similar on my phone. Is
Oh, it's
this the
confirmed.
IRGC Navy warning to all vessels in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman in Farsi and in English? Probably it's the
That
same
happened,
thing.
yes. That happened. No, that happened. So the warning, sorry.
Yes, go ahead. They said all ships will be struck.
Yep. They said the Strait of Hormuz is now closed. All ships will be struck. And
Exactly.
there's also been missile alerts in Dubai an hour ago.
Dubai. Exactly.
Yeah, in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. That was an hour ago. But now again in a few seconds ago as well. I'm trying to get more information on this. There was a flight as well that was landing in Dubai International Airport that had to redirect. So I don't know whether the missile threat was close to the airport or went through the airspace there. We don't know what has been targeted. There's reports of 2 explosions. The UAE's Ministry of Defense says Iran launched 4 cruise missiles towards the country, with 3 intercepted over territorial waters and the 4th falling into the sea.
Okay, let's go for the big picture. Okay, the most important thing. The so-called American blockade was blockaded today by the IRGC. I'm sure all of you, our audience, you've seen the new map. The new map is absolutely outstanding. I put it on my X account, so probably you also did, Mario. Basically, it's UAE ports are now blockaded by the IRGC Navy. So this means essentially blockading not only the UAE, but everybody else, Kuwait, Bahrain, etc. So this is a much larger area than just around the Qashm Island in the Iranian territorial waters and around it. This goes to the other side as well. And in terms of the UAE, now they are caged in. There's nowhere else to go. And that includes Fujairah. Fujairah is now inside the limits of the IRGC Navy blockade. So this is escalation trap on both sides. It's immensely dangerous. So we cannot possibly expect the Americans to send destroyers, anything, to the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, because they will be sunk. Generals in the Pentagon know that. This is off limits for them. So how are they going to they will continue to enforce their blockade down there in the extremities of the Gulf of Oman, actually the Arabian Sea or the Southern Indian Ocean. It's not working because a lot of tankers are going back and forth, Iranian linked and others as well. But this move by the IRGC Navy is they have been telegraphing this move for a few days. No U.S. military vessels will be allowed near the Strait of Hormuz or in the Persian Gulf for that matter. So what are we going to have? Are we going to have a sort of a Gulf of Tonkin remixed? Like a false flag that would enable the U.S. to launch another devastating attack that is going to last, 3-4 days? And then that's it. There's no more weapons. Is this going to change the situation on the ground and the big picture geopolitically? Of course not. Iran will not fold, period. So now it's a battle of wills. And when it comes to the government, when it comes to the whole apparatus of the government, and if you look carefully at what people who are very close to the deciding circles, and some of them, the usual suspects. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm getting another alert.
Do you need? Go ahead.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No, I don't need to. Wow. Iran is pissed at the UAE.
Well, and
That's
vice
nothing
versa.
here.
They're pissed at each other because let's go straight to the point. For all practical purposes, the UAE is at war against Iran. They are directly at war. There's no, there's no going around it. And Iran, for the moment, they have been very, they are measuring how they're going to respond because they have evidence of everything that was launched using bases in the UAE or a direct UAE input in terms of some of their aircraft. They have all that data in detail. They have not responded yet. So this blockade of the UAE ports de facto today by the IRGC Navy is the first step. There's going to be more stuff coming. And now we are right in the middle of the worst possible escalation trap from both sides. So the IRGC Navy game is very, very clear. The whole area around in the Persian Gulf, around the Strait of Hormuz, north, around, and south, that's it. It's totally blockaded for hostile ships and for American military vessels. How is the US going to respond to that? Any response is this means a firefight is inevitable, which nobody wants this, apart from the usual suspects. We don't need to say who they are, right? So it's very, very worrying. It's very, very worrying because there's no. It's once again the way this thing is not evolving. It's the death of diplomacy. The Iranians have been trying to maintain a semblance of diplomacy. They sent these 14 points. Okay, it changes. There were 5 points, then 10 points, then back to 3. Now it's 14. But it's basically the same message. And everybody who's following the story in West Asia and around, they know the 3 main points in that order. First of all, to end the war, and not only the war against Iran, but the war against the axis of resistance as a whole. Number 2, we will discuss the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, they are already discussing with Oman. We're probably going to have 2 toll booths, one in Iran and one in Oman. That's it. Because, of course, these are not international waters. These are territorial waters of Iran and Oman.
But there's another missile attack. Another missile attack now.
Another missile attack from
they're going off at the UAE, from Iran, yeah. Right
from
now.
Iran against the UAE?
Yeah, another one. 2 and 15, 17 minutes.
Mario, this could be the beginning of their response to the UAE being de facto aligned with
so
US.
They struck, Iranian missile struck a cargo vessel 36 nautical miles north of Dubai, approximately off the coast of Ajman, where the explosions were heard.
Well, that's
so it that they're targeting
inside the perimeter of the new blockade. Probably the Iranians interpreted that this vessel was trying to turn right, and with of course turn right towards the Sea of Oman without registering with the IRGC Navy. They already said that over and over again. You cannot do that. Well, everybody is respecting. International tankers are respecting that. Why 1 or 2 are not? So it's a provocation. They see it as a provocation. Very dangerous. Yeah. Very, very dangerous. So, coming back to those 3 main points. Number 1, end of all wars. Number 2, discussion about Hormuz. And number 3, discussion about the nuclear dossier, which is not a priority for the Iranians. It's a priority for Trump. It's a completely different story. And he tore up the original JCPOA. And even if we have a new nuclear deal, is going to be a sort of JCPOA 2.0 or a sort of diluted JCPOA. It's going to be very similar to the previous one that he destroyed. Completely crazy. It's the same logic of taking 20 years to substitute the Taliban with the Taliban. That's what it's going to do. You're going to substitute the JCPOA with another JCPOA. Anyway,
it is insane that it is crazy that we're here. Just I want to ask you a question. Sorry, a question on sorry, go ahead. A question on what you said earlier. So you're saying the Iran response to the Operation Freedom by Trump is that so they sent warning strikes against the U.S. ships, but instead of striking U.S. ships, because if they strike U.S. warships, then they offer justification for the U.S. to attack Iran. So what they're doing instead is attacking the Gulf, pressuring Iran indirectly, asymmetric warfare.
Absolutely. But that's the thing. Mario, I'm always, okay, I've seen a lot of stupidity in my professional life, but coming from Washington, these people still don't understand the principles of asymmetric war. In fact, since Vietnam, they haven't learned shit. Of course it's asymmetric. The Iranians are not going to fall into the trap of this Gulf of Tonkin 2.0 remix, because they know that if they strike an American destroyer head on, that's the casus belli. They're not going to do that. Of course not. Of course not.
They struck the so as you said, Iranian drones impacted the Fujairah oil industry zone. The Fujairah media office reported where the major office has broken.
Of course. And they had telegraphed once again for days that Fujairah, it's inside our perimeter of response. And of course, their blockade now includes Fujairah. The new line goes all the way to the south of Fujairah. So this
why did they expand the blockade? Is that a response? Is that a response to what Trump is doing? Just to expand the blockade now.
It is exactly. It was one day after the Trump humanitarian, between commas, blockade, which everybody saw for what it is. It's just another, basically co-opting terminology. There's nothing humanitarian about it. It's to set up a trap. And they did not fall into the trap. In fact, they trapped the Gulf. They trapped the #1 Arab Israel player, the UAE, which we could call ZAE, Zionist United Emirates, which, by the way, are not all the Emirates. For instance, Sharjah has nothing to do with that. We're talking about Abu Dhabi and Dubai. And the other 5, they are not playing this game at all. They're completely outside. But MBZ, once again, Mario, this is a very, very, very tricky character. Tricky, diplomatic. And he made his bet, this thing of exiting OPEC and OPEC Plus, because he thinks that he will be protected by the US-Israel axis. He won't. He won't. Of course not. But this bet was made years ago, we can say. Abraham Accords, 1.4 trillion or whatever, pledged to invest in the American economy, building lots of data centers in the Emirates, you name it. So this was MBZ's bet, which is very different from MBS's bet.
Alarms again in Dubai and Abu Dhabi just now, apparently.
Alarms again. Oh, so this thing can go on for quite a while. Absolutely.
Holy shit.
Mario, this is a warning. It's a warning not only to Abu Dhabi, but also to the US. Okay, you wanna play here in the
That is crazy.
Exactly.
That is crazy, Pepe. That is crazy.
Yeah.
It is. Iran is in a very different state of mind than it was throughout what it was before the war. The Iran now is different to the one with the war. They're, for lack of a better term, they're not taking any shit. They're responding. Trump decided to test opening the Strait of Hormuz. They've made their stance clear, but they were very strategic with it. They're striking the Gulf, the one where they can cause the one they found to be most aligned with the US, and one that was the easiest target to have to have an impact on the global economy and on US interests, and that is the UAE. and now it's the court. The ball's in Trump's court now.
And on top of it, Mario, because the UAE is technically they are at war against Iran, so no holds barred between both. Absolutely. The problem for everybody else is this escalation trap is back, and it's getting worse literally by the minute. Today it got worse the whole day, and now it's at night. Of course, things starts to stuff starts to blow up. Right?
Multiple ballistic and cruise missiles fired launches from southern Iran around the Bushehr area. Air defenses are active in the UAE.
They are launched from Bushehr. Yes, because they have a lot of launchers still in that area, underground, which have not been touched by the Americans. Absolutely, yeah, and it's very, very close on top of it. So this is it. We are right in the middle of escalation trap. And another thing that it's mind-boggling. We need to backtrack to what happened last week. Putin picked up the phone after the meeting with IRGC in St. Petersburg, which lasted an hour and a half. Putin never gives an hour and a half to a foreign minister from anywhere. Even Wang Yi doesn't get an hour and a half, and he gave it to IRGC because IRGC was explaining in detail the Iranian position to Putin. What does he do immediately afterwards? He picks up the phone, he calls Trump, another hour and a half, over an hour and a half, and he explains to Trump in detail the Iranian position with, of course, a warning. This is what we got from the Kremlin transcript, from Ushakov himself. It's been circulating in Russian media. Of course, not as hardcore as it probably was, but basically Putin warning Trump, if you do anything funny militarily against Iran again, you're going to be in a much worse position than you are already now. Did Trump listen to it? No, he didn't. He's doubling down. There you go. That's
the sky over Bushehr. There's photos. This is the sky over Bushehr area. This is Bushehr in southern Iran. This is, by the way, that's the best way to explain it. The escalation trap. So these are the cruise missiles being fired.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. Let me just take a look here.
I'll get it. Yeah. I'll get my producer Lisa. If you could put this on screen for
that'll be nice.
For the audience. Hold on. Let me send it to you, Lisa. There it is. This is it. That's the first one.
So the missiles, according to the Iranians, the missile struck a cargo vessel 36 nautical miles north of Dubai. That's very, very far from Dubai, actually.
But there's alerts.
They're predicting the UAE. The UAE said they intercepted 3 missiles and a forced landing in open waters. The Iranians said, no. And they also said that drones impacted Fujairah. Of course, it's confirmed that the drones hit Fujairah.
Several government oh wow.
Okay.
Several reports indicate the several government facilities and military headquarters in Iran are being evacuated in anticipation of renewed U.S.-Israeli strikes.
Yeah, so this means that the Americans are probably going to strike tonight. Escalation trap all the way. Yeah. Will that solve anything? That's the key question for all of us. No, it won't. Is this going to change any of the 14 points that were boiled down to 3 that were sent to the US via the Pakistanis again, and Trump rejected them? No, it's not going to change anything. Will that be a major disaster for the global economy? Yes, an added global disaster for everyone.
That's the images from over the skies of southern Tehran.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's just a warning. All right. Thank you, Lisa. Like how things, just by the way, you're talking, I like how you've just explained exactly what it is. It's the escalation trap. But it's the escalation trap on steroids. Like it hasn't even been 24 hours since Operation Freedom by Trump.
Yes, exactly.
But Iran, why did Iran go? Like they've escorted 2 ships. That is a pretty significant response from Iran. It's not like they fired a warning shot against one of the ships. They didn't stop there. They didn't wait in case the US escorts more. They've attacked the UAE with multiple rounds of ballistic missiles. Not a warning shot, one missile. They've attacked a few ships. There's at least 3 or 4 ships that were attacked, apparently. All UAE owned. Iran is only focusing on the UAE right now.
Absolutely.
Only focusing on the UAE. And they've struck ship in Oman, the Fujairah oil port. They've struck another cargo ship off Sharjah, I think it was, and another one in Fujairah, from what I understand, if I got everything correct. Wow.
Because
that is significant.
Essentially because they are at war, Mario. And on top of it, how do they think? It's incremental. And they have been giving signs for the past few days. Anything that the Americans try, and if they try to come to the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf as a whole, the response is going to be immediate. So their counter blockade today is an immediate response, and already in 2 stages. The first one was to, okay, this is the new map, and the second one is, okay, we're going after you, Emirates. For the moment, light, but soon it can become really highway to hell. And they can do this as they want. They were ready to go, and they have been saying, our fingers are on the trigger. The problem is, when they say something, they are not threatening. They say something that has already been gamed and ready to go.
So what do you think? How do you think the US will respond now? Tricky question.
Very tricky question, because if they respond with a mini shock and awe against Iran, oh my God, the counterpunch is going to be brutal. And it will involve everything from missiles against American vessels, wherever they are, Sea of Oman, Arabian Sea, whatever. They have missiles to hit these vessels anywhere. And especially now against UAE. And then we are not on escalation trap. Then we are on hardcore escalation nonstop.
I'm going to show you the...
Who can possibly want that? Only the usual suspects, right? It's always the same thing. How can a president that is already immensely unpopular, who's going to become a lame duck, is practically certain? Americans are pissed about this war. They can see in their wallets. Why double down like this? And you think you're going to have a result in 2 or 3 days? You think you're going to get a result that you can take to Xi Jinping next Thursday in Beijing and tell Xi Jinping, look, I'm winning in Iran. The Chinese are going to laugh him off the table. They're already doing that.
That's for sure right now.
Nah? Yeah. So they probably hit one of the oil terminals. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the oil price is up to $105. Just picked up from, it was $100. It was...
Yes. Soon it's going to get 120. If it goes on like this, it's going to be 120 tomorrow.
Now, is it fair to say if Trump does not respond militarily, if he does not strike Iran, or if it's a symbolic strike, is it fair to say that Trump, under no circumstances, wants a continuation of the war? Because this is his perfect opportunity to go full scorched earth. Because he could say Iran, without being attacked the UAE, an allied state, and then there's images and videos of Fujairah burning unprovoked. So that seems like the perfect justification for Trump. And if he doesn't take it, would it be fair to say that Trump does not want to continue this war?
There are 2 possibilities, Mario. One, he cannot, don't forget, he is always trying to, I'm always reminded of a cartoon that I used to watch when I was a kid, Lippy the Lion and Hardy Har Har. When Lippy the Lion was in a jam, he was always, okay, I'm gonna turn left and leave. So he can do the leap of the lion and exit. Say, no, they didn't attack any American vessels. The problem is, as far as we know, there were 2 missiles that were sent as a warning against an American destroyer earlier today. They did not attack this destroyer. They sent 2 missiles as a warning. And they were very, very clear. So this, we still don't have a direct hit against an American vessel and no American victims. So from Trump's point of view, he can say, okay, this is not us. It's the UAE. And obviously, he doesn't care about the vessels, as we all know. This is one possibility. Considering, Mario, the most important thing, he needs to arrive in China with some measure of credibility about the whole debacle for the past.
When is that meeting? In 10 days or so? When is it?
Yeah, it's next week. It starts Thursday next week in Beijing.
Okay.
So, he only has 10 days to get some sort of normalcy, because it's going to be very tough, this dialogue with Xi Jinping, especially now that Chinese, basically, according to Chinese law, they are forcing their companies to not comply with anything the Americans say. This is illegal in terms of Chinese law. So they don't care. They don't care about secondary sanctions. Yeah, they don't care. Yeah. This is very important. The Chinese, they could have done this before. Why they are doing it now? It's another card on the table. Only a few days before the summit. Of course, it's only a few days before the summit. So you're going to go after our refineries? From our point of view, that's illegal. Nobody is going to comply with your sanctions. So once again, they amputated Trump even before he boards the plane. So Iran, we all know Iran. We all know that Iran for China is a matter of national security, is immensely important for zillions of reasons. Strategic partnership, the deal that they made, the famous 25-year, $400 billion deal, energy for infrastructure, one of their top sources of gas and oil as well. Oil more Saudi Arabia, but Iran also substantially. Iran was exporting 95% more or less of their oil to Iran, and only the rest for other Asian customers. And of course, the Politburo and Xi know that this is a war indirectly so far against China. It's against Iran, but where is this one?
That's the South Korean vessel.
That's the South. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was struck today as well.
Mm-hmm.
So oil is stabilizing at above $105.
So we can assume that these guys did not ask for IRGC Navy permission if they were hit.
Yeah, exactly. That might have been part of the U.S. Operation Freedom to to facilitate ships to go through. Can I ask you, just as you brought it up already, so the U.S. sanctioned 5 Chinese refineries. China's response, for the first time ever, a formal legal order declaring those sanctions null and void inside China and prohibiting Chinese companies from complying with them. This is the first time China has ever formally activated its blocking rules, a legal mechanism it created in 2021, especially for this moment. So banks, shippers, and multinationals operating in China now face 2 contradictory legal obligations simultaneously: obey Washington or obey Beijing. So that's the first time they do this, and
they will obey Beijing because it's Chinese law, Mario. This is very, very serious. And that's it. And Beijing is basically saying to all these refiners, we got your back. Don't worry. Whatever happens, you're going to be protected. It's very, very simple. If you don't use the American banking system, they cannot be hit. It's very, very simple. And we are going towards a bifurcation of the international settlement systems everywhere. It's inevitable. With China, with Russia, with Iran, Let's see what the bloody BRICS are going to discuss this year. I'm not putting any faith on it, but this should be at the top of the BRICS deliberations. There's going to be a BRICS foreign minister meeting this month in 2 weeks or so in India. They will have to discuss that. Look, we have to accelerate our alternative payment system. And that's it. For everybody else, if you're using the Chinese payment system, CIPS, China International Payment System, that's it. You're outside of SWIFT. You're outside of the international American-controlled system, and that's it. There's not much they can do against you.
Why is the US so quiet? It's been a while now since the attacks on the UAE. It's been 2 hours. Are they just trying to calculate what to do next?
Exactly. You bet. That's exactly what they're doing. And obviously, there is dissent, even among those extreme mediocrities surrounding Trump, but there is dissent. I'm sure Vance is trying to say, look, let's not get deeper than we already are, because then we won't be able to extricate ourselves. We still have a chance to extricate ourselves now. They do. It's very simple. They just keep this blockade for Hollywood reasons. Let's put it this way. It's not enforcing much.
Jesus
and
Christ,
they tell the Iranians through their back channels, that would be the Pakistanis, look, we're not really enforcing it. So let's not talk about it anymore. This would be an off-ramp. But once again, Mario, we are talking about a guy with an ego the size of the Milky Way. It's all about ego. Yeah.
So just to quickly recap for the audience. So we and Pepe came on. So when we came on, there was the Operation Freedom yesterday. The US will facilitate a passage for ships through the Strait of Hormuz. 2 American warships went through. Iran fired 2 missiles as a warning. None of them struck, according to the Iranians said initially it struck, then they said it didn't. Americans said it didn't. So warning shots were fired at these ships. And then Iran fired, there was an alert here in the UAE. I got it early this morning as I went live. Iran fired Sharjah port. There was not at the port itself. There was a ship near the Sharjah port, and a UAE vessel. They also struck another one near the Omani port, a UAE vessel owned by Adnan. I think it's Adnan. And then while we're doing live, 3 more alerts came in, and they struck the Fujairah oil plant, the oil refinery. They also struck the allegedly struck another vessel in Sharjah as well. These are the 2 targets that were struck. And now there's another report here of a vessel is on fire 14 nautical miles west of Mina Sakar, UAE, according to UK MTO, citing a third party. So that could be the other target. They've struck 3 UAE vessels. Wow. So that's what happened. We're analyzing right now what that means, how the US could respond. In the US, I did a post saying the silence is deafening. Trump did not expect this.
It is deafening.
Yes.
Because we are at an inflection point exactly today where they can seize the opportunity of an off-ramp saying, look, we are not being attacked. What's being attacked is the UAE and some of their ships. This has nothing to do with us. Or they, yes, go ahead.
One.
Another one.
I just got the alert.
Or they can say, or they can go all the way and then it's total escalation, then it's hell. Which, considering that he's looking for an off-ramp desperately, and considering the summit with Xi in Beijing next week, would be the worst possible decision. But we never know. We know who we are dealing, all of us who are dealing with, right? A profoundly unstable character, more and more unstable, under pressure. And if he has obviously he doesn't have the quality of self-reflection. Everything was provoked by his own decisions. You cannot escape. When you wake up in the morning and you look at the mirror, you know that you did it to yourself and to your country and to everybody else. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, just got another warning. It came on my other phone, this one, not this one. So I got 2 phones. due to the current potential situation. So I don't know if that's a delayed warning. No, it's not. It's another warning.
It's another warning. Yeah, okay. I'm getting a lot of images from Fujairah. It's quite something.
This screenshot should be like today's day. 3 warnings in the UAE. That's like wartime. Warning, warning, warning.
Yeah,
Due
one
to the
warning
current situation, potential missile threats, immediately safe place, close secure buildings, steer away from windows, doors, and open areas, await further instructions. They've been also a lot more active in their warnings because these attacks they're not targeting the city. They're targeting the port and the vessels. So it's very, very different targets to what we saw throughout the war, but the warnings are coming in nonetheless.
But Fujairah is a strategic target for Iran.
Very important one.
They hit Fujairah during the war, and now they're back. And of course, once again, this is a message. They're basically telling the Emirates, are you sure what you're doing? Are you aligned with the US and Israel for another attack against us? You're going to pay a price that you simply cannot afford. I'm not sure MBZ is going to get the message as well. That's another one with an ego the size of the Milky Way.
Yeah, it is fascinating. I'm just thinking how the UAE could respond to this.
They can't. Anything they do, the counter response is going to be even more hardcore. If the UAE bombs anywhere in Iran, they're toast. Literally. Literally. And I'm not being hyperbolic. And they know it. Because for the Iranians, it's cumulative. They know everything that UAE did during the war. But once again, Mario, it's very impressive, the consistency of the Iranian position. And it's all across the deciding circles. And directly the final approval for all those 14 points, which then became 3 that was sent to the Americans by the Pakistanis, came from Mojtaba Khamenei. This means that he is deciding it. And Putin said that at least twice when he met with Arakshi. First, he said that he had received the week before a written letter by Mojtaba Khamenei delivered the analog way. And he also, he offered paid his respects and all that, and Iran is fighting with independence and sovereignty, Putin's words, and under the command of the supreme leader. So this coming from the big bear himself is quite something. And this means that there is direct contact at the highest level. So if Trump would know, I would say, the rudiments of diplomacy, he could use this for himself. In fact, he could use Putin to be the perfect middleman to find the off-ramp. Putin did not explicitly offer him.
This is ridiculous. The other phone. Yeah.
Another warning, right?
No, it's the same warning. I think, there was a bit of a delay between the two. It's the same one from 5 minutes ago. What do you think Putin's... So do you think the meetings with Putin and obviously communication with China are playing a role? Earlier, a crude oil tanker belonging to ADNOC has been struck by 2 Iranian drones off the coast of Oman. That's one we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, that's the one with the ADNOC tanker. Exactly.
ADNOC, yeah, exactly. Explosions of interceptions reported across the UAE. Wow, it hasn't stopped yet. It hasn't stopped.
And it's early, Mario. This is just the beginning, and this could go all night long if they want. So that's the point. Once again, coming back to the big picture. So we are not too lost in the mini details. The only opportunity Trump has for a decent off-ramp is if he listens to Putin. Because Putin can talk to him and can talk to Mojtaba Khamenei directly. And maybe try to find some measure. There's nobody else that will. The Pakistanis cannot do that. They don't have enough leeway for that kind of negotiation. And apparently he's not taking it. He's not taking it. He got practically an offer on the table. Let me try to help you. Putin was basically saying to him, let me try to help you. Don't do anything stupid, which is what he did with this blockade. This guy's that humanitarian. Only fools are fall for that. Come on.
Brent crude is up to $119.
I told you it's going to be 120 soon. In the next hour. In the next hour or so. Yeah.
That is crazy. That is crazy how fast things escalated. And it just shows that wow, Iran is just so different. How far do you think they can attack? It is just bizarre. So they're betting that Trump would not respond if they attack the UAE. That's what they're betting on.
The thing is, Mario, they don't bet on what the Americans do because, to start with, they understand the volatility of the character in question. So they have to be prepared for 3, 4, 5, 6 different scenarios for every particular issue. That's a lot of work. And that implies that the coordination in the deciding circles in Tehran is, wow, it's extremely impressive. I was talking about this with an Iranian friend. I just gave an interview to an Iranian media. Probably they're going to replay it on Iranian national TV. But before that, I was talking to him, and he said, yes, it's very well concerted, and they are all thinking alike. So all this propaganda about their splits on the top, this is total bullshit. And especially when you can implement something so complex like this from one day to another, their reaction to the Project Freedom, that's the official name of the thing, they reacted a few hours later with their own blockade. This means that they know that they have the means to implement this blockade. Of course they can. They have enough of their navy, all the missiles, and of course they know these waters very, very well on both sides. So they can implement it. And this is a real blockade against the Americas inside Hormuz and parts of the Persian Gulf, and a blockade of the UAE at the same time. It's a very, very sophisticated operation.
The operation should have been called Operation Let's Screw the UAE. Like Trump. That's insane. UAE confirms 3 Indians were injured in the Iranian attack on the Fujairah oil industry zone. Yeah, so why did they attack Kuwait and Bahrain? Because they're also been pretty hostile towards Iran. Is it possible that, because there was reports yesterday that the US was potentially looking at using their base in the UAE for the Operation Freedom, their base in, let me see where it is here. Hold on. Project Freedom.
Well, in Bahrain, they cannot use anything because the base is practically destroyed, the whole thing.
In Dafra, they have a few Hornets.
Apparently, Dafra is not completely destroyed. It was hit, but not completely destroyed. If they use Dafra, the UAE is going to pay the price. Very simple.
All right, so what should we be on lookout for now? Let's see how this goes. What should we be watching out for? Obviously, the statement from the US, what the rhetoric would be like. If the US wants to conduct a strike, so if the US makes a warning or a statement, would they, if they plan to attack, to respond militarily, would they do that before putting out a public statement or after, if the US wants to do it? Would it be a surprise attack in your opinion?
After. If they plan to do a counter strike, it would probably be tonight. So this is probably what they are studying it as we speak. So obviously,
and this is where the escalation trap happens. One thing leads to another.
And then we are in total escalation trap territory. For the moment, they have a chance to back off. And of course, we don't know how strong and how solid are the back channels. There are back channels. We all know that. But we don't know if the people in the back channels, they have real executive power. From the point of view of the IRGC, there are no back channels with the Americans. The back channels are diplomatic. But the people who are in control now are the IRGC. It's a military setup. So we will have to be somebody from the IRGC who also plays diplomat. Let's say it could be Kalibaf. But Kalibaf, he excluded himself from the negotiations.
Really?
Yes, that's the thing is turning very fast. We still don't know the real motive. So for the moment, the head of the negotiation team is Arakshi. Arakshi is essentially a reformist. Arakshi wants some sort of deal. The IRGC, they don't want a deal. The IRGC said, no, they're going to bend to our will. And that's, well, why do they say that? Because they see it as it's what they conquered in the battlefield. So one thing is to deal with a seasoned diplomat, a guy who, smiles and knows all the protocols, etc. And the other thing is to deal with military commanders. And these guys are all heirs to the Iran-Iraq war in the 80s. All of them were in the trenches, Mario. These guys have actual war experience. So you don't mess with these people. And they know what war is. And they fought a war which at the time, remember at the time in the 80s, it was everybody against Iran. Literally. And all the Arabs were supporting Saddam. And they managed to survive. Well, I have a collection of insects flying around.
Where you are now. So just another quick point there. What does that mean for the negotiations, this attack? Do you think they'll continue? Is that part of the leverage, seeing who can push the other the most? And also there's commentators on X, pro UAE commentators that are putting out statements. Tonight will be a tough night for Iran. Iran will regret this. There is no way the UAE will attack Iran without American support.
They do their toast. It's very simple. If they do their toast.
But they wouldn't. Pragmatically, they wouldn't.
From a strictly military point of view,
Iran's Supreme National Security Council is holding a limited meeting at an undisclosed secure location. Just came in now as well.
Exactly. So obviously now the Iranians are discussing, okay, let's assume the UAE attacks us tonight. So that's it. They'll go for broke. Totally. And they already said that over and over again. They're not improvising anything. And all these scenarios were gamed. And that's the difference with the Americans. The Americans didn't game anything. Everything is spur of the moment. I'm going to blockade something. How? It costs a fortune to implement this blockade. Literally.
Is it possible that Iran is trying to they've decided? So I've got another theory for you. Iran met Russia. They spoke to China, which is supplying them weapons. Russia and China are like, we're going to support you. Don't give up. Don't concede anything. And if it goes back to war, so be it. We'll support you throughout the war more than we did before. And Iran right now is doing what it knows will lead to a continuation of the war instead of conceding. So the US knows there will be no concessions. So Trump walks away.
But essentially, your hypothesis is correct. But there's one very important detail. It's not that Iran ever thought about conceding anything. The negotiations from the beginning, they were very strict. If you follow the negotiations, even before Islamabad won, their points are essentially the same. And what they did last week, in fact, is that they inverted the order completely. Now it's not the nuclear dossier the most important issue, because this is something that they learned throughout the war, reflecting upon it during the ceasefire. And for them, the most important thing is to end the war and the wars as a whole, against the axis of resistance as a whole. That's where Hezbollah comes in, militias in Iraq, Yemen, everybody. Strait of Hormuz, okay, we will discuss it. We're already discussing with Oman, we can discuss with other people. And third, back of the list is the nuclear dossier, which is a detail for them. And for them, it was always a detail. They have a civilian nuclear program, which they want to keep, but you want to discuss about where we're going to store our enriched uranium. Okay, we can discuss about that. But that's it. So they do not deviate from the basic principles, the basic strategy, what they have been sending to the Americans via the Pakistanis. If you follow these past 2-3 weeks, it's all there. It's very consistent. They don't improvise. They don't come up with no, it's all there. But this is how a true diplomatic negotiation happens. I remember during the JCPOA in 2015, it was a real diplomatic negotiation, even if they were like, of course. And Zarif, one night, he was basically saying, I'm getting out of here. It's impossible. We cannot do anything with these people. So it came to fracture right in the middle of the negotiation. But there were diplomatic negotiations, and the people who were there, President Lavrov was playing a very important role. Lavrov was trying to bridge the gap between Kerry and Zarif. So this was a real diplomatic negotiation, at least. Now we don't have anything, Mario. We have two stupid real estate developers sent as diplomats. Come on, it's a joke. Who don't know anything about the technical dossiers, which are very, very complex. Nothing. So we have the United States now is averse to diplomacy. How can you possibly get a diplomatic result of negotiations? Negotiations, in Trump's mind, is you have to do what I tell you, otherwise I'll bomb you. This is his notion of diplomacy. The Russians know that, but the Russians learn how to dribble. The Chinese know that, but the Chinese now are reacting on the spot. And the Iranians also know that. But they say, look, let's try a diplomatic approach. If it doesn't work, we don't care, because we gamed all the military scenarios. And looking at what they achieved in the first 50 days of the war, it's a very bad bet, to bet
Such
against.
Such a terrible war. Such a terrible war. I cannot.
Absolutely horrible. Look,
you've seen the munitions, the munition stockpiles, the destruction of the American base. You've seen the CNN report. We haven't spoken in a couple of weeks.
Yes,
you saw the CNN report.
Yes, but everything was censored, Mario. If you were following good sources in Iran, they were not lying. They said, look, we cannot show you images because you don't have it, but these bases were destroyed. So it takes CNN to basically prove what everybody in the region already knew. And the worst part, we have to come back to it, the price that Iran paid for it, the devastation across Iran was horrible. Really, it's going to take years and a lot of investment to put it all back together. But you have to pay a price. This is the logic of resistance fighting everywhere. History shows us you have to pay an enormous price, but then you get the dividends in the end if you know how to resist. So in the modern era, Vietnam taught all of us, how do you resist and how do you rebuild afterwards? My generation, for instance, we were in college during the Vietnam era, and we were all absolutely appalled and impotent. But at the same time, we could understand what they were doing. That's why the Vietnamese were so popular in colleges all over the world at the time. Young people could understand what they were doing in terms of resistance. It's very, very hardcore. And the Iranians are doing the same thing now. Why do you have youth all over the global south, especially supporting Iran? They understand instinctively what they're doing. It's not a matter of agreeing with their government or not. This is non-ideological. It's the basis of applying sovereignty and organizing your resistance against an immensely destructive power. Wow, this is something for the history books for a long time.
The vice president of Iran, Reza Aref, we are not seeking war, but we will respond firmly if it is imposed on us. So this seems to be a big personal strike against the UAE. I don't know whether it's personal against the UAE or asymmetric warfare against the US or a response to the blockade, part of the asymmetric warfare, or all of the above. This is personal against the UAE and a response to the blockade by the US.
It's a mix of everything, Mario, absolutely. But the emphasis now is to send a message to the UAE. Think carefully about your next steps.
A couple more questions, Pepe.
Sure.
First one is, how would a response from the US look like? Would it be a decapitation strike? Would it be destroying their missile launchers? How extensive would it be, considering their depletion of their munitions, in your opinion? And obviously, they don't want to. I think also the US response to strikes they could also be symbolic, because I don't think the US want to see gloves off on the Iranian side. The destruction. Okay, wow. An Emirati source tells CNN the UAE expects US Israeli attack on Iran in the next 24 hours.
Totally predictable. Absolutely. Once again, Mario, they have two options. Let's say a symbolic strike against Iran, which of course will be announced through the back channels before. If they go all out, and very, very important, these were all gamed and presented by the Joint Chiefs and CENTCOM last Thursday, last Thursday when they met with Trump. They presented really highway to hell scenarios, including all of the above: decapitation, mini shock and awe, attacks against civilian infrastructure, power plants, you name it. But if they do that, then we are in, as our German friends will say, totalen Krieg all over again. Then it's total war. And then Iran will go total war against the US. And that includes sinking an aircraft carrier, which will be their trophy to show the whole planet, look, we can do it. And that's the final humiliation. Does Trump want that? Apparently not. According to our friends in Washington, he's terrified of anything that implies lots of body bags coming back to the US.
Do you think if they have the opportunity, they will kill Mujtaba Khamenei, considering that Iran will probably respond very aggressively?
They don't know where he is, Mario. That's the thing. Khamenei was very easy to locate. Mujtaba is mega protected. All the communications are analog. All of them. Nobody knows where he is. So it's impossible to find him. They have to do something. Of course, they have to do something like this.
And there is no way they cannot respond militarily. There is, to considering the extent of the attack, and obviously the UAE's gotten close to the US and Israel in terms of alliance.
They have to, yes.
They have to respond militarily.
Exactly. They have to do something, but it's probably what they're going to discuss tonight. Yeah, it's too early in the US now. Yeah. This afternoon.
A final.
Yeah. Okay, how can we? Well, it's going to be another typical tweaking of narrative operation, and with a Hollywoodish tinge, with lots of special effects, but not really dangerous to Iran. But they have to tell the Iranians first that this is going to happen. This would be a possible off-ramp.
That would be a possible off-ramp for who?
Yeah. For the US at the moment. And they can spin that, look, there's no attacks against us, only against the UAE, so we had to respond, etc. The real trick is what they were planning to do with the Project Freedom on Netflix crap. A trap. So Iran would hit a destroyer or two with missiles and then casus belli. Perfect. But once again, as we were talking in the beginning of our conversation, the Iranians are not going to fall for that. And that's why they're hitting the UAE today. It's much better and fulfills their target list.
How likely are we to get back to a full-blown war?
Oh, shit. Well, we will hope it's not going to happen, Mario, but as it stands, it doesn't look good.
Would it be worse than what we've seen before?
Many of our friends, analysts, they're Americans especially, they are sure that the war is going to be back. We cannot say that at the moment. I prefer to see long term because I have to see how this is playing inside Trump's psyche, and he has to have something tangible when he sits with Xi next week. He cannot go there in the middle of a war with no way out. Even someone like him who doesn't think strategically has to think about these repercussions.
Just got a report now, unconfirmed. Missile launches from Iran again. Unconfirmed, just came in now.
Okay, so that's
not stopping.
No, it's not stopping, exactly. So UAE is the target, which was.
I haven't gotten an alert, so we'll see if this is maybe one of the ships as well. Israel just said we are closely monitoring the Gulf, the developments in the Gulf. They just made a statement now.
It's crazy. We're talking about all this dementia, and I am in an island in the Andaman Sea, in an absolutely amazing place.
Different world.
A different world where
Iranian ballistic missiles, they've actually launched more reports of ballistic missiles launched from the south.
So that's it, Mario. I think it's absolutely. It's an
why aren't they stopping? Why aren't they stopping? That is significant response.
They are stopping or no?
They are not. No, new missile launches reports. Two sources now. Did you see any reports here on your end?
Everywhere that I see here is images of Fujairah. Okay, Iranian ballistic missiles. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Iranian ballistic missile launches from the south.
Wow. An Iranian analyst just said if Trump wishes to restart the war, Iran will not wait for him to initiate it this time.
It's something.
So now Iran is becoming more preemptive.
Yes, it's something that they had been saying these past few days, Mario. From the IRGC and from politicians, from members of the parliament, they have been saying that. So there is a consensus. The moment they are sure that the Americans are going to restart the war, they are all in. They're not going to wait. This is what they have been saying. So this means that this mini offensive against UAE is part of it as well.
There's an Iranian official that said the plans to attack just now, the plans to attack the UAE. He told IRIB that Tehran had no initial plans to attack the UAE. So it seems that this has only come up now with the Operation Freedom.
Absolutely. This is it was part of our conversation. This is their first reaction to Operation Humanitarian whatever. Absolutely.
Humanitarian whatever.
Exactly.
Wow.
What do they do? First of all, they release a map. You look at the map and you see, wow, everything now is blocked. It's not only Hormuz, Kashmir, everything and all the UAE ports are blocked. So this was the first stage of the response. Second stage is what we're watching now, the missiles.
Pepe, can I ask you a couple more questions? I know I went over time already.
Of course.
Okay, so why isn't Iran just firing one missile? Why so extensive? Why is not? Were they firing now more missiles? It's been
I don't have the elements now to answer your question. I will need some more time to check what they are launching, for how long, what kind of missiles.
What they are saying as well.
It's too early for us to tell if this is just a warning or a message, a warning, or if this is something much more solid, like a real offensive. Okay, we're going to disable the UAE. It doesn't look like it for the moment. It looks more like a message.
Well, Pepe, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. I'm sure going to have you again soon as this continues to escalate. Always good to have those conversations. I'll ask you to go for a walk, breathe, kind of go back to reality, breathe a breath of fresh air in the peaceful place you were in.
Exactly. The pool is right behind me calling.
Thank you so much, Pepe. I appreciate it.
Next week I'll be in China, so we can talk.
Oh, wow. Okay, I was going to ask you if you're going to be there to cover the meeting between Xi and Trump.
I'm going next Tuesday to China, so we can talk maybe later in the week.
Just by the way, I'll 100%. Just Iran just released, the US has officially released its guidance for commercial vessels as part of Project Freedom. Try to sail close to the coast of Oman and see if it works. That's what the team summarized it.
I love it. If you're lucky and if you are in Omani territorial waters, nothing's going to happen to you.
Yeah, they're asking to go through Omani's waters. Yeah.
And best of luck.
No, so that was the Americans didn't write this. It was just my team just joking in the DMs. Vessels choosing to transit the Strait of Hormuz should consider routing via Oman territorial waters south of the traffic separation scheme. Due to anticipated traffic volume, coordination with Oman authorities via VHF Channel 16 is advised to maintain safety of navigation. Transit via or in close proximity to the traffic separation scheme should be considered extremely hazardous due to presence of mines and have not been fully surveyed and mitigated. Operators are encouraged to carefully review risk assessments on routing ahead of transit. They're saying there's mines openly, and be careful of mines.
Well, it's pretty obvious, Mario, isn't it? Omani territorial waters, everybody knew that.
That was open. Yeah, but I thought they said they were demining it. Obviously, not much has been demined.
No, they cannot demine it because they cannot get there, Mario. They can't get there. American vessels, military vessels cannot get to the Strait of Hormuz, period. It's just spin. It will be demined by the Iranians themselves later. So for the moment, there's only one plan B. Stick very close to your Omani territorial waters. Treat them well, get a permit, get their message on VHF. Best of luck. That's it. There's nothing else we can do to protect you.
But they did that. They sent that announcement despite the attacks on the UAE. It seems the US is not blinking.
Not blinking, meaning the Operation Project Humanitarian.
Humanitarian Freedom, Project Freedom.
Yes, just like the original blockade. Nobody's even talking about the original blockade anymore. It's still there, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah, that's surprising they put out that announcement literally after the attacks on the UAE. We haven't had an alert here on the missiles fired from southern Iran, so we don't know where they're heading yet. Or whether they've been intercepted or whether they weren't fired false alarm or they're heading to a different direction, maybe one of the ships. But yeah, Pepe, look, I appreciate you staying overtime. Thank you as always.
Of course. Take care, man, and be careful. You are in Dubai. You are in a war zone, by the way.
In theory.
Right,
thank you, Pepe. Really appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
All right, everyone. We've got Stefano, a former US military, joining us right now to continue analyzing this. Then in about 30 minutes, we have Anthony Aguilar. We'll continue the live stream going. Let me give you guys a quick update here before Stefano joins. And Stefano will give us a deep analysis, but also the updates of the latest developments because he covers them on our space. He hosts the spaces on my account as well. So he's heavily plugged in the loop. So there's been a report of, let me actually go back so everyone's in the loop. It all started yesterday. So negotiations were going back and forth, threats by both sides. And then the US made a move, and the move was Operation Freedom, where Trump announced they'll be helping coordinating with vessels and insurance companies in other countries to allow free passage of vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, obviously in Omani waters. And then within minutes of that, Iran responded, this is a breach of the ceasefire. That was the Iranian response. Now, we weren't sure whether this is rhetoric, whether this is legitimate. Then I think last night we also got a report of one vessel that was attacked, or an incident of a vessel that was fired upon. That was last night. Then I woke up today to the news of, literally right after I woke up, news came in that 2 missiles were fired at an American warship. And immediately the market spooked, because the initial report was the warship was struck. And if they're struck, that's a significant escalation where the US will have to respond very aggressively. Then we got reports, not sure if they're trying to de-escalate or they're genuine reports, that it was not struck, that it was warning shots. The Americans said that there were no ship was struck, and the Iranians said there were 2 missiles fired as a warning shot. There's some reports about missiles, drones, and rockets fired as a warning shot. Maybe to warn the Americans, we have all that arsenal there to ensure the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. The Americans did not blink. They did eventually escort or coordinate with 2 ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz in the Omani waters, and they did pass. Now, people were waiting, including myself. Is the US going to continue escorting ships? Will Iran retaliate for what they consider to be a breach of the ceasefire? Well, we got our answer. Multiple waves of missiles and drones, I think, and drones fired at the UAE. Only the UAE. So we know there's 4 vessels that I know of that were struck. 1 off the coast of the UAE, 1 at the port of Sharjah, 1 at UAE, 1 at the port of Sharjah, 1 another UAE vessel in Fujairah, and the Fujairah a South Korean one in the Strait of Hormuz that was probably passing as part of the US plan to escort ships. Then we got a report that the Fujairah oil refinery was struck with drones. Now, it's confusing to me why Iran decided to retaliate against the UAE instead of striking the vessels going through the Strait of Hormuz. That's a very interesting point I'm going to ask Stefano to explain. So that's the updates up to now. And then obviously we have multiple missiles fired at the UAE. And we have a report of missiles that were fired just a few minutes ago from South Iran. I haven't received any alert yet. Obviously, I'm in Dubai. I've received 4 alerts so far, but I haven't received one for the latest missile that was fired. There was also a security meeting that was convened in... Okay, we're getting missile alerts in the UAE, everyone. So the missiles that were fired, so Stefano will be joining us now. But there is an alert right now in the UAE again. That is the 5th alert so far today. This is more alerts than I've received through the entirety of the war. And I think they're being more sensitive now to when to put out an alert. I think during the war, they were a bit more restrained. You'll hear my phone ring in a second. You'll hear that alarm go off again. But they were being a bit more restrained during the war, where sometimes there would be attacks on the UAE and that drones explode, but there would be no phone sirens going off. Now there's phone sirens a lot more sensitive, going off very quickly. So I'm while waiting for the alert to go off, there's been an audio released by the IRGC Navy, quote, just now, let's see, 2 minutes ago. Due to the failure of the US government to fulfill its commitment in the negotiations, the Islamic Republic of Iran declares the Strait of Hormuz completely closed again. No vessels of any type or nationality is allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Any vessel intending to exit the Strait of Hormuz that crossed the red line between Hangman Island and Minab Sakar port, and any vessel intending to enter the Strait of Hormuz that crossed the red line between Kuh Mubarak and Fujairah port will be met with a severe response from the IRGC Navy and will be destroyed. This is Sepah Navy out. Air defenses in the UAE right now are responding to a missile attack. They haven't stopped attacking the UAE. Security source reported that a residential building housing employees of a company in Tibet area of Buqa was targeted. That's in the UAE, I think. Resulting in moderate injuries to 2 expats, damage to 4 vehicles and shattered windows in neighboring house. The relevant authorities are investigating the incident and affirmed their commitment to taking all necessary measures to ensure the safety, and that's in Oman, and security of citizens and residents. Sorry, that's Oman, not the UAE. So that was a strike that happened in Oman earlier. My phones haven't gone off, so the alerts are a bit bizarre. Maybe they're very targeted, just like Israel. They're more advanced now, where they go off where the missiles seem to be heading towards. And Israel's the same thing. But we do have air defenses right now throughout the UAE that are active. Lisa, you can bring up Stefano as always. Just bring up the guests whenever they're ready. Okay, I got a message now. He'll be joining in 1 minute. So we'll discuss with Stefano the military aspects of all this and how a response would look like from the US. Trying to get more information on the attack. Let me see the impact this is having on the markets. Crude oil is kind of stabilized. Brent crude is up to 114, so it's going up again now. It's up to 115. That was the highest it's been today. It hit 115. Now it's back up to 115. That's Brent crude. Oil futures and light crude, so WTI is going down to 105 to 104. Very interesting. Stefano, long time no see, man. Here we are. Dubai is under attack. There's a missile, there's air defense active as we speak. What do you make of what we're seeing right now?
Well, man, it's good to see you again, and thanks for having me on. I know we were discussing this on the space. I think the key aspect, though, is, I mean, Iran has responded to the U.S. declaration of, kind of the Operation Freedom of Navigation in the Straits of Hormuz, and they've taken a very drastic response. I mean, one thing is launching some ballistic missiles, claiming to target U.S. naval ships. Maybe they were way out there. It is more just a signaling and a messaging. We never got any reports from U.S. media or even from U.S. Central Command that the U.S. even needed to launch interceptors. That's kind of an unknown right now. But more than likely, they just kind of wanted to send a message. We have seen some attacks against maritime vessels in the vicinity of the Straits of Hormuz. But this targeting of the UAE specifically, to the degree that they're doing, I think it's something completely different, and more than likely, I think it's safe to assume that this might cause the collapse of the ceasefire, or we're very close areas for the collapse of the ceasefire. UAE was targeted clearly because of the Straits of Hormuz, the port of Fujairah, and the oil terminals there. That was a key conduit to bypassing the Straits of Hormuz from an oil shipment perspective, was hit, and we're seeing more. So I think this is Iran's response. And more specifically, I wouldn't even say Iran. I think this is the IRGC's response. We do know that inside of Iran, a lot of the government, I wouldn't say, is acting as one group. There might be competing factions. So this does look like
CENTCOM just reported 6 Iranian gunboats were just sunk by the U.S. Navy, according to CENTCOM.
Yeah, I mean, this is, and so that ties to the reporting that we got earlier today when we broke the Mario's Nawfal space. Prior to the finance space, where we were talking about the initial strikes against the naval ships that did not hit them. One of the reporting that we got was that U.S. Central Command said they're changing their rules of engagement specifically to allow the U.S. to target these fast boats. Now that you share that news, it's confirmation that the U.S. is now taking a gloves off approach, and now we're going back and forth. So either this is the deathbed or close to being the end of the ceasefire. I would not be surprised if the UAE decides to respond militarily as well to these strikes that Iran has done. Look, what I would say, Mario, I mean, I think this is kind of one of the interesting aspect. There's a lot of evidence to suggest that the UAE was militarily involved against the strike against Iran when US and Israel was doing it. For example, the last day of the strikes, there was an image circulating of a Mirage 2000 flying over Iranian airspace near an area where there was a strike. Neither the U.S. or Israel have the Mirage 2000. It's not one of their platforms. There has been Chinese.
You think that was so that was a report right after the ceasefire. Apparently, Mirage struck one of the Iranian islands, a refinery there after the ceasefire. I couldn't get a confirmation whether that's true or not. It's very bizarre.
The image is there. Right. I mean, the image was there. So it does lend credence that maybe UAE, and it would kind of almost also understand and explain kind of why the Iran was targeting UAE so much. But at the same time, UAE saying, we're just not going to take the blows and not respond. Right. We have the right to self-defense. I wouldn't be surprised if the UAE decides to respond. The question is, would they be willing to do this unilaterally without waiting on the U.S. and Israel? But I think with your statement right now that CENTCOM, where they destroyed the 6 fast boats, is the first steps in response to these massive strikes. So I think we're in a situation where the ceasefire might collapse. Yeah.
Why did they attack, in your opinion, the UAE to that extent?
I think because they viewed them as a key conduit to escape the closure of the Straits of Hormuz. I mean, one thing is, for example, where Saudi Arabia has the benefit because of the countries, they have pipelines that go all the way to the Red Sea, right? I mean, that's and a construct of the ceasefire, that's one thing, right? It's kind of hard to kind of launch a massive attack against Saudi Arabia to respond to this. I think they identified UAE as being a key enabler of the United States kind of blockade, a key ally of the United States in the Trump's blockade against Iran, and a lot of their intent to kind of bypass the Iranians' blockade of the Straits of Hormuz, specifically taking the southern routes of the Straits of Hormuz. I think Iran said it's not enough for us just to target maritime vessels. We need to hit them harder to kind of send the message to reestablish that deterrence. The U.S. and some reporting indicates that at least two U.S. flagged merchant vessels did escape the Straits of Hormuz, that they did manage to leave. And I think Iran said if we enable the U.S. to leverage, let's say, the southern transit route of the Straits of Hormuz and enable these countries and these vessels to use UAE and Oman to bypass our blockade, then what effects and how can we hold the U.S., how can we have deterrence, or what's our negotiation position related to the U.S.? And so I think that's why they conducted this strike against the UAE. The question now is, and the concern I think is, does this now restart the war overall against Iran? And now does the United States and Israel and maybe even the UAE decide to target much more economic sensitive infrastructure inside of Iran?
But you know the missiles are still ongoing. They were fired just 5 minutes ago. You're aware, obviously.
Yep. This would be the third wave, I believe, against UAE.
It is third or fourth. You know, I haven't received an alert on this one, but I think they've got the targeted alerts like in Israel. You know, in Israel, they were depending on which area of Israel the missiles are going towards. They have the alerts go off in that area, so not everyone has to go into a shelter. I think they're doing the same thing here. I'm going to ask you, Israel raised its alert level in light of the events in the Gulf, according to Khan News. Israel has also brought forward its expanded cabinet meeting to Wednesday. Can you do me a favor? Because I know you do this all the time on the spaces. I'm going to go off for like 2-3 minutes, go on a bathroom break. Can you give the audience just a general overview of what happened yesterday, what happened today? And most importantly, I just gave the overview. So keep that very short. I gave it before you joined. But most importantly, and for people that don't know, you know, you're one of the people that I listen to on a regular basis to understand what's going on. We've been doing this, me and you, for years. So your knowledge of this is second to none. We did hours together on the Gaza war. So the most important question I have for you, if you can give the overview to the audience, is what do you think will happen next?
Yep, for sure. No, I will do, Mario. So, I mean, I think like the key aspects, if we just have to go back in the last 24 hours, and I think that's the key aspects of the before and after. What we've seen in the yesterday was President Trump and U.S. Central Command announced this new named operation in which basically the plan was to conduct freedom of navigation for a lot of the maritime vessels that were stuck in the Persian Gulf, or as U.S. Central Command calls the Arabian Gulf, going through and leaving the Iranian blockade. Originally, it looked like, based on reporting from Axios, is that on Thursday, when President Trump, yesterday when we got the named operation announced, on Thursday, this is kind of one of the things that the CENTCOM commander, or the U.S. Central Command commander, Admiral Cooper, briefed the president on a wide range of contingencies for the president to take and how they wanted to reopen the Straits of Hormuz. And originally, one of the plans was as a very aggressive approach that the U.S. Navy was going to forcefully reopen the Straits of Hormuz with vessels going through the Straits of Hormuz and challenging kind of Iran's blockade and forcefully reopening it. It looked like that might have been the plan that was going to be selected, but it does. Then what we got was President Trump decided to go with a less dramatic, less escalatory measure, and which was they were going to help coordinate the reopening with the Straits of Hormuz, have vessels near the Straits, but coordinate with a lot of the maritime vessels and recommend them take what we would call the southern approach, closer to Oman, closer to the UAE, and the southern approach to the Straits of Hormuz. Coordinate openly, actually, if you look at the statement that U.S. NAV sent, the U.S. Naval Central Command, U.S. Navy Central, the Fifth Fleet, there was a statement that they released, said coordinate this openly with the government of Oman, specifically Channel 16 or Channel 16, which for those who don't know in maritime terms on the radio, if you go into Channel 16, that's basically like the global emergency radio system that you go in. And so what U.S. Fifth Fleet was saying, use that to coordinate openly with Oman to evade and escape the Iranian blockade. I think Iran saw the pre-positioning of U.S. naval assets into the area and decided not only do we need to conduct strikes against the U.S. Navy, or at least send a message against the U.S. Navy with the launch of 3 anti-ship ballistic missiles against them, now they decided to escalate that even further with strikes directly against UAE. We saw the strikes against Furjaja, There was reports of air sirens and
Sharjah.
alert. Yeah, and then the other
Sharjah
one,
as well. The port there was a vessel struck.
I was going to say, I think that I did see alerts, at least in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, multiple emergency alerts being released there in UAE, and that's where we're at now. Mario, you saw this right before I joined you guys live, that 6 fast boats were sunk. Again, that kind of follows the Axios reporting that even when President Trump said, okay, let's take the less escalatory, less dramatic approach on how we want to reopen the Straits of Hormuz, one of the key conduits and conditions that was granted to the U.S. Navy and U.S. Central Command was reducing the rules of engagement, enabling the U.S. Central Command to target any vessels or even missile launchers that would threaten or Iran would use to keep the Straits of Hormuz closed. And I think now they're acting on that threat. It's very important that U.S. Central Command earlier today released the footage of the U.S. Central Commander, Admiral Cooper, I believe, actually visiting those Apache helicopters that have been seen flying around the Straits of Hormuz. I wouldn't be surprised, Mario, if that's what they used to shoot down the fast boats, but I haven't seen the statements or any footage, and I wouldn't be surprised if U.S. Central Command is going to release that, because importantly enough, the Iranian media and state media have released the videos of them launching the 3 ballistic missiles against the U.S. Navy earlier today, so I think U.S. Central Command will probably respond with their releasing the footage of the fast boats being sunk.
Also, 2 pieces of news before I ask you the big question is a senior military official to Tasmin says that the U.S. claim of sinking several Iranian warboats is false. You'd expect him to say that. The UAE has condemned, another one as well is an unidentified ship sent a distress signal near the Strait of Hormuz just now as well. That could be the missiles that were fired by Iran. I'm not sure. And lastly, the UAE has condemned the Iranian attacks on its territory. They also stated that they, quote, will not compromise on protecting their security and sovereignty under any circumstances, and they reserve the right to respond fully and legitimately to attacks. That was the response from the UAE. My next big question for you, Stefano, what will happen next, in your opinion? What are the various scenarios?
Yeah. So let me just add on this. I think when we said CENTCOM released the 6, I just want to go back on this for a second, where the 6 vessels that were shot down. I think there was an understanding that it happened now, right? And so I think this is where the timeline matters. Apparently not. So I think this is from, give me a second. This is from the foreign affairs reporters for the Rio Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro's news organization. She says right now, CENTCOM Commander Brad Cooper, he's on a call with journalists, and he says that 6 small boats were eliminated this morning. And I'm wondering, Mario, if the reason why Iran launched these strikes against UAE was in response to these vessels laying mines. And I think that this is where the timeline matters. Could it have been that the reason why Iran launched their ballistic missiles against the U.S. naval ships and then against UAE, et cetera, because the U.S. is now preventing Iran from laying mines and kind of closing the Straits of Hormuz with these strikes that destroyed these 6 Iranian small boats this morning? And that would be interesting if we're looking at the timeline, if this was the catalyst that changed everything. Or that really started everything, because that kind of would make sense, because the question is, why would Iran take such drastic measures now for a named U.S. operation? Maybe it is, but it could be that this was the catalyst, and Iran said, well, we can't allow the U.S. to sink our vessels without any consequences. But to your point and to your question, I think what do we look forward? I mean, that's going to be the question, right? I mean, in that Axios report that we've been leveraging to kind of a lot of the base of the reporting that we got today, one of the interesting details was Steve Witkoff, who is President Trump's special envoy for peace and really a conduit for negotiations with Iran. He has been advocating that negotiations are a way forward, that we can get a deal through this, and that he has been trying to get the president not to take more military operations and try to reduce that military threat. That's going to be key right now, right? There has been a lot of frustrations in the Trump administration in negotiating with Iran for 2 reasons. One, it's moving at a glacier pace. It's super slow. But the reason why it's super slow is because, and this goes to the second point, I think
Bahrain just declared a state of emergency. Sorry, Bahrain just declared a state of emergency.
Well, I think that's kind of indicating that everybody understands that war is imminent. Everybody's preparing for war. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I think that's a key aspect, because everybody's preparing for war. Now, going back to my previous point, I think the reason why is nobody understands who's really in charge in Iran. And I think even the Iranians don't know who's really in charge. And so is this the IRGC saying, or at least elements of the IRGC? I would be very cautious of viewing the IRGC as one unified faction. I think there's different competing blocks within the IRGC. And we've seen that even within the hardline media, how some elements have been criticizing other elements with the IRGC. But it does look like this is an attempt to kind of push forward their narrative and their strategic outlook of saying, no, we need to make sure we have overall control of the Straits of Hormuz and not necessarily enable these negotiations to move forward. But I think the closure or Bahrain declaring a state of emergency indicates exactly to your point that the region is preparing for the war to happen again. And unfortunately, that's what it's really tracking towards. And it's very hard to see an off-ramp unless, Steve Witkoff and the Iranian foreign minister, the Speaker of Parliament, are able to get, something across the line to really halt this. But
Brad Cooper just said, CENTCOM commander just said that he declined to say whether U.S.-Iran ceasefire is still in place.
There you go. I mean, I think, and also to his point, he would just say that that's a conversation with the State Department or with the president of the White House. That is not something that the CENTCOM commander can dictate or not. He has authorities to respond to certain things granted to him by the president, and I think that's what we saw today. I think the president gave CENTCOM saying, if you see mine-laying vessels trying to lay mines in the Straits of Hormuz, you have permission to strike them. That is now at your discretion. You don't need my approval. And I think that's why they conducted the strikes. And I think that's why Brad Cooper is saying that. So I'm not really surprised. That's more the military taking a step back. They're not involved in the politics. They're not involved in that aspect of negotiations. That's within Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, J.D. Vance, or even the State Department or the White House. So I'm not surprised by that response directly from Brad Cooper.
You're always analytical and objective. Give me a number. Like me and you have always worked on trying to be as unbiased as possible, which has been our ethos since the early days of doing all this years ago on Twitter. So my question now to you is, objectively, what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that the full-blown war will restart, like we were seeing earlier?
I mean, it's hard. And I think the issue is we're reacting to the news right now as it happens right now. We don't have kind of the idea of, Monday night, let's just say Monday night quarterbacking, right? This ability to kind of analyze in the past and let the time moving forward. Right now, it's very concerning. I mean, if right now I would have a low confidence, again, this is a low confidence assessment, but it would be at 70% that war would probably restart. But that's a low confidence. We need more reporting. We need more time. We need to see how this develops. But the fact that Iran has launched multiple waves of strikes against UAE.
That is crazy. That is crazy.
Ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, drones, I would say 70%, but again, it's low confidence.
Are you surprised this happened?
No, not really. No.
It
was very, it was very. Nothing was moving forward.
But what couldn't Trump just walk away? A lot of people were saying the best thing he could do is just walk away.
But I think people. I mean, again, I'm not going to try to get into President Trump's head, but I don't think that's how he would operate. Look, look. If we're gonna look back on this, I mean, President Trump was the one who killed General Soleimani in 2020, right? I mean, he's always been a very hawkish on Iran. Like, this is where it's kind of, bless you, kind of like a very interesting aspect, right? It's like, I don't think even in his mind, he would have said that, right? He would have done that. He would have just said, and the other thing is, you also have to analyze this. It's not only just President Trump or people want to focus on Israel, but it's also the Gulf countries, right? The UAE and Saudi Arabia, Qatar and Bahrain and Kuwait and Jordan, and in many aspects, they have been very clear that they are not going to allow or tolerate or accept in any conditions the Straits of Hormuz being under Iranian control. That's just not an option. And they have a lot of leverage with the Trump administration and with President Trump specifically, right? And to be frank, they have a lot of influence inside the U.S. government as a whole. And they're one of our key partners or allies in the region. And so I don't see Trump just throwing the towel out and saying, I declare victory and walking away and let Iran control the Straits of Hormuz. I just think that people saying that was more of I think they were using maybe even personal bias to say that, but everything that has been indicating and pushing forward was we were going to run into a situation where there was a deadlock. So the question then became, was there an opportunity for this deadlock to be broken with both sides to be saving face? Right? And I think that's the main hindrance. What was very interesting is that President Trump, I would say, has been taking a much more hardline approach in the negotiations, which has been one of the criticisms of saying, well, this is why the war happened, is because President Trump took such a hardline approach since the beginning, right? And I think that's the thing, because what the Iranians were saying in their proposals that they gave to the Pakistanis, that then got leaked to the media was that the first conduit for the ceasefire was both the U.S. and Iran were going to basically end their blockades. And I think in a 30-day period, they would slowly start reducing that. And then once that was over, then the question then became, let's open up the negotiations about the nuclear program. And then the third step of that was a broader Middle East, security framework. And we saw President Trump said this is unacceptable after that leaked. So now with the authorities, based on the reporting that we got, that President Trump is trying to break this deadlock about the Straits of Hormuz, we saw these 6 mine vessels being destroyed, or these small boats being destroyed. That might have been the catalyst of everything we saw, and it might be the precipice of a wider war in the Middle East and a repeat of what we saw last month.
If it does restart, how would it look like compared to what we saw before?
I mean, I think there's going to be an attempt to, in like a 5 to 6 week time period what we saw, I think there's going to be an attempt, at least from the U.S. and even possibly Israel, to conduct it in a shorter time period to see if they can force the Iranians to back down. The problem is like there's obviously elements within the IRGC who wouldn't want to or wouldn't allow it. And they would have a vested interest to continue this to try to achieve their overall objectives because they don't believe that they can through negotiations with the United States. So I think that there might be an intent and desire to keep the war lasting a short time period. However, this is then where the situation on the ground and the conflict in and of itself can drag this a lot longer.
I just don't, how will this new reality look like? Because I just don't see, the UAE has just been attacked again. How are these two countries going to coexist now?
They can. I don't think they
can't or can?
They can't. For now, immediately, no. And this is one of the things about Iran that's kind of like, you kind of have to, I mean, granted, UAE's played a key role for the US.
Sorry, just Stefano, yeah. How reliable is Wallah news? Well,
I mean, if you want to send it to
Wallah just said the UAE and Saudi pressured Trump to renew the war in the past week, number one. And number two is Wallah also said that Israel's preparing for war.
I mean, I'm not surprised by that, to be honest. Again, because it goes back to this issue that I said earlier about the Straits of Hormuz. Saudi Arabia and UAE were never going to accept Iran ownership, right? That was never an option. So it's not surprising. Is that specific report true or not? I mean, it's hard to say that specific one. But does it fit within the broader narrative of the situation we're seeing? Yes. And again, this isn't just a U.S.-Israel. The GCC has a huge vote, specifically Saudi Arabia. And they do not want Iran to do this and continue this way. And I think that goes back to why this idea that the war can come back and where it can kind of continue to deteriorate. What would
Trump
be
said Iran made a big mistake, the biggest mistake in history, in its history.
Where, did he say that in True Social, just like to the press? I get a call.
To the press, I guess. It just came in now, so I'm guessing as a press.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. So, I mean, that's the situation we're at. And look, from Iran's perspective, going back to the Dubai thing, like UAE was one of the main conduits that Iran could evade sanctions.
Yeah, this is what's bizarre. Exactly. Like a lot of people are like the rhetoric now, the UAE and Iran are enemies. The UAE is hawkish against Iran. The UAE has coexisted and done business with Iran for years. They're one of their biggest trading partners. And I think that the UAE is very pragmatic. They could do business again. There's a lot of Iranian assets in the UAE right now. So that's why I think the UAE is obviously, they need deterrence against Iran. Strategically, as you said, the point you've made, the UAE and Saudi really, why can't they have, I'm going to actually challenge that. You said they cannot accept the Persian Gulf or Strait of Hormuz controlled by Iran. Why not do a joint ownership between all of them?
Because even that would be, because at that point, how would you even manage that? Like, that just would be a nightmare. And two, that would just smack in the face of international relations. Because by the way, the one who also would, it's not necessarily, it's Oman. Oman has the southern portion, a huge part of the southern portion of the UAE, of the Straits of Hormuz. It's not UAE, it's Oman. So you're gonna allow Oman to? No, it's just, they would rather it just be what it was before, right? Because then you're gonna run into the issue of the Straits of Gibraltar. You're gonna run into the issues of the Strait of Malacca. That's just not how we can do it. And even the Singaporean finance minister said that is just not acceptable, even, right? And so even from an international perspective, nobody's gonna allow it. But the reason why Iran did this, even sacrificing their relationship with Dubai, is because they had nothing else to offer, right? They understood that they couldn't just target U.S. military assets or target Israel because they wouldn't achieve anything. They needed something greater than that to reestablish deterrence. And that's why the Straits of Hormuz and these strikes against the UAE and Saudi Arabia and all that happened.
You said something.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, finish. You said something. You said the UAE, you wouldn't be surprised if the UAE responds militarily. Just came in now. UAE media reports indicate that the Emirates is preparing a strong retaliatory response against Iran following today's attacks. They warn of a, quote, harsh revenge as they coordinate its military and diplomatic options.
Yep. And I wouldn't be surprised if they do a retaliation.
What capabilities does the UAE have?
They have a very robust air force. Look, and one thing, look, oh yeah. Like the UAE, when the Yemeni civil war happened, and I think they led an amphibious assault against the Houthis in Aden, which is a very complex mission set. I mean, the UAE has a robust military capability, both from a naval and air force capability, to conduct strikes. That's not out of the question. It's a modern air force. Now, a lot of it is coming from foreigners' expertise. Anybody who's been a veteran in the U.S. military, other militaries, know the UAE pays a lot of money to have people train their military and kind of work for them. So, but they're a professional military force that are able to conduct these types of operations and strikes instead of Iran. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if the UAE does retaliate military. They won't. I suspect they did it in the previous war. They just did it secretly. This one, I wouldn't be surprised if they are open about it, because at this point they say we have to be open about it to reestablish deterrence.
Man, that is insane. But if Iran was able to sustain U.S. military attacks, you're talking about the world's most powerful military, along with Israel, one of the top 10 militaries, top 15 militaries. How big of a difference will the UAE make, which is less capable than Israel, obviously significantly less capable?
But let's define how. When you say they can sustain it, they can I think we need
they despite the threat of U.S. attacks, they've just triggered, offered justification for more attacks. So when I say sustain, they're like, despite all the attacks for a month and a half, Iran still decided that, hey, we don't mind if we face more attacks as long as we can stick by our position of controlling the Strait of Hormuz. So if they could do that with the US, how much deterrence will the UAE offer if they join?
Well, I mean, at that point, though, I think a lot of this, though, is being fought from narratives perspective, right? And Iran knows this. What Iran is very effective is the narrative information warfare and information space. But what I would say is, again, I think this goes back to the question that I was saying earlier, that the situation inside of Iran and this understanding is there one government that really controls everything inside of Iran. And from all the reporting that we're getting, and if anything, if you hear U.S. officials and their frustrations with negotiating with the Iranians, is we don't know what they don't believe that, right? The supreme leader, Moqtada Khamenei, the son of Ali Khamenei, he's not his father. He doesn't have absolute control inside of Iran. Even within the IRGC, there appears to be fractions and breaking, et cetera, right? And so I think that's one of the main issues. The other thing that we're not really talking about, Mario, is, I agree that I think the IRGC has a high tolerance for pain, and they have a high acceptance of sacrificing their economy to achieve what they view as their strategic objective. But let's not discount the problem that this is forcing on the Iranian economy. The rial, their currency, has hit record lows within even just last week. It was 1.8 million rials to a dollar, and then I believe it was yesterday, it was 1.9. Right? I mean, their currency is in a free fall. Some estimates indicate between 1, if not 2 million people have lost their job in Iran because of this war. Right? And I think there is a risk, and we saw some of the reporting also in addition, specific from Iranian opposition media, so you can take that with a grain of salt, indicating that at least some elements of the Iranian president in his presidential office, one of the tensions that they had with the IRGC was, the longer this war drags out, we're running the risk of an economic collapse. And what it looks like the naval blockade was actually very successful at doing was forcing the Iranian economy to continue to go on this death spiral. And I think that could have been one of the reasons where Iran said, maybe if we do these strikes also against the United States, against UAE, against the Navy, we can break this deadlock. But again, you're discounting the possibility of how the U.S. and President Trump himself are capable of responding to this. And I think they're hoping that he tacos in that famous term. And I think they might misjudge that he's not willing to back down. And if anything, he's more than happy to double or triple down.
The defense minister in the UAE now said the UAE Defense Committee has told the Israeli counterparts, according to Khan News, that Abu Dhabi will respond. No, there's another one here. There it is. the UAE would respond to Iran militarily. Quote, we cannot remain silent.
I mean, that's what.
But that seems just very risky for the UAE. That the whole model depends on security and safety. Isn't it better to still deal with the missiles, intercept them, and just wait it out?
I mean, but the problem is then how much can the UAE then can absorb, right? If they don't respond militarily at something, then they have nothing to push back against Iran, right? At some point, even a country that prides itself on this area of stability understands that the reason why we're not stable is because of Iran, and if we do not retaliate, we're inviting ourselves to always be the target of Iran when they have nothing else, right? So I think that's the reason why that UAE
okay,
said
so that
enough
means
is enough.
they want to respond. So next time Iran will maybe attack other Gulf countries, because right now they keep attacking the UAE.
Or Israel only. That could be the aspect where if the Gulf countries are starting to respond to this, Iran might say, okay, our way to retaliate then is only against Israel and the United States, and we're going to take a step back. And I think that's the thought process from the deterrence. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah,
that's a very interesting point.
And again, I'm saying this from that UAE would publicly admit to these strikes. I believe that UAE has already conducted strikes against Iran just behind.
So Trump said something interesting. If Iran attacks U.S. ships, they will be wiped from the face of the earth. So is that Trump now saying that, hey, our response will be limited because they struck the UAE? It's an interesting response. He didn't comment on the UAE. He earlier said that they made a horrible mistake. So this is in a Fox News interview. Iran will be blown off the face of the earth if they attack U.S. ships. He did not comment on the UAE attack.
But I think that's just Trump's language in that aspect. I mean, he also said earlier that it's a big mistake. I mean, I think if the UAE intervenes militarily, and the fact that Iran has claimed that they launched missiles against U.S. naval ships, and the fact that the U.S. has already sunk 6 speedboats, small boats that Iran had, I think this is where this construct of the ceasefire or President Trump's answers, I think that it's all indicating that the ceasefire is going to collapse.
Isn't it? Hasn't the ceasefire already collapsed?
I mean, not officially.
It's like saying in Lebanon there's a ceasefire. Well, there is to an extent. Beirut is not being struck yet.
Yeah. Exactly. Right. I mean, so does this mean are they going to be able to contain this to the Straits of Hormuz? Which we
this is a record. By the interview, just to be clear, the interview that I'm referring to is an interview that was done pre-recorded. So that was a pre-recorded interview before the U.S. ships were attacked.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So wait, are we sure that happened? That recording happened prior to the
team just told me
reports
now.
of the name?
Yeah.
Okay. Well then, so that's the thing. So now the question is, with all this information going out into light, what is President Trump's? And I would just wait for you want my recommendation, Mario? Everybody right now, just monitor President Trump's Truth Social. That is going to be the quickest way we know if the ceasefire collapses or not. But we're going to need President Trump to make an announcement, because at the end of the day, he's the commander in chief. He's the president, and he can say. And how he frames it would be very important, because he can now say that Iran launched ballistic missiles at us, launched attacks against the UAE, and as such, the United States has to respond to this from a defensive manner, right? From the War Powers Act perspective, right? And I mean, people would speculate and say, like, one of the reasons why President Trump might have done this and the way that he did it was to force an Iranian response to enable him then to go back and say, this is why I need to respond militarily, right? Now I found that justification. And it could, right? That's how people say, regardless of the way you think or the why, that is kind of the interesting framing right now, where I would look at Truth Social and the way he frames, if he decides to restart the war, look how he wrote it. Is he going to say the attacks on the U.S. naval ships? Is he going to say the attacks against UAE? I think the naval ships component, though, it's very important to note, Iran was the one who announced it first, and they specifically stated that they targeted the U.S. Navy ships. And what is very interesting, when the first report came out from Fars News Agency of the strikes of the ballistic missile launches against the naval ships, they said they struck the U.S. naval ships. It came from Fars News Agency and IRGC's affiliated accounts.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Why
then
did
they
say
walked
that?
that back. Then they walked that back. And they said it was a warning.
Why is that? Is it possible that they actually did strike it, but they want to walk it back to
no, because the US
to de-escalate?
No, because the US, if they struck it, if they hit a US naval ship, I can assure you there's hell to be rained over Iran. Like, that makes it abundantly clear, right? At that point, all bets are off. It's like what President
that would be a big red line for Trump. Is that why they're striking the UAE?
Yeah, I mean, that could be a reason why. Let's hit somewhere else instead of the. But again, we're going into intent and capability. There's a capabilities conversation, and an intent conversation, and intent is always hard to know. I don't discount the possibility that anytime Iran launches a missile at something, their intent is to hit it, not necessarily just to send a message, right? That they have at least an inherent intent to hit it. What was interesting, though, is after the Fars News Agency said we hit it, about 20 to 30 minutes later, Iranian media then walked that back and said, no, we didn't hit it. It was to send a message to say, don't get near the Straits of Hormuz. This is us sending a message. Regardless of how you portray this, what you're basically telling the U.S. Navy is you can't operate in a predefined area because we are going to attack you. And as you got close, we attacked you. We don't know if those missiles landed far away from the naval ships or close to the naval ships. We don't know if the naval ships had to launch their interceptors to intercept it. We just don't know. But regardless, it was a military attack against a U.S. naval ship, either from a warning or an intent to strike it. And I think that could be one of the justifications that President Trump then says, this is why I have to respond militarily, because the Iranians were the ones who were claiming this. They're the ones who released this message. They released the video for the world to see of them launching the ballistic missiles. And that was an important information warfare messaging from Iran themselves.
Number one, Netanyahu's court hearing tomorrow has just been cancelled for security tensions. There's always a winner in all this. Two shadow tankers are flying over the Persian Gulf off Siri Island. Does that indicate anything?
I mean, people love to track tankers to see if there's like some sort of military readiness activity, possibility of strikes. I would be very cautious of trying to read too much into that. Especially tanker activities, be very cautious in trying to read too much into
that. Okay, another last final couple of questions, and we have Anthony Aguilar, Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar, joining us. By the way, Stefano, this discussion reminds me of why I always enjoyed having you on the spaces in the old days. I'm going to ping you often to do it. The audience love the analysis as well. Just another quick question. All right, what should we be on the lookout for to understand whether this is getting out of control or this is still kind of within the bounds to ensure that there's no escalation? So to avoid, we're not going up the escalation ladder on the American side now, on the Israeli side.
So what I would say, look at, one, public messaging from this administration, from the Trump administration, the Trump himself or administration officials. I would have a hawk-eye view on Trump's True Social, because if there's any commentary that would release, it would come probably through there to see how they indicate it. If we hear nothing from President Trump, then the aspect is, if there's retaliations in Iran, where have they hit? Are they targeting areas associated with the closure of the Straits of Hormuz, for example, Qasem Island, right? So is there an idea that the United States decides, okay, let's say a retaliation happens. Is it geographically confined into targets inside of Iran that are key for the closures of the Straits of Hormuz, number one, right? Because that might be in the sense of, okay, we're going to retaliate, but no, Iran, we don't want this to escalate greater. Now, again, Iran can respond. They have the choice to respond, but that would be one way. The other thing is to look at, though, is if they target energy and oil infrastructure inside of Iran, at that point, then all bets are off. Look, Iran, Iran, in UAE, they hit an oil terminal, right? An oil facility. That was hit. So now that goes to the second issue. So does the U.S. do that, or does UAE respond with that? Does the UAE then say, hey, you hit one of our oil terminals, we're going after your oil infrastructure. We're going after your economic infrastructure. You targeted our ports, so now we're going to target your ports. And then that's another aspect of the escalation aspect as well, to how this increases. If we see strikes limited inside of Iran or in areas like Qasem Island or these fast boats that are being designed to kind of keep the Straits of Hormuz closed from the Iranian perspective, you might see possibly an ability to try to contain this. But if you see this expand geographically to outside of the Straits of Hormuz, like Tehran, Shiraz, Mashhad, Khorramshahr, whatever, that's okay. The geographical aspects indicate escalation is going to continue and maybe get out of control. And more importantly, do we start seeing them targeting not only military infrastructure, but oil and economic and energy infrastructure as well?
You feel the threats by Iran that will, last question for you is that they'll be striking the entire energy infrastructure in the Gulf, as well as the undersea cables. That was another thing, and close the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. What do you think it would take for them to destroy those cables? Because that would cause significant damage. I don't think there's any alternatives for the Gulf if they destroy enough of these cables.
Look, I'm not a naval warfare expertise, but to destroy the cables, it would need like very advanced equipment, submersible equipment that the Iranians just don't have. That I'm aware of, they don't have, right? I mean, especially after this war, a lot of those has been degraded. So that's something generally we see Russia and China and, US and NATO can probably do. I don't think Iran has that capability to do anything like that from an undersea cable perspective, unless they try to target like land infrastructure that kind of supports that. But then it's probably easier to repair. The Bab el-Strait, they would need the Houthis for that. But the Houthis when the previous salvo happened, they took a step back and said, hey, we don't want to get involved, which does indicate that during the Biden administration and then the Trump administration, there's strike campaigns against the Houthis when the Houthis closed the Red Sea because of Israel-Gaza. It does look like that had a definitive effect on the Houthis. Because the Houthis
unless they're being held off on purpose. Unless they're being held off on purpose as a final card, because they need something. They need a card to hold. Iranians need a card. I know there's reports that the Saudis, Ian Bremer was telling me the Saudis paid off the Houthis as well. But he was also worried that Houthis did declare they were joining.
The Saudis always do that, but the Saudis have always done that. Like, that's not nothing new. That's nothing new, right? If I would just say, because the Houthis during the last did launch a couple of strikes against Israel, very small, but they did. I think people overestimate both from the ability of the Houthis and Iran to absorb hits. And they use this under this construct of, we have, this religious theology or resistance economy, et cetera. And look, I think the Houthis even took an understanding, said, we don't want to get involved in this. We saw what happened last time. We're just not interested in this. And this idea that that the Houthis are the trump card, the Houthis aren't, they're a proxy. The whole reason why they exist is to conduct strikes first and so that Iran does it. We saw the Hezbollah got involved. We saw the Iraqi Shia militia groups get involved inside of Iraq, right? Everybody got involved. Why did the Houthis not? And to say that they're the trump card when they were easily used in the past, it doesn't pass it. I
think they are pretty good. Like, I think the damage they could cause to the alternative of the Strait of Hormuz with Bab el-Mandeb Strait, the Saudi pipeline, they are a pretty scary trump card as well. Now, obviously, your argument could make sense. Like, it's hard to know, but them joining the war later on and making further threats days before the ceasefire, I don't know. I think the argument of them being a trump card makes more sense, but only time will tell. Stefano, always a pleasure to have you, man. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, brother. Thank you, Stefano.
Thank you.
Colonel, good to have you as always. Here we are. We are in the midst of the ceasefire breaking down. We've got strikes on the UAE, significant strikes on the UAE. I'm sure you've been keeping track of the news. Multiple waves of missiles focused solely on the UAE. Probably this is the first day since the war began that the only country that has been attacked is the UAE.
Yes,
that's actually pretty significant. Pretty kind of from a mindset perspective, that is a pretty significant development. No one has attacked the Iranian mainland. No one's attacked the obviously US mainland. The only attacks that have happened have been the UAE.
Really, when you look at it on from both sides, when the U.S. attacked the rich oil fields off of the coast, in the coastal areas of the UAE, though Iran benefits greatly from that. Yes, when you look at where the phase of attacks have now gone in the periphery, the UAE, and now more focus on the actual strait itself. To me, this is not surprising in terms of military developments in naval lines of operation with what the U.S. Navy can achieve or what Iran can achieve militarily at this point. So we know that there's still a heavy burden upon diplomacy and bringing a negotiation to the table, but we also know that those negotiation efforts are quickly dying on the vine, and that there's no doubt in my mind that the escalation that we're seeing is going to escalate further.
Iran opened, so CENTCOM just put out a statement. Iran opened fire on U.S. Navy warships today. CENTCOM Commander Brad Cooper issued a warning to the IRGC, but did not comment on whether the ceasefire had been broken. Washington Post. Just repeating what we know already. I think focusing. The stock market seems to be bleeding. No, oil is up. All right, Dow's down 1%. S&P down 0.7%. NASDAQ down 0.7%. $200 billion wiped from the stock market in 20 minutes. And oil has spiked significantly.
Yeah, and look at what we heard
Man.
last night going into the evening here in the United States in the U.S. East Coast time. The previous rhetoric from President Donald Trump was that he doubts that a favorable negotiation or proposal from Iran would be acceptable for him to accept and not consider further military action based on 47 years of Iranian terror. But then late last night, he's then saying that his people received a new proposal that they returned to Iran and that he is pleased with it and that it's looking up in terms of the positivity of this. And then within moments of him saying that, we then get reports of military action resuming in the Strait of Hormuz. So if you look at that in terms of market manipulation, the up, down, the up, down, the up, down, that will continue. What we have seen steadily, regardless of the Dow adjusting or rebounding, is that the price of oil has steadily increased. Here in the United States, since the beginning of this conflict, the average price of gas per gallon is 50% higher and increasing. Just in the last week, the price of gas at the pump here in the U.S. increased by 33 cents per gallon.
Anthony, what do you think? How do you think Trump will respond to this? This is a very significant attack, and again, ironically, it's just on the UAE, and we already know that the US has already shut down six Iranian boats. By the way, this was before Iran responded, so that was earlier today in the morning. So that could have been the reason why Iran retaliated to that level, because the US has breached the ceasefire. They've just shut down Iranian boats.
Correct.
Iranian boats.
In geopolitics, in war, a blockade is an act of war. That is codified in the Geneva Convention in international law, that a blockade is in and of itself an act of war. So it's quite disingenuous to go into a ceasefire or negotiations and say that you're in a ceasefire while you're still committing a pretty overt act of war, which is the blockade. But let's look at what happened in the last, just since the sun rose today. We're now in a new phase. Last week, Donald Trump sent a letter to Congress saying that Operation Epic Fury has ended. But now, as of today, we're now in this new Project Freedom to guide commercial vessels through the strait. This is reminiscent of the early days of Iraq when we went into, Operation Iraqi Freedom. And then after the first 60 days, the campaign changed to a new transition period from the end of hostilities to the reestablishment or rebuilding. And the phases continued. The campaigns continued throughout that conflict. We are going to see that same type of campaign manipulation, operational change throughout this conflict. And this conflict is nowhere near over. And then in the opening hours of Operation Project Freedom, there were reports coming out from not only the United States in response, but the IRGC and Iranian media of strikes against a U.S. ship. And this is where the nuance of Navy composition in the Arabian Gulf, this is where this really starts to matter, because we know that the Lincoln is in the Arabian Gulf, the Ford is in the Mediterranean, the Bush, which has recently arrived, is also in the Arabian Gulf, pushed more forward towards the Gulf of Oman. And then the USS Tripoli is hanging out in the Gulf of Oman. So if you look at the facts of, was there a strike, trying to put this together, well, we know that there's a U.S. Cruiser off of the coast of Jask, right off the coast of Iran, right there in over the strait, that has been anchored there or staged there. So did the U.S. attempt to penetrate through the Strait of Hormuz and trigger the Iranian coastal defense missiles, I think it's very likely. What we're seeing in the naval aspect on the sea, to me, is reminiscent of August of 1964 with the USS Tripoli in Vietnam, where the provocative nature of naval operations is to incite or provoke an attack, to give pretense to increased naval activity. I think Iran sees this. The attacks in the UAE are part of a greater strategy, and we're
I
going
think
to
this
see the
is
escalation increase.
You're saying this could have been intentional as a way to instigate a response from Iran to justify continuation of the war? Because I had a few guests say that. You think that could be a possibility?
I think that that's not only possible, I think that throughout history, we've seen that is often the case. And I think that what we're going to see with naval operations, specifically...
Trump just made a post. Trump made a post that all eyes were on Trump. Iran has taken some shots at unrelated nations with respect to the ship movement, Project Freedom, including a South Korean cargo ship. Perhaps it's time for South Korea to come and join the mission. We've shut down 7 small boats, or as they like to call them, fast boats. It's all they have left. Other than the South Korean ship, there has been, at this moment, no damage going through the strait. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff Dan Kane will have a news conference tomorrow morning. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Wow, Iran has taken some shots at unrelated nations with respect to the ship movement.
Well, everything that comes in and out of, passes through that narrow strait, at its widest point through the navigable channel of the Strait of Hormuz, it's 12 nautical miles, which is not big. That is, when you're talking about this on the sea, a navigable channel of ships of this size and the magnitude and the traffic, a navigable channel of 12 nautical miles is not big. The blockade that Iran had in terms of any vessels that would be guided by the United States would be in breach of their holding of the Strait of Hormuz. And what Iran said, any ships that accept this guidance or passage through the Strait of Hormuz by the United States would be in breach of the ceasefire and in breach of the, or potentially in danger of being struck. And they're following through on what they said. We know that. But let's look at this, this Project Freedom, that U.S. ships would guide container ships through the Strait of Hormuz. What does guide mean?
Exactly.
Guide is not a Navy doctrinal term. Guide can be anything, and we know from what Brad Cooper said Sunday that the guiding would be consisting of jets, land and seaborne air assets, drones, unmanned assets, and Navy ships. Well, the guiding of these commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz is not going to look like a U.S. Navy destroyer or a U.S. Navy cruiser in tow with one of these commercial ships, guiding them through like a shepherd through the night. They're going to stay on the south end of the strait and provide oversight and say, come on, we got you. Keep coming. We got you. And we can see that isn't effective. And regardless of what Donald Trump has said about their Navy, is it true that the U.S. Navy does not have frigates, destroyers, cruisers? True, they do not. But the Iranian fast boat threat, when you're considering the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, you don't need destroyers and cruisers and battleships to pose a very potential or a very potent threat. But also, Iran has a in-depth arsenal, which they haven't even started to use yet, of their coastal munition systems, their coastal missiles. And I believe that one of the ones that was fired in this claim of being fired at a U.S. ship, as we saw over the evening into today here in the United States, that could be a number of Iranian capabilities. The Noor missiles, the Safar missiles, the Nasr missiles, which are copies of the Chinese C-802 missile. And what's interesting about this missile is that You can fire it from the shore, direct, ship or shore to ship, but you can also fire it in the same fashion as a torpedo, where once it fires, it hits the water and it goes towards its target like a torpedo underwater. It can even skim the water. So imagine this: you've got your sonar men on your on the USS Murphy, as an example. The USS Murphy is a destroyer from Squadron 1 in the Gulf. And imagine your sonar men are looking for torpedoes and your deck men are looking for incoming missile. And actually the missile is skimming across the top of the water. That's what these missiles can do. So they pose a significant threat, and Iran does have a lot of them. And is it likely that China has also provided the C-802 coastal defense anti-ship missile to Iran? It's very likely. These are very deadly, very capable weapon systems when it comes to defend. These are the same types of weapons that we give to Taiwan for the defense of Taiwan.
Are we sure Iran has those?
Well, we're absolutely sure that Iran does have, for sure, their own variant of the C-802, the Noor missile, the Zafar missile, the Nazar missiles. These are organic Iranian-designed coastal defense anti-ship missiles. We know that they have those. That's for sure. Is it possible? And does the intelligence community have confirmation, yes or no, as to whether or not Iran also has the Chinese C-802, which is a much more advanced anti-ship missile? I don't have confirmation as to whether or not they have the actual Chinese variant, but it is likely, it is possible, but it is certain that Iran does have the organic capability off of the coast of Jask, in that portion, that pocket of, if you're looking at the Strait of Hormuz, where the UAE and Oman make the point, and on the western coast of Iran, if you come just out of the Strait of Hormuz south into the Gulf of Oman, right there off of the coast in the Hormozgan province of Iran is Jask. We know that there is an anti-ship ballistic battalion or a battery from the IRGC that is there. We know that they have the capability. Does the U.S. have the ability to take it out? Of course, but it would be very difficult because unlike radar systems that emit signal, you can keep these systems turned off until it's time to actually use them.
I have a couple of questions for you. The first one is why, so it's going to be a few questions. The first one is why target the UAE so extensively, no other country, number one. Number two, the UAE has warned about retaliation, military retaliation, according to Khan News, unconfirmed. What would that look like and how big of a difference would that make? How capable is their air force? But I'm really curious on why they're just targeting the UAE so extensively as well. Number three, I'll ask 4 questions. 3 is why so extensively? Why so many waves? No warning shot, nothing. It's like they're almost instigating the US to actually get back into war. And number 5, what do you make of Trump's comments? He's kind of distancing the US, diminishing the extent of the Iranian attacks, and didn't even mention the UAE from his statement. Let me read his statement again, just to be sure, because I was really surprised when I saw it while you were speaking. But it's let me find his Truth Social post. There it is. Iran has taken some shots at unrelated nations with respect to the ship movement, Project Freedom, including South Korean cargo ship and the UAE ones as well. It doesn't mention them. Perhaps it's time for South Korea to join the mission. We've shut down 7 small boats. It's all they have left. Other than the South Korean ship, there has been, at this moment, no damage going through the strait. Pete Hegseth and Dan Kane will have a news conference tomorrow morning. No mention of the UAE, despite the most significant attacks being aimed at the UAE. Also, there's a U.S. Air Force Triton surveillance drone is returning to base after finishing a mission over Persian Gulf, observing the coast. So these are the 4 questions I have for you, Anthony. And I'll go off screen for like 2 minutes while you're answering. I can hear you. I'll be off screen as you answer the questions. But yeah, the mic is yours.
So to the first question, why the UAE? The UAE in this conflict has become what Belgium was in World War II, where Germany struck France through Belgium because it was the quickest way to avoid the Maginot Line or the line of defense and to flank French forces into France or Allied forces. And you saw that when France pushed back, they also pushed through Belgium, and Belgium became this trading ground, so to speak, of armies going back and forth as a way to easily maneuver. The UAE has become equivalent to Belgium in World War II in terms of diplomatic and economic maneuver, to where the location of the UAE, obviously the prominent western part of the Strait of Hormuz, the point of the UAE that makes the geographical pincher to the strait. So the UAE plays a significant role geographically. It plays a significant role militarily in the deployment of forces. It plays a significant role economically. And it plays a significant role diplomatically, perhaps not in the actual sitting at the table, but as a card or a chip or a token in overall negotiations on many fronts. We know that Iran, in their proposal, has proposed the leaving of all U.S. forces from the region. Well, that would also mean the UAE, Qatar, and these areas are right there in the Persian Gulf. So why the UAE in terms of like why strike and why focus the UAE? And we have to put on our Iranian hat for a minute, our IRGC hat, and look from the position of Iran and ask, what can we do? What options do we have? The red lines, or their own internal red lines that they aren't going to give up on, are they're not going to come off of the points they've made in their proposal. I think that Iran also realizes at this point that the U.S. is probably not going to accept a peace proposal other than complete maximalist capitulation. And Iran knows that they're not going to accept that. So is Iran trying to make moves to prevent the advantage of U.S. forces? Because if you want to potentially conduct an amphibious assault or a airfield seizure or a strategic seizure of Qashem, of Jask, of further inland, getting through the Strait of Hormuz to potential land-based objectives in the Persian Gulf, you have to control and secure and have influence to control the western part of the strait, which is the UAE. But also,
How
we know that the
significant would
UAE is a choke point. Go ahead.
How significant would UAE strikes on Iran be? How capable is the UAE Air Force?
Well, comparable to the Iranian Air Force, they would be very capable. Because it is true that Iran's air forces have been decimated. Though we did see the success of the F-5 variant jet that did strike into Kuwait. That's not something that is large scale replicable. Quite impressive in its feat, but not something that you can do at scale. So the UAE does have aircraft. The UAE is part of the foreign military sales contracts purchasing with the United States in the F-15 Lightning II downgraded variant and other aircraft. Certainly not the F-22. We don't sell that to anyone. But in a lot of the U.S. aircraft, the F-15, the F-35 Lightning II, the UAE is part of that foreign military sales customer base. So they don't have a lot of them, but they pose an air threat when you consider the distance and range of where UAE is from the Iranian coast. They don't have to worry about refueling. They don't have to worry about long range standoff. They don't have to worry about long range interdiction. They don't have to worry about having exquisite GPS capability to navigate over half the globe to get to where they're going. It's right across the strait. So could UAE pose significant threats to the coastal capabilities of Iran? Certainly. But the UAE will not be able to do that without U.S. protection in the air and at sea, and from what could actually shoot down jets over Iran. That would be a significant threat
Yeah, I think
the UAE.
Yeah, I think obviously with the air defenses in Iran being destroyed to that level, not completely destroyed, but obviously significantly damaged, I think the UAE would be able to cause significant damage in Iran with their fighter jets. I was speaking to a military analyst just before this, and he was telling me that they're pretty capable from a military perspective. Their air defense system
the
is pretty
UAE is
capable.
small. Their army is small, but they are very capable.
The four times new NOTAMs issued for the United Arab Emirates. Yeah. So, but the concerning part is if Iran just focuses all their firepower on the UAE, that would like Israel could sustain damage because Israel has always been a country at war for most of its history, and the civilians have gotten used to it. The UAE is the complete opposite. It's not people that people in Israel are Jews. It's their homeland, so they don't mind sustaining attacks for long-term security. In the UAE, it's 90% expats, people with money that they consider safety and security and peace of that peace of mind very important to them, and those people would leave in times of war. Like I think even today's attacks will probably have some people leave, even though there's been no attacks on civilian infrastructure in the UAE. So if there's a full-blown war with Iran and the UAE, that just sounds like I think the UAE, I'd be very surprised if it's otherwise, but I think the UAE will be seeking all alternatives to war. Will be looking at any scenario to avoid a full-blown war. And I think they'd be trying to walk a very tight rope. They need deterrence against Iran, but they also need to improve relations with Iran because long-term, that's the only way with such a big neighbor, no matter how threatening they are, in my opinion.
What you just described, Mario, was very well said. And what you have to consider
renewed alerts in the UAE. Anthony, there's more alerts in the UAE just now.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't, my phone hasn't rang. You might hear the alarm any second. I'm just getting reports right now. There's more alerts in the UAE. They haven't stopped.
No.
That is wild.
And what you had just mentioned,
Trump just made a statement. Trump has made a statement that's de-escalatory, and the Iran. What did they do now? They just fired more missiles at the UAE.
Yeah, I mean, what you just laid out in your analysis is very enlightening because you look at how the UAE is positioned geographically, diplomatically, and economically. Can the UAE go all in and fight a sustained war with the intent or hope to win against Iran? No. The UAE must maintain relations to some degree with Iran because they share the other half of this very important Strait of Hormuz. So does the UAE is in a position to where Iran is there to stay. They must understand that relationship, but also, as you said, they would be looking for any way out of this other than full-scale war.
But what can they do if they keep getting attacked? Like, I understand one missile, two missiles. It's the US that is opening the Strait of Hormuz. It is American warships that are opening the Strait of Hormuz. And yet again, Iran is targeting the UAE. I understand asymmetric warfare. And maybe strategically it makes sense if you're in Iran's shoes, because if they strike an American warship, then the US could go scorched earth on Trump will be in a very difficult position. But like, how far could Trump sit idle while an American ally that doubled down on their relationship with the US continues to get attacked? That is wild.
I think that this is in order to provide the defense that would need to be provided by the United States to the UAE, because the UAE could not go this alone. And remember, a lot of our air defense capability, radars and such in the region were destroyed in the early days of this conflict. So for the United States to actually provide exquisite defense, anti-aircraft, anti-air, air defense capability from its destroyers, from its Arleigh Burke class destroyers, you'd actually have to get them in. So is this Iranian provocation to get the United States to put its money where its mouth is and actually push through, actually go and navigate and push through the Strait of Hormuz?
Is Iran trying to see how far they can push it? They're seeing where the red lines are for them.
It could be a combination of all of these things. Provocation to the United States to actually send a ship through the Strait of Hormuz to get a strike, which would be a pretty big blow to the U.S. Navy in terms of the optics. Pushing the red lines to see how the U.S. will respond. If Iran continues to strike in series, the UAE and the United States doesn't do anything, has Iran now discovered a new threshold or a new limit that they can push, a button they could push? So all of these can be considered as in the calculus, in the minds of the Iranian side, the IRGC, in terms of what they're trying to accomplish. It's
By the
also
way,
dependent on
Israeli air
what those
defense
targets
is.
are.
There's a report here by CNN. The air defenses that are active today, one of them is an Israeli air defense system deployed to the UAE, which we talked about before. Remember
They sent
Iron
that.
Dome.
Yep, they have sent certain components that make up the greater Iron Dome, some of those radar capabilities to the UAE, but also in this $8 billion Emergency Powers Act package that we had sent, we also sent some capability to the UAE. So perhaps was this something that the United States anticipated? Maybe. Do we think that the United States has provided enough for the UAE to defend itself against the onslaught? No. So then what is the United States' choice? And I think that's the red line that Iran is pushing. What is the United States going to do? Continue to just blockade, which the United States can likely do for a long time? Or is Iran going to push the situation to the point to where the United States either has to respond or deliberately does not respond? And we'll see what Donald Trump decides in the coming hours or days. But this could lead to a drastic escalation in this conflict.
That is so wild. How this escalated, they're not even attacking American bases. Iran's not even targeting American bases.
There wouldn't be much within the UAE in terms of U.S. physical presence to strike anymore directly. But when you look at if you look at Qatar, the UAE, other GCC nations in the region where U.S. power has projected from, I think Iran is looking at the calculable risk of what is the next phase that the United States is attempting to achieve. And I think Iran understands that if the next phase is to attempt to achieve some type of physical seizure or control of key objectives, of key terrain in the Strait of Hormuz or in the Persian Gulf, that the UAE is going to be organically a significant role in that, either geographically or militarily. So this is, call it an Iranian preemptive strike, preemptive attack to what they see the United States could do. But it is also an Iranian push of the red lines to see what will the United States do to respond. I think that the Iranian anti-ship capability, though it not be on the water, but its anti-ship capability asymmetrically with drones, sea drones, fast-moving ships, which also have anti-ship missiles on them, and anti-ship missiles along the coastal defenses. Does it outmatch the United States? Certainly it does not. But can it pose a threat that the United States may not be willing to take? Certainly it does. So I think that Iran is playing a card.
How far do you think they can push before the US is dragged into this?
That's the
tricky.
Those are always the unknown trickiness of the Donald Trump
exactly.
decision matrix.
And that's what Iran is trying to find out.
That's
exactly what Iran's trying to find out right now.
I think Iran looks at this in the what I would call the old Donald Rumsfeld model. We know what we know what we don't know, and we don't know what we don't know. So I think Iran is looking at this in terms of, okay, we know what we know. We know what naval assets and what the U.S. has moved to the region, what the U.S. has in missiles and defense and aircraft and ships. We know that. We know that we don't know how the U.S. may respond. But then we also, if you're looking at it from the Iranian perspective, we don't know how the U.S. may respond because Donald Trump's responses in this war so far have been so wildly across the range of responses of, hey, Iran wants to make a deal. Oh, we're going to wipe them off the face of the earth. Oh, Iran's got new leadership and they're great. To we're going to destroy everything. So I think Iran is trying to figure out, okay, where is that red line? Where is that point of response? Where is that button? So we know how far we can go. And is Iran willing to do that? And then escalation of hostilities in a way, though it would cause great destruction and devastation within Iran, in a way, a restart of open hostilities would look very bad for the Trump administration, because the Trump administration has already, in a way, communicated that phase of the war is over. We won bigly, as he says, and now we're going to do this blockade, and
Now,
we're going to win.
it seems that Trump, based on this Trump's post, it's looking that Trump is just wanting to walk away. For him to respond like this, it's looking, unless things change, and he's leaving the Gulf to sort this mess on their own. What a
that's always
what a
that
bad
we
position
have
to be in.
always considered that was always an option in the Trump deck of this game of chess poker, I would call it. But when you see what the cards that Trump has, is there the escalation card? Certainly. Is there the do nothing and just blockade and wait for Iran to potentially capitulate? That's a card. Is there the walk away card to say, hey, we did what we said we were going to do, and we're walking away? Europe, that's your problem. Gulf nations, that's your problem. We tried to help. You didn't come and help us. We're out. Is that a Trump possibility? Absolutely. So all of these are possible. The question is, in reality, is there's what Donald Trump wants to do, and then there's what the United States and what Donald Trump can do. Could the United States and Donald Trump walk away from this? Yes. Would there be absolute devastation and incalculable impact to the region, to the Strait of Hormuz, to the global oil industry, to the U.S. stock market, to our allies in the region, to include Israel? There would be. So is Donald Trump willing to walk away from all of that? When you walk away from one part of this, you're not walking away from one thing. You're walking away from a lot. And I don't know if that's a calculated risk that Donald Trump has either fully considered in his immediate response tweets, or maybe he has considered it, and this is the route that the United States will choose. And I think it will come at great harm, not only to the region but to world stability.
That is such a crazy place to be. Just when I don't think this can get crazier. Obviously, we all talked about this escalating. Who would have thought the escalation would involve Iran attacking not Israel, not the US, but the UAE, not Saudi? Their long, multi-year, multi-decade arch nemesis.
They're an arch
attack the
nemesis.
UAE. Yeah, exactly. They attack the UAE. Does a lot of business. A lot of money is funneled. Iranian money is funneled in through the UAE. A lot of expats, Iranian expats. They attacked the UAE, and now the US has put out a post saying that they haven't attacked us, talking about South Korea.
Yep.
And is it possible that the US does not even respond to this attack on the UAE?
I do think that the
whatsoever?
United States will respond. I think that response is going to be through either sending additional assets. Like I said, we know that out of the 2 aircraft supercarrier groups that are back here in the United States that just made mission readiness to deploy, the USS Roosevelt and the USS Nimitz, could a response to that being deploying yet another carrier strike group? Potentially. Could the United States simply be responding once we have a buildup of assets? We do know that our missile capability has been critically degraded. So the response, we could respond now, but how long or how in depth or sustained would that response be? So I think that Donald Trump and the U.S. CENTCOM commander are considering a lot of options right now. And I think on the table, one of those options is to use military force to penetrate through the strait into the Persian Gulf and take action directly more towards the Persian Gulf coast of Iran, more so towards the underbelly, if you will, much like when we attacked through the Mediterranean and in northern Africa in World War II. Could we risk penetrating through the strait? Because remember, when people think that the United States Navy is cruising back and forth through the Strait of Hormuz openly, that's not true. That's not the case. The United States naval forces are on the southern side in the Gulf of Oman patrolling. We're not going back and forth through the Strait of Hormuz. So to think that the United States has unmatched freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, that's not true. So could the United States push to achieve that? I could see that happening.
That is crazy. The rhetoric in the UAE is one of very hostile rhetoric. CNN has reported, that's what we've seen already, that the air defense that was used in the UAE is an Israeli one. It's crazy, by the way, that the attack I told you about 10 minutes ago was on the Abu Dhabi. That's why I didn't get the alert. Was on Abu Dhabi. But it's crazy it happened right after Trump's statement. That is the wild thing. That is the wild thing.
It's a geopolitical bar fight. And the UAE, unfortunately, is that friend that was sitting a little bit too close to where the fight broke out. And now, after the punches have been thrown, the person in the corner is now punching anybody that is not on their side. And so the UAE, unfortunately, is geographically close, but also the economic impact that strikes against the UAE or bringing the UAE into this directly could have. I think Iran knows that is a soft touch point. That is a trigger for Donald Trump, is impacts to the economy. I think they know that's what hurts Trump the most.
How do you think Trump really cares about the UAE that much?
I don't think that Donald Trump cares about the UAE directly as a nation. I think that Donald Trump does care about the price of oil. I do think that Donald Trump does care about impacts to the global stock and the U.S. stock market. I think that Donald Trump does care about his reputation and how that could affect his presidency and his administration. Do I think that Donald Trump necessarily particularly cares about the UAE? No, not necessarily. I do not.
Brent crude up from 108 to 114.
That's a pretty big jump.
Yeah, WTI is up to from 100. What was it? Let me see what it was today. So it went up to 100 when there was the announcement. It went below 100 when the announcement of Operation Freedom happened.
That's right.
And now it's up to 105.
Yep. Well, when you think about it, last week Operation Epic Fury is over. No more hostilities. We're done. He sends a letter to Congress. The stock market responds with yay, bounces up, prices of oil go down, things look like they're going to at least stabilize, and then boom. Sunday night, we reject their plan. We don't like it. There's likely not going to be negotiations. Stock markets, there's kind of some riffle. And then last night, Donald Trump announces, hey, we're going to do Operation Project Freedom, and we're going to guide commercial ships through the strait. And the world responds with, the United States Navy is going to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Great. Things look peachy. However, the truth in that is that the United States Navy is not escorting anything through the Strait of Hormuz. Like we talked about earlier in the segment, what does guide mean?
Yeah, exactly. And they said through military coordination as well. They said military coordination.
Guide through military coordination could be anything from a U.S. destroyer sitting at sea in the Gulf of Oman, calling on the radio to the Oman or to the UAE Navy, coastal Navy, and saying, hey, do you see a ship? Yes, we see it. Is it approaching? Yes. Okay, let us know when it passes lat long whatever, and we'll pick it up on radar. That could be guiding. What does guiding mean? I mean, but to think that the United States Navy is going to physically escort with destroyers, cruisers, or warships right now at this juncture through the Strait of Hormuz, that is not happening. So we're now seeing the reeling back of the market saying, well, this doesn't just open up the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, the situation now might be worse. Have you seen some of the images, of the Strait of Hormuz right there by, where the UAE point by the strait? all the ships that are on the Persian Gulf side of the strait just building up?
Yeah, I've seen them.
I mean, it's
in my other property. I moved houses, but in my other property, I could see them from the balcony, just all lined up. I had a friend go to Oman a few days ago, sent me videos. I have disappearing messages. I wish I have it. I'll ask him if he can send it to me again. Randy, he's staying in a hotel in Oman. He went there just for a couple, 3-4 days, and he just randomly saw his ship on fire. This is the reality there right now. And there's obviously about four vessels that were attacked so far that I know of. And there is the South Korean one. That's the only one that Trump mentioned. There's the UAE one. It's so bizarre what's happening with the UAE. The UAE one struck in Fujairah. The UAE one struck in Sharjah. Unknown one struck near the Dubai coast, the UAE coast. These are the only 4 I remember now. Could be a 5th one as well.
I think what the world needs to be concerned with and looking at now is that, as I said, if you go back and you look at all of the geopolitical and military atmospherics of the Gulf of Tonkin, 1964, August of 1964, which a very small naval engagement, nothing of the history books in terms of naval engagement, but in that very small naval engagement led the United States to escalate to hundreds of thousands of soldiers into Vietnam, to escalate that war, which then kept the United States there for over a decade, with hundreds of thousands of U.S. soldiers, sailors, and Marines being deployed, killed, and wounded. This incident right now, the situation as it stands with the Strait of Hormuz, has all of the makings of the geopolitical and military tension where one wrong move can trigger escalation. That's where we are right now. And that is not easy breathing space for Iran, for the United States, for the Gulf countries, especially Oman and the UAE and Qatar. This is not breathing space. This is tense. This has, at any moment, can escalate to once again being a shooting war. But this time, instead of missiles flying from Iran to Israel and the US shooting them down, this could be very much over a shooting war over that 12 nautical miles of the Strait of Hormuz directly. And that's going to be destructive and it's going to be costly. And if the US is going to go in there and take it, it's going to be incredibly costly.
Why do you think, as a final couple of questions, why do you think Iran did not attack Israel?
This time, I think that Iran knows.
I don't want to drag the US. Yeah.
Well, I think that Iran. One thing that Iran has figured out in this game of known unknowns and unknown knowns is that, okay, if we strike Israel, we know the U.S. is going to respond. If we strike such and such country, will the U.S. respond? We don't know how and if they would, or if they even would at all. So I think Israel or Iran has now determined that, okay, Israel is a line, and that's geographically out here. This is how we have to use missiles to strike. But what's the red lines in the region that we can manipulate and get some control back? Because can Iran take out the entire U.S. Central Command, Fifth Fleet in the area and end this blockade? No. But so Iran is seeking leverage in other ways, and Iran already knows that poking at Israel is definitely going to bring the U.S. in, but then to what end for Iran? But right now, in terms of survival and having leverage to negotiate, Iran is looking for where's that line of what we can take, influence, manipulate, and how will the U.S. respond? So we're going to see in the next 24 to 48 hours how the U.S. will respond. And if that response is nothing, that is going to add to the equation of the calculus equation of how Iran is preparing for the longer war. But this war is not going to end overnight.
That could also be seen as a warning to the rest of the Gulf countries. You know how Mujtaba Khamenei said something along the Strait of Hormuz will be under new management and will be the new security umbrella for the Gulf.
Yes.
This is maybe them enforcing their position. Like we're starting to see or get a sense of the reality of how the region would look like. But I don't think that's a reality that the UAE and or Saudi would sit idle watching unfold. Even though Saudi's not being attacked right now, I don't think even though Saudi has rivalry with the UAE. UAE and Saudi are still, friends, allies, whatever you want to call it. And they're rivals to Iran, if not enemies right now.
That's right.
So I think Saudi and the UAE, by the way, that Israel has instructed every bomb shelter and reinforced safety zone throughout the country be opened to the public. Could we see Israel come to the support of Dubai, their ally, without the US involvement?
We certainly could. But however, if Israel does come to the call in support of the UAE, then I think we would certainly see the US also. But could Israel respond on their own in support of? Certainly. I mean, they have the capability.
Do you think they will? Because they said there was one report they're waiting for the green light from the US.
Well, I think that
was earlier today.
Because
but would they do it without
now,
that green light? Because they have an alliance with the UAE.
Well, I think that now that we see that Israel is preparing for potential attacks or retaliatory strikes to Israel, but that they could be already there could already be a decision. And it's going to happen soon.
We're at a fork, Anthony. I know we're about to wrap up, but we're at a fork where the UAE is waiting on what Israel and America's stance will be. Israel may not do anything without the go-ahead from the US. Some people might disagree with this, but especially when it comes to Iran. And Trump's post shows he's distancing himself from the attacks on the UAE and domestic issues. Whereas before because he was justifying American attacks on Iran, he constantly brought up the attacks on the Gulf. So we're seeing a very clear shift there. And the UAE may respond unilaterally, but it'll be a very limited response where Iran may not retaliate, but more of a symbolic response. Because I just don't think the UAE would join a direct war with Iran without at least Israeli support, but I'd say even American support. I just think it's not, whether it's right or wrong is not the issue. It just strategically does not sound like a good idea at all. So the UAE right now is in a position, I'm sure there's calls happening as we speak behind the scenes. The UAE is in a position to, understand the positions of their allies to decide what to do. And I just don't think, I know I'm the optimist, and I know I've been saying the war is over for a while, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see little to no response or retaliation from the UAE, no retaliation from Israel, or a limited strike by both, a tit-for-tat strike against something symbolic, and extensive efforts to de-escalate the situation. Trump tried to open the Strait of Hormuz. Iran made it very clear they won't accept that. Message received, seeing the news coming in, 14 new NOTAMs issued for the UAE. Iran made their position clear. And now Trump's post makes it clear that Trump does not want to escalate into a full-blown war. So now I think they understand each other's position. Trump knows, all right, I can't mess around with Iran's control of the Strait of Hormuz. They're adamant on that. So unless I want a full-blown war, I have to accept that new reality. And then he might go to Iran and maybe accept some sort of deal that will include Iran's control of the Strait of Hormuz, or just walk away. I think that is a more likely scenario. The alternative, a resumption of the war. And I think now it's obviously the closest we've been to that stage since the ceasefire. I'm 50-50 which one is more likely to happen. But it's a very, very tricky time, very consequential as well.
I always pray for the outcome of peace and negotiation. War is incredibly costly for all sides and for the world. When I look at the circumstances of where we sit right now,
authorities in the UAE have declared that all schools across the country will transition to remote learning until May 8th, 4 days, and then the decision will be reviewed. Sorry to interrupt you, Anthony, but that just came in. Sorry, you were saying?
I just think if we look at the reality of the situation and what's at play, the If the UAE were to respond or retaliate unilaterally, to your point, it would be limited. It would be symbolic as a gesture of response or a gesture of sovereignty in responding to the strikes. Could that in and of itself escalate further? Likely not. But if we see Israel joining in the retaliation, could that then provoke greater retaliation or greater response from Iran? It certainly could. If Saudi Arabia were to become involved, you quickly have, much like what we saw in the, World War I didn't start overnight. All of the components of World War I that led to the shots fired and alliances forming didn't happen overnight. In fact, in August of that year, when the Archduke Ferdinand was killed, the alliances had already kind of formulated. There just wasn't the spark or the trigger for everyone to say, okay, well, now we're on this side. Could something happen in these coming days that could spark alliances? And if Saudi Arabia comes to the support of the UAE and Israel joins in, could that definitely paint a new picture of how Iran would respond militarily? It will. And then what does the U.S. do? Does the U.S. say, "Oh, not our problem, hands off and leave"? I don't think that will happen. So, as you said, a fork in the road. One way it could go is side suing for peace. Okay, let's not have another shooting war. Let's go back to negotiations. What will those negotiations yield? Would anything change on the U.S. side? Would anything change on the Iranian side? I don't think it
Can you
has.
give me your thoughts? Can you give me your thoughts on this? Israeli intelligence assesses, what's this media outlet here? According to Israel Hayom, Israeli intelligence assesses that the US-Iran ceasefire is going to collapse in the coming hours. No indication Iran is preparing to target Israel in the future.
I don't have any, any access to intelligence that would give me that, but that would be even outside of that intelligence assessment from Israel. That too would be my assessment that the ceasefire is within days, if not hours, of collapsing, and it will likely be a hostilities of direct hostilities between the United States and Iran, with and then seeing who takes whose side and who sits out. But I do agree with that assessment that the ceasefire is within inches of collapsing.
Anthony, as always, man, thank you so much for
Thank you,
joining,
Mario.
and hopefully I won't need to have you again because things calm down and things get too boring to have you analyze them. But I appreciate you coming on, Anthony. So
Thank you, Mario.
So appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Take care. Have a good one.
All right, everyone. Pleasure's mine, man. We've got Will Chamberlain coming up. Will, man. Yeah, it's here we are. Like, I've been critical of Trump making the decision to attack Iran. Obviously, you've got a different stance on that.
Mhm.
And now my position is very different. Now I'm like, Iran, like now you're doing, so there was a miscalculation by Trump, my opinion. And I'm worried now Iran is miscalculating in these attacks on the UAE. 6 waves, I think 5-6 waves of attacks on the UAE. I understand that it's response to Trump's Operation Freedom. So I understand where they're coming from. But 5 to 6 waves on one country, the UAE.
They weren't shooting, and the UAE wasn't shooting at them, right? I mean,
yeah, look, they can't attack the US because I know Trump has already said it. It'll be scorched earth. It's not scorched earth, but they don't want the US to join back the war. But I think this is like their indirect way of kind of drawing their line that they don't want the Strait of Hormuz opened. But one missile would have been enough. 5, 6 seems like an overkill.
I mean, it's a little too cute to work. I think would be the obvious conclusion, right? I mean, okay, you've struck a core American ally, original signatory of the Abraham Accords, and not just now the United States. Like, I think the UAE is maybe the most highly regarded Arab country throughout the world. I mean, I saw, statements of condemnation coming in from Lebanon, from Syria, from the United Kingdom. I think I think we're seeing sort of, we're used to the United States getting involved with a big coalition, right? Like prior to Trump, the sort of standard way that Americans would get involved in war is we build this big coalition of the willing, think all the way back to Iraq. I think that's kind of what Trump has essentially effectuated here by saying we're going to do a humanitarian mission to open the straits, and then Iran just starts flinging missiles at random nations' ships and at the non-belligerents, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well now I think what you're going to see is within 24 hours, I think a pretty major resumption of hostilities. That's going to, in this time, I think the UAE is going to be included in offensive operations against Iran. I think that's what's coming.
That would be mental if that's the case. That would be just insane. In terms of Trump doing what he's doing, he knew that's a red line for Iran. I think he was probing as well, because the comments early on were they did not say they'll escort ships. They were very vague on what it would involve, because I think they were probing to see Iran's response, see how far they can push. Obviously, we know now Iran's position. And now I think Iran is probing to see how far they can push before the US gets involved. So I think both sides are probing each other.
Yeah, I started this as the United States putting Iran in a no-win position, right? Like either they had to do one of the things. They had to accept that the United States was going to convoy ships out of the Strait of Hormuz, which means that effectively they're returning to the status quo of the Strait of Hormuz as an international waterway. But they've done that while still not getting rid of the blockade that the United States has further out. So that's option one. That's really terrible for them. That's basically conceding the war is over and they lost. Option two was to start shooting. And I guess they decided that, like, well, if we shoot at American Navy ships, obviously the war has to restart. So we'll shoot at your allies and maybe you won't. But whatever the case is, I think this solves all of President Trump, to the extent there were any legal questions about the ability of the United States to resume hostilities. Those are resolved with Iran both shooting at American ships who have there's an international legal right to navigate the Strait of Hormuz. So shooting at American ships, shooting at our ally, the United Arab Emirates. So, hostilities can resume.
So what do you make of Trump's response? So Trump's response surprised me. He did not mention the UAE. He just mentioned it. Have you seen the post he did? I'm assuming you have. So he mentioned South Korea, the South Korean ship. And he said, Iran's attacks on unrelated nations or something along those lines. Let me get the exact statement because I think it's pretty important. He said Iran has taken some shots at unrelated. Yeah, he said unrelated nations with respect to ship movement, and only talked about South Korea. Did not mention the UAE. So that was surprising to me. So in a good way, I'll tell you why. A good way for anyone that does not want the war to restart. That will be, I think, it shows Trump distancing himself, in my view, because after his Project Freedom, they've just attacked an American ally that has doubled down on their US relationship and Israeli relationship. And Trump put out a post saying, you're not mentioning anything about the UAE, and I think only threatening about, or saying that the American ships have not been attacked, and only mentioning the attack on the South Korean ship, even though 2 or 3 Emirati ships were attacked. So I'm not sure what's happening behind the scenes, and maybe more statements are to follow. But I was a bit surprised that Trump did not even mention the attacks on the UAE.
I think you're being a little over optimistic from your perspective. Maybe I think one of the things you can notice if you follow how Trump talks before American attack strikes begin and how Trump talks after. Before strikes begin, he wants to keep his cards close to his vest, right? He doesn't really give anything away. So a good example, remember back to Operation Midnight Hammer when he was talking about, I might think about striking with the B-2s within 2 weeks. And he made that statement when the B-2s were in the air, already on the way. Similarly, like just about when the decision had been made to go into Iran, he was saying like, well, I'm not really sure I'm happy with the way they're negotiating. Like until, the bombs are actually dropping, you're not going to get President Trump announcing anything. It's just, he likes to keep the element of surprise. So I think President Trump knows, and CENTCOM would have told him, the Iranians shot at our ships with missiles today. We shot down the missiles, but they shot at our ships. They shot at the UAE. And so I think that far from walking away, which is just not going to happen, it's not even in the realm of possibility. What that statement from Trump sort of seemingly holding his card, seemingly not committing to much is I would be, if I were sitting in the Iranian shoes, I'd be expecting an overwhelming attack in short order because I think
wow. You think despite that post, he will be responding in an overwhelming way?
Yes. You shot at the United States Navy. that doesn't go unanswered. Like, period.
But they already sunk 7 ships, so they've already answered. I'm not sure if you're aware.
Oh, no,
CENTCOM said they've sunk. Yeah.
That's not even the beginning of the answer, right? You shot at the United States.
You think there'll be
Navy.
more?
Oh, yeah.
But it was, from what we know, it was a warning shot. It was 2 missiles as a warning shot.
Oh, you don't get to shoot warning shots at the United States Navy either. That's not something you get to do. Like, there seems to, if we're talking about miscalculations, I think the Iranians have overwhelmingly miscalculated at this point. And we're about, talk to me in 24 hours if I'm wrong about this. But I think within 48, certainly, an overwhelm. I would be shocked if that means that, because you got to think also what has been the point of the whole last 3 weeks, right? We've seen all the refueling supplies coming across the Atlantic, the tanker arrays, the old, the Ford being allowed to leave because it's been on deployment forever, but a new carrier coming in to replace it, and the blockade. I mean, all of this is squeezing the Iranians, and Trump. The Iranians. We've also seen news about how the Iranians were offering more and more, becoming more and more accommodating in their offers. Right? I think yesterday some deal. They proposed they were agreeing to a 15-year enrichment pause, and they were coming down from their more aggressive demands. And Trump is sitting there being like, nope, not good enough. And
we don't know, but we don't know what their demands are. So they've been open about reducing their nuclear enrichment to 3.5% with a freeze for a few years, according to Al Arabiya. But we don't know whether they're requesting significant concessions from the US in terms of sanctions relief for unfreezing of assets. So that's what we don't know.
I mean, maybe, but I think, the reporting seemed to suggest that they were getting more accommodating. Maybe that's not true, but
it looked like not. And I agree with that point. It did look like it. They even agreed to negotiate despite the blockade. So that's where I think Trump had an opportunity for a diplomatic solution. Again, we don't know what's happening behind the scenes. I think the operation now, look, I'm not as critical of the operation to open the Strait of Hormuz as a declaration of war. I think this is just part of the negotiation. Again, going back to probing, the Iranian response surprised me. I have a question for you. If Trump does not respond militarily more than the sinking of the 7 ships, if there is no further response, what do you think that would indicate? Trump wants to walk away? Something else is brewing?
I mean, that's a good question. So, I think, well, the real question is, does he just continue on trying to open the strait in that circumstance, right? Does he just be like, we're going to continue on with Project Freedom? If he abandons Project Freedom and then abandons any response, that would indicate a desire to walk away, and would be perhaps an indication of a coup in the White House or something like that. Like something real. That would be a very, very bizarre outcome from my perspective, knowing President Trump. I think the odds of that are less than 1%.
What is that? So what is less than 1%? Is him still trying to open the...
The odds of him walking away. The odds of him...
okay. Even walking away from opening the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, right. Even walk away. Yeah, even walk away from that. Less than 1%. Like I'd
give it like 30%. I think that has a lot more likelihood.
Dramatically. This is nothing about at every, Trump created a window for negotiation, but at no point was there really a meaningful de-escalation, right? We didn't drop any of our sanctions. We've added sanctions. We added a blockade. Like, essentially we're putting more and more pressure on the Iranians. And we've been doing so for 8 weeks now. The idea that Trump would walk away from that instead of trying to force essentially either a capitulation or a very favorable deal for the United States just seems incredibly... He wouldn't want to do that, I think. Knowing Trump, he doesn't like losing. He doesn't like any of this. So there's nothing about his constitution, his personality, his approach to foreign policy that would suggest he's even considering walking away.
Okay. And if he does, I want to ask, just theoretically, I know you said only 1% chance. If he does, how would you interpret it? Obviously, without knowing.
It would be a very extraordinarily bad geopolitical move for the United States.
Okay, but what would be the thinking behind it? What do you think would be the thinking behind it for him?
Because
I want to give you some scenarios.
There's style pacifism. Sorry.
No, but I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reasons I think it's a lot more possible. Munitions depleted, about 50%. You've seen the reports by CNN and others. Attack missiles, precision missiles, 50% depleted. Air defense munitions, 50% depleted. The costs involved and the damage. You've seen the CNN report on the damage of American bases. So if you put all these together, political impact, economic impact. So because there's a lot of negatives in this war continuing, whereas the positives.
Not really.
You don't think so?
I mean, I don't want to I'm not trying to be dickish or anything, but we've lost 13 people total, and they were lost within the first week of the war. We haven't.
That's why I didn't mention the casualties, people, because people is a relatively small amount relative to other wars, Iraq, Afghanistan. But I'm talking about economic damage and munition stockpiles.
That's just not going to be enough to dissuade Trump. Like, that's just not. It's trivial in the comparison to other wars. Trump knows it. And the other thing you have to understand, this is why it would be such a geopolitical disaster. And Trump understands this, by the way. This is why, this whole talk of withdrawal is just going nowhere. Withdrawing at this moment would be an abandonment of not just this particular conflict, but of the Middle East as a region, and of the United Arab Emirates, and of Saudi Arabia, and of Israel, and of Jordan, and of Syria. It would be a complete abandonment of all these Gulf allies, Qatar, Bahrain. The knock-on consequences of that would be those countries would realize they're on their own vis-a-vis Iran unless they can make deals with other bigger countries, namely China, which would lead to a reorientation of the entire Middle East in service of, basically it would be the biggest gift to China imaginable. Like, all of them would start cutting deals with China for, preferential oil deals, you name it, in exchange for protection from the Chinese government. The cost of that, the idea that oil would suddenly become cheaper for the United States, or that our economy would improve in a world where we ceded hegemony over the, essentially senior partner status over the Middle East to China, is laughable. And Trump knows that. That's, if anything, you can look at Trump's various plays that he's been making in other regions as kind of sort of side bank shots against China, like Venezuela, for example, right? China had, staging rights there. And then obviously the Iranian shadow fleet, that oil from Iran is all going to China. So the idea that Trump would just flip on all that and be like, actually, I'm going to give up the whole Middle East to the country I've spent 2 years trying to, reorient the world against, is no, he wouldn't. He just wouldn't do that. And he doesn't have to. I think one of the sort of big mistakes the restrainer intellectuals are making, they're getting too cute by half. They think, if oil prices stay really high for a while, Trump's really going to have to back down here, or, munitions are an issue. Like, we're losing. I'm like,
that's my position, by the way.
Right. Okay. So, well, that's just not, no, he's the president for 3 more years. Like, he's not going anywhere. And it's like, our munitions are fine. We were dropping JDAMs within a week of the war starting, right? Like, this is JDAMs. We got,
no, but I mean,
effectively infinite JDAMs.
But the air defense, the PAC-3s, the THAADs the THAADs and Patriots, the precision strike missiles, the ATACMS, these are all depleted 50%. Some people say more, but at least 50%. Whereas there's a report that came out the day after that the US, and I spoke to Admiral Mark Montgomery about this. I spoke to General Randy about this, and a few others discussing this. Some obviously critical of the Trump administration, others extremely supportive and hawkish. But one common theme is that the numbers are alarming. Now, how alarming? The answer was different. I spoke even today to the colonel that was part of that came up with the report, working with the Pentagon. He's a Pentagon advisor. And so the question, Colonel Mark Kansian, so the question is how concerning is it? There was a report that the US is not in a position to be able, in a much worse position to be able to deal with any attack by China on Taiwan. So there is the reality of war that, because you got to look at the cost-benefit analysis, and the cost here has been significant. Not American casualties, even oil prices. The U.S. could do well because you guys, the U.S.
We are the biggest oil producer in the world. People seem to.
There we go,
that, right?
and net exporter of gas. Benefiting a lot there. But for the munitions-wise, from a strategic perspective for the U.S. military to defend itself, if Russia makes a move, unlikely, but just putting it out there, if any other country or obviously China makes a move, the U.S. needs years to get back to the same stockpiles.
Well, so perhaps, but I think the Chinese also took a pretty big lesson from this war, which is their air defenses don't work, right? That's really scary. Like if Xi Jinping is thinking to himself, oh, I think I want to start a war over Taiwan. I think the Americans are low on interceptors. They'll be a little hesitant of going. And then one of your generals comes in and says, yeah, our air defenses don't work against the F-35. So, if they decide to fly over Beijing, we won't see it. I think that will put a little more caution to the Chinese. I don't think the Chinese are going to be ready to strike based on what has been revealed.
I don't think they will either. Yeah, I don't think they will either. It's just more like just being prepared for if that day happens. Like, you got to be
right. And so, the interceptors are there, but I think the question is always with the interceptors, and this is also something I've talked about with friends who flag this, right, as a problem, is like, okay, the interceptor problem is one of math, which is that the interceptors are a lot more expensive than the ballistics. They're a lot smarter and therefore more difficult to manufacture. The thing about that problem is that it doesn't go away with a ceasefire, right? In fact, it gets worse with a ceasefire, right? If you just end the conflict and Iran reconstitutes its missiles, it could probably do so with it unhindered, unmolested. It could probably do so more efficiently than we could build the THAAD interceptors. I mean, we're trying to catch up. But what that means is that actually, instead of creating a reason to withdraw, it creates a sense of urgency to like take advantage of a weakened Iran now. So I think
So you mean go back to a full-blown war? You think that you should go back? You think you should go back to a full-blown war?
I mean, yeah, at this point, yeah. Oh, they shot at American Navy ships. Yes, of course. And I think, basically, I think you give them a chance to effectively capitulate and make a deal, which is what he's done, right? That was the last 3 weeks. They haven't, not to our standards. And they've now shot at our ships, and they've shot at the Emirates randomly.
So what do you?
This is where I want to challenge you, right? I got a point, that I think is because you've said I think the original decision to go to war was a mistake, and I'm like, okay, you're not the first person to say that, and it's not an unreasonable position to take, but I want to challenge you on a particular point. We've seen how Iran has a way of acting strangely. Can we call it strange to just start shooting ballistics at the United Arab Emirates right across the strait? When they have
now or before? You mean before or just now?
Just now, but also before. I mean, they randomly shot at Azerbaijan.
I'll tell you.
Kuwait,
I'll tell you.
Bahrain, Qatar.
So Azerbaijan, even Azerbaijanis, Azeri say it was not as unlikely to be Iran, and it was also potentially commanders acting independently of the command and control center. But they did attack the entire Gulf. So yes, they attacked the Gulf, UAE more than Israel. Absolutely. So you remember when I said to you, should the US go into full-blown war with Iran? You said absolutely. They attacked a US ship, and that's for 2 missiles missing a US ship. Mm-hmm. So 2 points. First, imagine if Iran fires all these missiles at a US ship. There is no way Trump will not go into a full-blown war against Iran. But if they attack the UAE, in their mind, by the way, I live in the UAE, so I'm suffering from this. But in their mind, if they attack the UAE, then they are seeing how far they can push it to see if the US gets involved and to what extent from a strategic perspective. And the more important point, though, is asymmetric warfare. If you go to warfare in general, the more powerful military, the less powerful military will always seek alternatives. And if they're extremely weak, they seek pretty brutal alternatives like suicide bombings and attacking civilian targets. But they don't follow the same rules of engagement as the more powerful military. And here, obviously, the US is a more powerful military. Iran is the underdog by a vast margin. No one would disagree. Even the staunchest Iranian supporters would agree. So the only way Iran could respond is striking the Gulf to be able to indirectly pressure the US. They don't even have missiles that can strike the US mainland. They can only target American bases and Gulf allies. So obviously it doesn't justify it. I'm just telling you from their mind of how they can, the various strategies they have up their sleeve.
So I guess here's the point I was getting to, right? Like they act in, I understand they're like doing asymmetric stuff, but still like shooting missiles in all directions, I think is not even under that constraint, not particularly rational. And a way to really alienate everybody around you and make them extremely angry.
That's a long-term risk, yeah. That is a long-term.
Why would we think
potentially strategic mistake?
I mean, there was, it was a bipartisan foreign policy consensus in this country, and not just in our country and or European nations as well, that Iran could not have a nuclear weapon.
I agree.
And the fact that, Trump had made that clear even as he was opposed to regime change wars and generally, not making noise about restraint. He was also like, a corollary to that is we will not let Iran get a nuclear weapon. President Trump launched Midnight Hammer, which was an impressive one-night military operation, and then sent his people to negotiate, and the negotiations went nowhere, even though what Midnight Hammer was a really effective demonstration of overwhelming military superiority from the United States, right?
We don't know if the negotiations went, but the negotiations, I want to challenge you, we don't know if they went nowhere because the mediators, Oman and the Europeans, said there was significant progress. So it's hard to know, was there actual progress? Or...
Right? Is Steve Witkoff
exactly.
But exactly. I believe Steve Witkoff on that point, right? Like he explained that, the Omani guy came to him and was like, hey, can you say that we've had positive movement in the negotiations? And Steve's like, no, I can't say that because we haven't, and from our perspective at all.
Potentially, look, I'm just saying we don't know for sure, because there is also the possibility that there was progress. I'm just saying that possibility is there, and that would be the counter argument. Obviously, if we were a fly on the wall and we know there was no progress, and we know the Iranians were lying, that changes the whole story and frames it very differently.
Well, I don't know. I think the default assumption here is that, basically President Trump had an idea of what he wanted to achieve, which is no Iranian nuclear weapon, and what he was willing to give up to get it, which was not very much, right? You can have some money, we'll help your civilian nuclear program, but you have to give up your enrichment capabilities. You have to give up, all your existing supplies of highly enriched uranium. You need to give all that stuff up. And if you don't, then that's a deal breaker. And the Iranians weren't willing to give it up. And so, I mean, if everybody's agreeing that an Iranian nuke was completely intolerable, then it's President Trump just literally acting to effectuate a 30-year American foreign policy that, which is one of the reasons also, just as a random side note, that like the people saying things like Tucker, and for example, saying like, man, he must be under the thumb of somebody to make this decision. I'm like, he really? I mean, he needed to be under the thumb to instantiate like something literally every president since George W. Bush, every single one.
No, so the argument there. So I'm not in a position where Netanyahu controls Trump. So that's not my stance.
Yeah.
But I am in the position that there is significant influence, Israeli influence over U.S. foreign policy. I think it's sometimes at the detriment of the U.S. Different debate that Americans are having internally. But in terms of the point on the reason for getting into this war. So when people like Tucker say this, they're coming from the belief that there was progress in the negotiations. They are believing the Europeans and the Omanis in that regard, and the Iranians in that regard. So that's the problem. Is that when we
like Tucker had Witkoff on, right? Like Tucker had Witkoff on his podcast and was lauding him.
But doesn't mean he would. But doesn't mean he'd believe. So if every politician lies.
Witkoff is somebody who's going to lie about that. I mean, if Steve Witkoff hadn't gone on television to say those things, he could have just shut up and just not talked about the negotiations. But he went on Hannity and he went on Mark Levin and said, "This is what happened in the room. This is why we struck." And
the argument they make is. So the counter argument to that is that just justification. So the goal. So I'll tell you what my belief is the reason for the war. The reason for the war, I refuse to be at the behest of Israel, because it would hurt me to see an Australian ally. I'm an Australian citizen. An Australian ally, the pinnacle of world democracy, freedom of speech, be hijacked by another country. So in my mind, I'm like, all right, there's too much influence in Israel and the US. Fair argument, can't deny that. You might disagree, but I don't believe Israel is the reason this war started. A lot of people, even smarter than me, think that. People smarter than me oppose that. I don't know the answer. From the discussions I have on the interviews, behind the scenes, I think there's influence, but that's not the reason for the war. The reason for the war is control of the Strait of Hormuz, leverage over China. The Strait of Hormuz is extremely important for China for energy. And China has leverage over the US with rare earths. There's an important meeting between Xi Jinping and Trump. And to counter that, controlling the Strait of Hormuz is one way to do so. So that is my belief. And I think the Israeli role is to give intel to Trump to say, hey, there could be a quick campaign. It will achieve X, Y, Z objectives.
Here's why I don't think that's right. I think, but you're not like, I don't think you're crazy, but here's why I don't think that's right. Because I think if that were the sole objective, like, or even the primary one, right? I think what you would have seen then is a much more aggressive implementation of sanctions against like the Iranian ghost fleet, and that would have been the action. Like you wouldn't have seen
what I meant is control, not stopping the Strait of Hormuz, but controlling it. So having like a government, maybe a different government, where that's more malleable to American special interests, like in Venezuela, that controls the Strait of Hormuz. So in case there's ever direct or indirect conflict with China, that's one card that the US has.
I think, again, like our ability to, in the event we actually are in open conflict with China, our Navy would be able to blockade it in that world, theoretically or not. But I don't think that that's the reason, given that we had, this massive campaign of first strikes, this Trump's 40-year obsession with nuclear proliferation and nuclear programs, like the Midnight Hammer strikes, which were targeted at the nuclear program, right? We didn't start this off with some fancy like sanctions thing, and we hadn't been talking about the Hormuz for 40 years. Like we've been talking about the nukes, which was why Operation Midnight Hammer was a thing. To the negotiations in the previous 9 months, to all that. Like I think that's just it's a little too clever Like it's a little too cute by half would be the way I think about it, right? I think sometimes things are what they are, right? Like sometimes, like Trump says, we're here because we're concerned about the Iranian nuclear program and we want it to end. We will not trust Iran with a nuclear weapon. Like, I think that's just kind of it. I think everybody's looking for some secret motivation. I really think that's it. It really is that simple. And to the extent people are like,
but if that was, if it is a nuclear program,
thing, it's because, well, the ballistic missiles were acting as a shield behind which Iran was trying to develop.
But if it is just a nuclear program, if you want to make the assumption that Iran is not willing to concede that, which I think they were and they still are, according to reports. But if it was a nuclear program, it would be another operation like Midnight Hammer. It wouldn't be killing the supreme leader that had a fatwa. You can believe the fatwa or not. Obviously, they can always revoke it, just to be clear. But you wouldn't kill the supreme leader, the religious leader. You wouldn't kill their entire command and control structure and then start destroying their entire military infrastructure. I think if it was their nuclear program, you strike the nuclear facilities again.
Well, no, because the idea being that what was Iran doing that, well, first off, what did we learn from the 12-day war at Midnight Hammer? Well, we learned that the ballistic missiles that Iran had were capable of doing quite a lot of damage, right? A lot of them got through the Israeli missile shield in the 12-day war, killed a lot of people. Not a huge amount, but I think it was like 50, 60, something like that. And some very serious damage to, it was pretty expensive damage to civilian homes, apartments, things like that. So, and they realized that like that they couldn't let, Iran was at a position, if they had been let to go for another couple of years, would have had something like 10 times that ballistic missile capability. And that in itself would have been so destructive that it would have prevented any sort of attempt to go after their nuclear program. Similarly, that's how it worked in North Korea, right? Like we wanted to go after the North Korean nuclear program, but we couldn't because it's their conventional capability, their ability to shoot ballistics and short range artillery into Seoul, South Korea, which is 60 miles from the border. That meant that the cost of a military intervention into North Korea was just too high to bear. So I think that when you're saying why would we go after the command and control, why would we go after Khamenei, why would we go after the 50 top leaders, why would we do all these other things? Well, it's because Iran didn't respond to Midnight Hammer by coming to the table and negotiating seriously. Iran basically was like, allegedly, we're not going to give you anything meaningful. And then allegedly, but maybe, okay, maybe, allegedly, yeah. And then and Iran's definitely for sure was reconstituting its ballistic missile capability and was trying to figure out what's going on with this nuclear stuff, but it was certainly trying to reconstitute its conventional forces. And so the idea that we would only strike now at their nuclear program if their response to Midnight Hammer was just to like go back to full military buildup. It's like, no. We want to permanently resolve this problem. And that means you're permanently giving it up, and that means degrading your military capability.
I have a final question there on that point is so nuclear weapons are a deterrent. Most countries have it, like even North Korea, the craziest of the crazies. They have it as a deterrent. When a country has a nuclear weapon, any country attacking it would be careful not to go too far up the escalation ladder. So on this front, if Iran's goal of having a nuclear weapon is not to end up like Assad or Gaddafi, Libya, countries that gave up their nuclear program, what do you think killing their supreme leader, their command and control structure, destroying their country, talking about ending their civilization, talking about destroying their bridges and energy infrastructure, talking about regime change, do you really think that would encourage them not to build a nuclear weapon, or they might also encourage them, give them more incentives to do whatever it takes to have a nuclear weapon, because in their minds, that is their only deterrent?
Oh, I mean, I think they've had all the incentive in the world to build a nuclear weapon. And also I resist the underlying premise, which is just sort of this like, weird rationalism on the part of the Iranian regime. Part of the whole thing about that earlier discussion we had about, Iran's acting kind of strange, is that I don't think these guys are rational actors in the sense that they can be trusted with in a world where we have to engage in mutually assured destruction. The other problem is the underlying regime ideology is a combination, like a weird hybrid of like a Shia martyrdom thing with Marxism. And if you actually read the regime ideology, Shias are, I'm not super deep on, obviously, Islamic theology, but Shias are very different from Sunnis in terms of their kind of eschatology and end time stuff. So it's just, there's a lot of reasons you wouldn't trust them. Moreover, they're also the kind of, they're really the OGs of suicide terrorism are the Iranians in terms of what they've spawned throughout the region. The original big terrorist attacks were the attacks in Lebanon by the IRGC.
But that's decades. But you're talking about decades and decades ago by
yeah,
Hezbollah.
But they're still doing it. That's the whole point. Like they're funding proxies and doing all sorts of talking about martyrdom. But the biggest terrorists, we're not going to trust these guys with the nuke ever. Like
I don't think. But you agree. But that's not the argument.
To go for a nuke is just no. Like we don't care.
No. So the argument, so you're making the argument that we don't trust it with a nuke. I agree. I don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want any country to have it, especially one that's ideological like Iran. So we agree on that front. Less rational than, let's say, a European country. I wouldn't say they're as irrational as you're saying. I think they're more rational than what you're saying, more strategic, more pragmatic. Iranians are very, very intelligent people, and the society is very secular as well. Now, the leadership, especially what it's based on, the core ideologies of the Islamic Revolution, very ideological. But there's a lot of other countries that are also ideological in different ways. But from a political standpoint, they do act more pragmatically. We have in Syria, Trump met someone who was literally Al-Qaeda, ISIS. They were some of the worst terrorist groups in the region, enemies of Iran. They fought Iran. Iran had troops die fighting ISIS and Islamic groups in Iraq. So, look, I think, as to wrap up, there's always the law of unintended consequences. I worry it plays a role here. It might incentivize the Iranians to build a nuclear weapon rather than do the opposite. However, I think the Iranians, I'm in the belief that they are more pragmatic. I think they're willing to give up the enriched uranium. And I've been saying for a while the war is over because I don't think Trump wants it. I'm in the belief that we disagree.
Can I make one final,
yeah,
remember that you were talking about, you were saying like forcing them to give up enrichment was a deal breaker, right? Like, and I've heard this a lot from the kind of restrainer types. I'm sure people have said it in Imperium, like, well, you can't reasonably expect them to give up uranium enrichment. And,
no, I do.
Right. Well,
I do.
I think, to me, that's those people are actually giving a tell, right? Like
up to 3.5%, I think could be negotiated. I understand both sides.
Well, there's actually a key distinction that you need to understand, right? There's the distinction between possessing enriched uranium and actually having the capability to enrich it on your soil. Right?
Yeah.
Lots of countries have enriched uranium. Like the UAE is actually the classic example and point, right? They have enriched uranium for their nuclear power program, but they have no enrichment on their soil. They purchase it already enriched from other countries. And I'm almost certain, that deal has been offered to Iran many, many times. Like, oh, you want a nuclear program? By all means. You just can't have centrifuges. Like, we will give you all the civilian nuclear fuel you want for free. We're happy. That's that will be part of the deal that we make in terms of after you give up your nuclear program. And Iran said no. And everybody from Joe Ken, I've had this debate a million times with a million people, have been like, well, that was an unreasonable demand because it's an absolute deal breaker to say they'll give up their enrichment. But then it's like Schrodinger's nuclear ambition, right? Then you say, well, obviously then they want nuclear weapons. And then it's like, well, they had a fatwa. Of course, they didn't want nuclear weapons. What are you talking about? And it all these arguments.
It's a bit murky. I think, yeah. I don't think it's contradictory. I think it all aligns in that Iran is in a position where I'd frame it this way: they don't want a nuclear weapon unless they have to have a nuclear weapon. What I mean by this, because I think that will trigger you. When I say what they will think they need to have a nuclear weapon, I think their only goal is not the destruction of the state of Israel, no matter what they say. It's not, and I know they're very hostile to Israel, and Israel has every right to attack Iran. I think strategically that makes a lot of sense. Definitely don't want to destroy the US. If you go back to statements saying death to America, a lot of crazy statements by a lot of leaders around the world. But I don't think they have any intention to destroy the state of the United States of America. Even the supreme leader clarified relatively quickly, said, no, I mean death to US foreign policy, not the US itself. I think Iran's position is we will, and that's why they enriched to 60%. It's more of a position that we will, if we have no choice and we find there's an imminent threat, we will build a nuclear weapon. Would they like to have a nuclear weapon if we give them the opportunity? Absolutely. If you give them the freedom to build a nuclear weapon, absolutely. But I think they would accept to not build a nuclear weapon if the sanctions are lifted and there was some diplomatic solution. That's why I think we disagree, because you don't think they would.
I think you're wrong, but like I would say, even if what you're doing is making a sort of a statement about what their intentions are, and let's say you might be right. Let's say there's a 20% chance that you have accurately captured the psychology of the regime and their actual stance, or even a 90% chance. But what if you're wrong, right? Like, and the Americans can't take that chance. We can't let a country that says death to America have nuclear weapons, and we don't have to. Right? That's what it comes down to. We're too powerful. We don't have to.
I agree. I just think that the IAEA was saying that there was no nuclear weapon. They were not imminently building a nuclear weapon. I think there was different courses of action.
It also said that they had lost had track of how.
Yeah,
aggressive they
exactly.
were enriched.
I mean, the action was needed. Action was needed. I think one is inaction, and one is what happened a month and a half ago. I think somewhere in the middle could have been a better solution. Limited strikes on the nuclear program, continued negotiations, further sanctions. I think there was other scenarios. Obviously, I could be wrong because we're making assumptions based on a lot of unknowns. We're not part of the negotiations, and these unknowns once we know these unknowns, I think we'll both agree. If we found out the truth is like, oh, if you were in the negotiating table and there was a deal, and then Witkoff called Netanyahu, and Netanyahu was like, no, don't take the deal. Me and you will be like, holy shit, fuck, Israel has a lot more influence. Or if me and you were in that negotiating table and we saw that Iranians were bullshitting and were lying and there was no deal whatsoever and the Omanis are lying, then I'd be like, okay, crap, the Iranians are, being very disingenuous. So it depends on the unknowns.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, like, in a decade when the books actually get written on this subject, by people who were in the room, what was actually said, or the competing
I'll give you a call. One of us will call
sure.
the other and say, I told you so. I told you so.
All right, fair enough.
Well, appreciate it, man. Pleasure to meet you for the first time, and I enjoyed the conversation.
It was a good conversation. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks, brother. All right, guys. I really enjoyed the conversation with Will. I like having those debates where it's just very, we can disagree, but it's more of a logical conversation of disagreements rather than one. I had a debate with an earlier guest, Stefano, and they were just so emotional. You just couldn't have a pragmatic conversation. A very similar position to Will. But okay, I want to ask you about one thing here. I'll read out a Fortune article. Did you see I'll read out a summary from the team. China, for the first time, legally asked the companies not to abide by American sanctions. That has never been done before. Have you seen that?
I've seen the reporting, yes.
What do you make of this? So this is the first time where they ordered domestic companies to ignore U.S. sanctions. That's never been done before. Let me see. I've got a better summary of it here. Let me open it up quickly. They've ordered their American companies to not abide. It's a formal legal order declaring those sanctions null and void inside China and prohibiting Chinese companies from complying with them. This is the first time China has ever formally activated its blocking rules, a legal mechanism it created in 2021 specifically for this moment. Banks, shippers, multinationals operating in China now face two demands, one from the US, Washington, one from China. Obviously, they're based in China. They'll probably listen to China. But that seems to be a pretty significant step from China. And I feel like Russia and China, their approach to Iran now is a lot more supportive. I feel like it's similar to what we saw with NATO and Ukraine. I don't want to talk too much about Ukraine, but as Ukraine put up a good fight against Russia, NATO stepped up their military support. And I feel like we're seeing something similar here when the US and China and Russia were surprised by Iran's capabilities, in my view, and they're doubling down on their support, from the 90-minute call between Trump and Putin and the meeting with Arachi to the announcement here by China before the meeting between Trump and Xi Jinping.
Right. Well, the only thing I would say, that's why kind of the naval blockade it makes it harder for Iran really to get much out of from the Chinese business perspective. You can make the argument that maybe through land route, but I hate to burst people's bubbles, the vast majority of trade that happens around the world is through maritime means, right? 90+% of all trade is done through maritime routes, right? So a naval blockade prevents any of that. So, you can make the argument to Chinese companies, hey, you obviously in Chinese company are going to follow Chinese government laws and orders, specific and more importantly in China. The question is, what's the effect and the impact that it can have for Iran and the benefits of it? It's unfortunately, I think from an economic perspective, it's really not going to, right? Obviously we've seen China provide intelligence support. We've seen the Russians provide intelligence support, the same with military support and sending them equipment. But still, the Iranian military has suffered significant degradation, and the problems that the Russians and the Chinese, I think they've acknowledged and recognized that a loss of Iran really hinders their abilities in the Eurasia region, and from a geopolitical perspective, and it really puts the United States in a much more dominant position. And even just outside of just a geopolitical thing, just international relation wise, China doesn't want to lose one of its sole lonely allies that they have left, especially considering how the Gulf countries are clearly going to view China's support for Iran as a direct attack against them, right? And so I think once the dust settles, the question then becomes from this perspective, right? How does the UAE and Saudi Arabia now view their relationship with Russia and China? Because we've already seen the UAE during the ceasefire, and double and triple down on their relationship with the United States and Israel, specifically in the security perspective. And I think, if anything, this war is going to reinforce the dominance the United States is going to have from a geopolitical perspective on the Middle East.
That's an interesting take, because a lot of people, including myself, are arguing this might lead to Gulf countries diversifying away from the US. What you're saying is that this could, even though the US instigated it, they can be as pissed off as they want to be, and they were pissed off, especially at the beginning. It also proved Iran is a threat and they need a deterrent, and the only deterrents are the US and Israel. So those Gulf countries will have no choice but to double down on those relationships. At least the UAE is doing that. China, Saudi is working more with Turkey and Pakistan.
Saudi Arabia too. I mean, and if anything, all the reporting that we're getting, maybe in the beginning, but all the reporting that we're getting is from Saudi Arabia and UAE are much more hawkish than the Trump administration on Iran. Right?
There's a report that came in today. There's a report that came in today that
throughout the war, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, European press, I mean, this has been, if anything, the argument is that Saudi Arabia and UAE, the two juggernauts of the Gulf, are demanding regime change, are pushing the Trump administration to do regime change, right? And that's why I think the framing of this, of just putting it on Israel, I think is disingenuous. If you want to say that the reason why the Trump administration is doing this is because of Israeli foreign policy influence into the United States, you have to then call out Saudi Arabia and UAE, because they have been very vocal in what they want and everything we've seen. And I think the issue is that people need to acknowledge is that China is in a very difficult position. One, they already have a history of being an unreliable ally and partner internationally, right? When Pakistan and India were fighting each other, and Pakistan is China's, quote, all-weather ally, unquote, China didn't do anything to help the Pakistanis, nothing whatsoever. And it actually took the United States mediation to, at least from an external perspective, to get both sides to stop fighting. Thailand and Cambodia. Cambodia has excellent relationships with China. It took U.S. mediation to get involved to get those two sides to agree to a ceasefire, even though, and China did nothing to help other allies in the Cambodians, right? So China already has this perception of being an unreliable ally internationally, right? That they only look out for their interests. I think the problem they're running into is that there's a sincere understanding within China that the loss of Iran would be a death blow to China's influences in the Middle East. And not only that, it would be very interesting to see how does the Gulf countries view Chinese and Russian support to Iran during this war, and does that have a longer-term, medium to long-term impact to China's geopolitical positioning in the Middle East? And I think China is saying we have to hedge our bets just in case that we are going to lose significant amount of influence in the Gulf. As such, we have to reinforce and double down on our partnership with Iran, either from a military component or, more importantly, an economic component, because they understand that in the end of the day, an Iranian economy that is non-existent really neuters and negates the threat that Iran has for the region and to the United States specifically.
Two pieces of the news. Tasnim News said the following. An Iranian military source warned that if the UAE takes any unwise action against Iran, all of its interests will become legitimate targets for Tehran.
I mean, Iran's obviously going to say that, right? Especially to Tasnim News, because they're an IRGC mouthpiece. It's very interesting when you're kind of tracking the hardliners, news media in Iran, how some of them have even attacked kind of each other. But obviously in this component, they're going to take a very hardline approach. But I find it, I wouldn't be surprised if the UAE conducts this right now. There could be a scenario where the UAE does not get military.
Unilateral strike?
I would not, I think that's well within the realm of possibility, yes. And I would not discount that, right? That the UAE.
Would you recommend it? Would you, if you were advising them, would you say, I would, obviously with the limited information we have, I would advise them not to. That might be my position, despite
but I mean,
all that.
But again, it goes back to, so you're.
But your point, no, you make a good point. Yeah, of course, the deterrence. You need to deter future strikes, so they strike other Gulf countries.
Why is Iran closing the Straits of Hormuz? Because it's their only real deterrence. It makes sense. If Iran didn't close the Straits of Hormuz, what deterrence do they have? Okay, you can launch missiles and drones at the UAE, at Saudi Arabia, at Israel, but that's not going to change the calculus. There's only one thing that can change the calculus for Iran in its favor, it's the Straits of Hormuz. That's why we knew they were going to close the Straits of Hormuz if there was ever a threat to the regime. That's why they did it, because that's the only thing they have. So from the UAE's perspective, after you analyze it from them, there's only a certain amount of point that you can get hit before you retaliate, and you might have to make a significant retaliation, specifically considering that in Fujairah, the oil terminal was hit, right? And so from UAE's perspective, they might say, hey, you hit our oil facilities, we're going to hit your oil facilities. And now that's the problem where you can start seeing that escalation where now it goes that back.
That's the escalation letter. That's the escalation letter.
Exactly.
Lindsey Graham said the following. So he quote tweeted Trump, and he said the following: "Spot on, Mr. President. The combination of Iran's attack against the UAE's vital infrastructure and continued attacks on international shipping, including a South Korean cargo ship, more than justifies a big, strong, and short response. A short response to inflict further damage on Iran's war machine." Keyword here: short. The UAE has been a champion ally in this fight, doing everything that's being asked of them and beyond. Iran's recent brazen attack against the UAE tells me a lot about who's in charge in Iran and the chance of a diplomatic solution anytime soon. A forceful response on behalf of our ally, the UAE, will reinforce that America's back as a reliable ally, helping to further wash away the damage caused by the Biden administration on this front. If they keep going to Biden. But let's avoid Biden-Trump discussion. But that's Lindsey Graham making a statement that would have expected Trump to make. Why isn't Trump mentioning the UAE? Why that silence from Trump?
I think the reasoning why we have the silence from, President Trump did release a statement on Truth Social, highlighting he said 7 naval vessels that were destroyed. So I think that was a very interesting statement that said, look, the U.S. did something already. And then he's taken it on an opportunity to highlight the fact that the South Korean vessel was hit, to kind of say to the South Korean, see, you need to get militarily involved as well in the reopening of the Straits of Hormuz. I think from the UAE perspective, I don't know why he hasn't responded to it. It could also be from his perspective, something that you mentioned earlier, like, hey, this is a UAE fight, right? That is a UAE Iran problem set, and maybe I don't want to necessarily get involved. But I think that a lot of political pressure is going to happen in the United States to force the United States to get a response. And it's interesting enough, we did get a report from CNN saying, there are claims that within the next 24 hours, you might expect a U.S.-Israeli attack inside. There has to
be a response. Like I'm the one that doesn't want to see
UAE. But again, it goes back to and again, we don't know the sequences of everything. But if there's a response, the problem is that the assumption is when Lindsey Graham said short. That is a very optimistic thing to say. You can maybe want it short, but it's very hard to put a timeline once conflict starts, and then the military kind of dictates where we go, and we might see where this goes one way or another.
Yeah, I think it's a really important point. I've asked my team to highlight that point regarding Lindsey Graham, out of all people, saying a short response. I do want to say I'm the type of person that wants... if you want to go offline, you can. You want to take a couple of minutes, I can give a recap to the audience.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time, man. No worries at all. I can see the kids bothering you. Let me give a quick recap for the audience. But as I was going to say to Stefano, even though I'm the type of person that does not want to see an escalation in this war, and I'm the one that wants this, I've been saying for a while, best me and Joe Kent have been saying it on the interviews, is that the best thing Trump could do is walk away. But I think walking away without responding to the attacks on the UAE is a sign of weakness. I think there has to be a response, but it has to be a proportional response. I think Trump just put out a post on Truth Social. Let me see. Is that even about the Iran war? All right. So he made a statement unrelated to the Iran war. I'll just read it out for you guys, just so you're in the loop what Trump is talking about. But it says a lot that Trump is not even talking about the strikes on the UAE. That is very surprising, but I think words matter a lot less than action. Jonathan Karl of ABC Fake News made a statement that I called him early in the morning, the day after the assassination attempt, to ask whether or not he was okay. No, this was a hit on me, not him. And I didn't make such a call. Why would I do that? He called me, but I didn't take this call. He just confirmed that to me when he called again. I would say that's very dishonest reporting. He's trying to make himself look important, but I'm not surprised because it comes from ABC Fake News. I really don't know what the hell he's talking about. Then he just put out a post on Truth Social. Oh, wow. Okay. That's the post he put out, guys. He put a post of him. Trump, leaders lead, cowards kneel, traitors bow. And he's showing his Obama bowing. And he's showing Biden kneeling, and then him leading with the fist up in the air. So he's kind of an indicator that he would... Okay, it doesn't say much, to be honest. So I want you to elaborate a bit on the consequences if the US does not act, because that would say a lot on. I think there would just be a very weak messaging on the US. That's an ally that's in this position because in an American decision to get into this war, and now that the UAE is getting struck, for America not to get involved I think within means, without escalating this to a full-blown war, which is I think what he will do, for the US not to get involved militarily, that would be a really bad signal for the rest of the world. What do you think?
I mean, again, there's a lot of things that the president can kind of do in response. I would agree with you that I believe that the fact that the UAE has been hit and has been hit so hard requires in one way, shape, or form some sort of response. I mean, I would agree with that. I agree with that. I think that is a logical thing to kind of say, because again, it's just the severity of the response. If we were talking about, for example, in this, for this video interview, we were only highlighting the report that happened earlier where the Iranians launched 3 ballistic missiles against the naval ships as a messaging component, and that's kind of how the Iranians later on framed it. It was much more of a messaging aspect. Okay, then I think the U.S. doesn't need to basically respond. If Iran conducted some strikes against some merchant vessels, okay, we've seen that in the past, etc. The kind of this normal tit for tat. But the intensity, the severity of attacks that happen from Iran against the UAE, I think is very significant in of itself, right? And I think that is where there is going to be a lot of conversations within the Trump administration to say, if we retaliate, how do we retaliate? Because obviously this kind of crosses the Rubicon. It's something that we're willing to tolerate and do in and of ourselves because of just how much it was. I think the main aspect that I would be very interesting is what are the background conversations that are going on right now between American and Iranian diplomatic circles, specifically with Steve Witkoff and the Iranian foreign minister or Aguilar, the speaker of parliament, right? Because those have been the kind of the 2 main conduits for the negotiations. Because we did see the Axios report earlier today kind of highlighting that Witkoff has been really pressuring President Trump to allow negotiations to take hold and to continue to move forward. We'll see if there's something that might come out of that. I'm very skeptical, and I think Steve Witkoff might be kind of removed from kind of this aspects from the negotiations. And it would be interesting to see if we see somebody else kind of take charge, or if the United States decides to take a much more military first approach. But I think to your point, Mario, I would agree that the amount of attacks that have impacted the UAE right now definitely crosses a line that requires a military response.
And I was making the argument throughout the war that what would you expect? Of course, Iran's going to strike the Gulf, asymmetric warfare 101. But this time, I think they've crossed the line by a pretty wide margin. And it seems that other countries agree. Qatar, I don't think they've done that before. They broke from the usual, they're usually the balancing power in the region. And he called the UAE condemning Iran's attacks on civilian sites and pledged full solidarity with the UAE's security. So we may see this step too far. And that's Qatar. We're not talking about Kuwait or Bahrain. We're talking about Qatar. So I think in this
Qatar, by the way, I mean, during the war, they shot down 2 Iranian Sukhoi 24s that were going to their. Now, obviously, they're going to frame that because they were protecting their airspace, right? But again, I think we have to be very cognizant about something that
Qatar did. Qatar or Kuwait?
Yeah. Qatar at the beginning of the war shot down 2 Iranian Sukhoi 24s that were going to bomb Ayudid Air Base, and they were shot down. Now granted that they were going to frame that as a defensive measure. What I would just tell people is that a lot of times we put too much emphasis on, let's say, the public diplomacy, and we try to analyze and we use that as a basis for the conversation. And a lot of times the public diplomacy is just for show, and it's not the reality in how things are actually happening. And I think that's kind of the scenario that we're seeing right now. For example, there's Israeli air defense assets in the UAE right now, and they're the ones that shot down an Iranian ballistic missile launch that was happening against the Emirates, right? And it kind of goes back to this. I mean, if anything, if there's going to be a diversification from the UAE, it's going to be with Israel. This is kind of the reality of the ground. And I think if anything, Israel's, when we're talking about this from a regional perspective, I wouldn't be surprised if Israel's influence within a lot of these countries in the Gulf, especially those that are not part of the Abraham Accords, will continue to expand, because there's the public-facing diplomacy, but a lot of things happen in the background, and I think that's one of the key aspects of this. And I think Israel's position is going to continue to kind of move forward, and I wouldn't be surprised if Israel is advocating to President Trump as well, with the UAE saying we need to retaliate because this strike that Iran did against the UAE crosses a red line.
Yeah. By the way, I got a message now from an official in the UAE. I deleted the post now. Damn it! I should have kept it open for a bit longer. But there was a statement about the UAE defense minister saying they will have to respond militarily. Yeah. So now it seems to have been the sources saying this is not true. Either they're walking it back, Or
Well, there's a lot of reporting coming from Israeli press as well that indicates that. So again, I don't know if there's one way or another.
that indicates what exactly? Sorry, that indicates
that
what
the
exactly?
UAE has to respond. I mean, we did get a lot of those reporting that the UAE has stated that they do need to respond. Yeah, I have seen that now. I mean, is the UAE going to say that right now publicly in UAE channels? I mean, I'm not 100% familiar with UAE, media and how they operate, obviously from an authoritarian country's perspective, but that's just the reality of the ground. I don't think
the UAE will respond militarily. Yeah, okay. I don't think that they'll respond as part of an attack with Israel and the US. I'm getting more reports that extensive fire at the Fujairah oil facilities. Satellite images have recorded a very extensive fire at the Fujairah oil facilities. The Fujairah oil terminal is the only alternative route to the Strait of Hormuz for the UAE. Let me read slowly for the people that don't know this. So the Fujairah is the alternative, the only alternative the UAE has to the Strait of Hormuz, the only way they can still export oil if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. The capacity of this pipeline is 1.5 million barrels of crude oil per day, which can be increased to 1.8 million barrels. I think the total that the UAE exports is about 3.3, 3.5. So they can only export half of what they usually export through the Fujairah terminal. And they want to export 5 million barrels because they've pulled out of OPEC. So they can only export a quarter of that with less than about a quarter of that through Fujairah before the damage. This pipeline was specifically built so that the UAE can export its oil bypassing the strait. This attack not only hits a coalition partner, but targets infrastructure that allows oil to flow without the need for Hormuz. The only other significant alternative route to the Strait of Hormuz is the pipeline in Saudi, the Yanbu pipeline, which was attacked in April and lost about 700,000 barrels per day of its transfer capacity. While the UAE claims that Iran attacked its oil facilities in the port of Fujairah in response to American movement and Emirati support, Iran has denied attacking the UAE. I want my team. Can you? No way Iran denied attacking the UAE. I think it's pretty clear Iran attacked the UAE. So I'll have my team check that part in the analysis. It's not my team that sent it. It's a third-party analysis. The UAE's Ministry of Defense says its air defenses have so far intercepted 12 ballistic missiles, 3 cruise missiles, and 4 drones launched by Iran today. These are numbers that we saw on
I mean, we said that in the
active days of the war.
Yeah, when we saw that when the space was happening, and the reporters, I remember said that in the space with the other co-hosts. I was like, this just reminds us when the war was happening, we would break in with these reports because it's war-like numbers, absolutely.
What do you make of the silence right now across the board? Iran is silent about all this. The US is silent.
I think that's the settling. It just happened. I mean, it's pretty fresh. I mean, I think that's the thing. And obviously, also we have to be cognizant that Iran's ability to sustain ballistic missile strikes and drone strikes, even against UAE or any country nearby, has been severely degraded, right? So we have to make that abundantly clear that they don't have the ability to launch sustained strikes against UAE, even if they wanted to. Right, I'm not saying they wanted to.
But are you sure?
Bro, I mean, does Iran have the capability right now of launching 100 ballistic missiles against the UAE? No, they don't.
But they can do at least 30, 40.
Right, but
if you look at the amount
so that now the question is though, well, they could do 30, 40. What we saw during the war is that they would do 30 to 40 in a day from ballistic missiles only, right? If we're only looking at ballistic missiles, they would do around 30 to 40 ballistic missiles in one day, so a 24-hour period across the region. Right, that does show that, and people can make an argument that, oh, well, they were trying to preserve that for future conflict. Obviously, they still lost, they had losses, etc. Regardless, their ability to sustain strikes was degraded, right? They weren't what the first day, even the second day, were hundreds of ballistic missiles, which a lot of people would assume that's what Iran was going to do. So even if they had an understanding in Iran because of a degradation of military capabilities because of U.S. strikes and because of a decision they made that they needed to sustain those capabilities for longer term, it's also important to note that Iran's ability to manufacture ballistic missiles has also been significantly degraded. So that's why they probably have to have the calculus, like any ballistic missile we launch now, we lose that capability to maintain down the road a year, 2 years from now, unless we rebuild our capabilities. That's going to take a while. So the missiles they have right now is the missiles they have. And they have to ration it as they see fit. And they have to be very cognizant of how they do that. And so that's another reason why maybe there's a settling of dust, because Iran acknowledges, hey, we have to conserve our combat power for as long as possible. And they also just don't have that capability. So the fact that right now it might be silent, it just all happened, right? And that's the reason why. The question now becomes, Does Iran do anything else? And does the UAE, Israel, and the United States respond? And I think that's what we're waiting on. Is just
you think Iran could do more? You think what do you think Iran would do? We haven't looked at that scenario. What do you think Iran will do if no one responds militarily, but the US continues to escort ships through or coordinate with ships to go through? Would they strike the ships? Would they strike the UAE? Will they do both?
I think they would. I think that's a real possibility that they would do both. I mean, because it goes back to if the US managed to set up an area of freedom and navigation in the southern portion of Hormuz, in the Strait of Hormuz, then Iran loses their deterrence.
They lose their biggest leverage, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. They lose everything. And so then the United States can just be like, see, we can maintain our naval blockade indefinitely, and we can still have naval vessels maritime vessels go through. And Iran is now in a lose-lose situation where the United States is not going to engage in straightforward negotiations for sanction release or anything like that.
All right. So what do you think would happen if there is retaliation, there is a significant strike by Israel and the US, targeted, within the escalation letter limitations. So if we do that, see that strike, and that will be it, and then a day or two later, they continue escorting ships. Do you think Iran would again strike, as you've said now, because they cannot let go of that leverage card?
I think so, yeah. I mean, again, because it goes back to the leverage, right? So if the U.S. continues this, right? So that's then the question then becomes: does the United States decide to let Iran take this, be able to retaliate as long as they're able to get vessels through? And that's then the conversation, right?
So,
because then
so
the United States can say, yeah.
Stefano, these conversations would have been had over the last few weeks and months when Trump met Cooper and Kane and all the advisors. So when these discussions happened, and they've gone through these entire various scenarios, I'm sure they've gone through the scenario where Iran will retaliate. And I'm sure one of the options, as they're going through the various options, is retaliate against the Gulf, maybe mainly the UAE. And I'm sure they've got a lot of intel as well, communication between Iranian leaders on what their response could be. So if they have that information, what is their plan exactly? So if Trump did this, Iran attacked the Gulf, Trump can't just blink again now. It's a pretty terrible look to blink again now. He can't keep escorting ships if Iran will continue striking. He can strike back, but as you said, Iran would still continue, deterring the US from building that freedom of passage in the Strait of Hormuz. So then the only scenario then, if you look at all these various options, unless I'm missing something, would be the unintended escalations.
I mean, to an extent, right? I mean, I think, again, there's a lot. I think people, again, it goes back to my earlier comment where people put too much emphasis on public diplomacy and use that as an analysis. And two, more importantly, people put too much emphasis on either media takes or social media takes and think that that's what's going to dictate American foreign policy or American military strategy. It doesn't. They don't care what people on Twitter think. Oh, Twitter thinks Trump blinked. Oh, okay, that's not how the government works. They don't care, right?
But they care about voters. Trump cares about voters, though. And how
right, but
voters
right. But the last poll we got, actually, the vast majority of Americans think the U.S. is winning this war.
Really?
There you go. Move on. Right. Yeah. But the last one from ABC News and Reuters, in coordination with Reuters, the vast majority of Americans think the United States was winning this. Okay, done. Check. Now, there could be, you can make an argument that they're not. I can maybe make an argument they are, or vice versa. But who cares? That doesn't matter for the U.S. The advisors. If I'm in a room with the President of the United States and the National Security Council, right? I mean, at the end of the day, especially the CENTCOM commander, he's not analyzing this from that perspective. He's saying, Mr. President, these are what we have. These are the options I'm giving you. And this is how we kind of going to do. Now, President Trump, obviously, and his cabinet and his advisors are going to take politics into consideration. But that's probably why they feel very comfortable with the naval blockade perspective. Because the naval blockade perspective is like, I don't have to get American military forces again into another war and the media backlash that they can have. But I'm putting an enormous amount of cost on the Iranian economy and the Iranian ability to kind of fight this, continue to fight. And then the question is, who can last longer? And I would be very cautious with anybody to make the argument that somehow Iran, because of their model of resistance economy and et cetera, can somehow outlast the United States economically, right? When there's a lot of avenues that this can be bypassed, and we're seeing other countries already trying to do that, right? So, again, I think that's where President Trump is analyzing this from your perspective, is looking at the data, even from the Treasury Department. It's like, okay, where's our economic outlook? What is our output? American oil export has exploded since the closure of the Straits of Hormuz. absolutely exploded. And so the US can probably look at this and, okay, that gives me this amount of leeway to kind of continue to move forward. If I do this naval blockade against Iran, they have this amount of leeway. I can outlast them. And now the cost is, how much economic cost can I put on Iran? And unlike prior to this war, Iran can't just evade sanctions. They don't have Dubai to help them. And they can't just turn off their AIS trackers and use their shadow fleets to go to China regardless, even if they're sanctioned. Right? That's the whole point of the blockade. It just physically prevents them from doing all that they were the things that they were able to do in the past. And the Dubai component has also been lost. So that's the thing that I think we're not necessarily analyzing this. Look at the data from Iran's economy. Look at their currency. It has plummeted in value, and it's still plummeting. So,
but we have to also understand how everyone talks about how resilient they are. And you have to, they'd be looking at this, they'd be like, all right, cool, we need to ensure there's deterrence against any future attack. We need to ensure that we have money to rebuild the country, control the Strait of Hormuz. So we are willing to push this for as far as we can, even if it leads to the resumption of the war. It will be limited in their calculation. And I think there was a report coming out of Iran. Their calculation is Trump cannot afford a prolonged conflict. It'll be more of a limited attack and a short-term war.
Why does everybody assume? Okay, but let's go back. What started the protests in January in Iran? They were economic protests.
Yeah.
Right?
And
there's this, I mean, this is the thing that, I'm not, look, I am actually in the camp of people that believe that from a military component, military is more important than economics, right? I 100% agree with you. But there's a fundamental difference. For example, let's look at Russia, Ukraine, and the sanctions and all that, and the economic harm that's produced to Russia, right? But Russia's not necessarily right now in a situation of absolute economic collapse. They're in economic pain, but they're not in economic collapse. The conversation in Iran is, no, there's a serious conversation to be made about economic collapse. Like, no economic output, no GDP, like nothing. And I think we are completely ignoring this. And you can't just say, oh, well, that's a resistance economy. Right, the resistance economy.
But how would they? But if there's economic collapse, their solution is controlling the Strait of Hormuz. If they get out of this war with no reparations, no lifting of sanctions, and potentially a blockade and continued pressure, then the economic collapse that was there in January will remain. The only way they can get rid of that economic collapse, the only way is the lifting of sanctions or the control of the Strait of Hormuz. So your argument of economic collapse reinforces the control.
I think that right, but the control of the Strait of Hormuz, right? Then now that goes back to the conversation of the Gulf. Now you're gonna you have to sell that to Saudi Arabia, you have to sell that to UAE, and you have to sell that to Oman. They're not going to.
But they would rather. But they have no choice. They have a choice. Sorry, but they're in a. Kuwait has exported zero oil. The others have exported close to zero or significantly less than they usually would.
But who has a larger slush fund of money to withstand all this? Those countries
I know
Iran.
Depends on their tolerance. Depends on their tolerance. Depends on their tolerance. Iran, this is existential for them. If the Gulf country, like they need that money to build up their country.
It's existential
to the regime. To the regime. Yeah, to the ones calling the shots. The one calling the shots. For the Gulf countries, if this opens and all they have to do is pay a fee at the Strait of Hormuz for a 6-month period, their economy would continue doing well. For the regime, if they go back to if they goes back to the status quo, they would collapse. The status quo is great for the Gulf. The status quo would lead to collapse in Iran. The only way for Iran to generate that revenue is by charging a fee at the Strait of Hormuz. They have no other option unless Trump agrees to remove some of the sanctions and unfreeze and
that's the negotiation, right? But then the question is, what is the United States willing to give up on sanctions?
But do you agree? But do you agree there is no way that Trump to ABC on the Iran attacks that targeted the UAE, they were shut down for the most part. One got through, not huge damage. What is going on?
So Trump just said that to ABC News?
Yeah, they were shut down. So they asked about the Iranian attacks on the UAE. They were shut down for the most part. One got through, not huge damage. The Fujairah terminal is burning as we speak. That is a great sign for no escalation. That is a terrible sign for the UAE. I'm not sure if you've cut out. I'll read the news for the audience just while you fix your connection. Lisa, if you can get Stefano off and fix his connection. I think he cut out. But this is a statement that just came in now from ABC. The UAE Ministry of Defense has announced it confronted 12 ballistic missiles 3 cruise missiles and 4 drones fired by today so far. I've already read that. That's nothing new. But I want to just talk about the response here from Trump when asked about the attacks on the UAE, which were extensive attacks. We're talking about 12 ballistic missiles, 3 cruisers, 4 drones. And Trump was like, hey, that was a small attack. Most of them were shut down, not huge damage, while the terminal is burning. That says a lot. I know it doesn't. You can't completely dismiss public statements. Trump stopped short of saying that Iran had violated. Trump stopped short of Iran. He also stopped short of saying that Iran violated the ceasefire with today's attacks in his interview with ABC.
Well, then that's an interesting aspect. So then that's the messaging where President Trump is now trying to say this attack is not to the point. So then the question goes back to that I would have is the timeline of events. Did all this started because the U.S. destroyed the 6 to 7 vessels in the Straits of Hormuz? And so is President Trump in his mind saying, we did this, Iran did a retaliation, okay, we're fair game. Now the question though becomes, what does the UAE say? And do they accept this? And maybe you're right, the UAE says, okay, and maybe the region like Israel and the UAE are looking at the United States and say, we need a green light. I would not discount the possibility of a UAE unilateral military operation. I would not discount it.
But do you understand? But this is insane. The fact that an American ally that was just attacked to that extent because of American action, again, that's because this is not a war that started out of nowhere. Iran attacked the UAE, the US had nothing to do with it. The UAE doubled down on their relationship with the US, just purchased more military equipment, has American military presence in their territory. A lot of business interests here in the UAE. For the US not to respond and support such an ally, that says a lot. That says a lot.
Well, I mean, again, I guess the question then becomes, right, there's a lot of supports that happen without, from outside we shouldn't look at this from presidential rhetoric, right? This goes back to the public diplomacy. So, for example, how much of those drones and cruise missiles was like all UAE shot them down, right? What support did the United States provide, if any, from an intelligence, indications and warning, logistics support, the giving them ammunitions, et cetera, right? So, again, this is kind of the public statement. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe President Trump might have a call with MBZ, Mohammed Zayed, the Crown Prince of UAE, to see if there's going to be a coordination piece. This is another piece where maybe the UAE is going to have conversations with the Israelis to see if they can reinforce that. Is the UAE going to wait until President Trump authorizes strikes and retaliation? Or is the UAE going to do it by themselves? Again, I just say it's within the realm of possibility that this happens. President Trump saying, it could also be that the reason why President Trump is saying this is not necessarily from an aspect of de-escalation. And I think a lot of people look at that and say, oh, this is Trump trying to de-escalate the situation and say it's not a big deal.
That's what I think.
I also think of it as from a rhetorical perspective, say, no, we're winning. Iran fired at us, they failed. Not necessarily if the U.S. is not going to respond, but more from a perspective of saying, no, we still have all the cards. Iran, see how desperate they are and see how basically pathetic they are. They conducted this strike, but that means nothing. We still have everything, and we might retaliate if we so desire. It's very hard to read President Trump, and I would not recommend people try to do it, because I can also analyze it not from a de-escalation perspective or what people would say a talker perspective, just no, Iran is a failure, and we can retaliate because we so see fit.
But then why not say the ceasefire was breached so he can justify retaliation? Why at least not say that?
Because the other thing that Trump might also just be saying is, if he says that and he says we're going to retaliate, it could also be like, now Iran has advanced warning that the U.S. is going to conduct a military retaliation in response. So the question then, does the U.S. conduct a retaliation between now and in a future time period? I believe the last I saw, I don't know if they've officially announced it, President Trump did say the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Kane, are going to have a press conference tomorrow, so we'll see if tomorrow morning goes on. But again, I'm just very interested on the 6 to 7 vessels that were destroyed in the Straits of Hormuz. I want to know. It would be interesting if any reports comes out that tells us when that happened, because if that was the thing, I think it was this morning. All
this morning,
right?
I think.
But did that happen before or after Iran, for example, launched their strikes against the U.S. naval?
I think before. From what I understand, it was before. I think I don't know if you told me that.
Right,
or
we
someone
don't.
else, but it was before.
We don't.
But that
we
would.
don't have
But
confirmation yet.
Iran did even if it was before, Iran didn't use that to justify it. Iran said it was because the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, Operation Freedom. They didn't say it's because
right.
our ships were struck.
Well, but then
They've
came
even
out and
denied. Hold on.
it.
They've denied the claims that their boats were struck. So if that is the reason, then
Yeah,
why
but
wouldn't
do you
they
believe it?
state that?
Right, but I mean,
No, I think they were
because
struck. But I'm saying, why wouldn't they even
But it's
state
like the
it?
same with Trump. But it's same with Trump, right? Like you can make the same argument. The reason why Iran is denying it because they don't want to give a sense of weakness or a win to somebody else, and the same for Trump.
Oh.
Because if Trump says, "Oh, this violated the ceasefire and broke," that means Iran doesn't believe in the U.S. deterrence and the naval blockade. So it could also be from Trump's perspective. If I publicly acknowledge this, that means my naval blockade rhetoric is a failure. But if because now he's keeping everything close hold to himself, that maybe down the road he can use as a justification either for military escalation and conducting strikes in Iran, or doubling down on the naval blockade. And that's kind of the conversation that has to be going on.
Yeah, I'd be very, very surprised if that doesn't happen. Is there any? So, I don't know if I asked you that question already, or asked someone else. Is there any scenario where Israel responds without American support? Where Israel responds?
I find that very hard to
the
believe.
UAE?
I find
Really?
I find that.
You don't think that could happen?
I mean, they could, but I think a lot of them, they ideally, I mean, we saw that during the 12-day war. But I think the problem is that since the U.S. got involved already, even if the Israelis respond unilaterally, the Iranians are not going to distinguish, and they're going to triple down on strikes anywhere. So any response that the Israelis do on their own would inherently get the Americans targeted as well, and then the U.S. would get involved. And I think President Trump would be furious at that. And we've seen that in this joint operation between, combined operation, I should say, between U.S. and Israel. U.S. was the lead military that led this operation from a command and control and execution, and the Israelis supported the U.S. effort in this.
Yeah, I'm trying to get more information on other statements made to ABC, but this is all I've got so far. What would be indicators that we'll see from a military perspective? Okay, let's look at the other scenario, kind of linked to the question I was about to ask. What would it take for the U.S. to conduct military operations against Iran more than what we've seen so far, escalating to things that we were discussing earlier, an amphibious assault or something along those lines?
I mean, it's really hard to say what would trigger the United States to do that. I mean, is it like American casualties? Could it be a strike somewhere? Could it be, or it could just be a frustration from the Trump administration that nothing is moving forward, and so they need to escalate to then get into a negotiated settlement. It's really hard to say. There's a myriad of reasons, and it goes back to, it goes back to like, what justification that Trump had in February 28th to even start this war to begin with? He just did it, right? So that's the scenario that we're running into. So in the end of the day, this is conversations that President Trump is having with his advisors in his cabinet. And until then, that's the decision we're going to be made. But it's very interesting that on Thursday, the CENTCOM commander briefed President Trump on all the options that they have related to this closure of the Straits of Hormuz and to kind of get through this impasse. So President Trump can always wake up one day and tell Admiral Cooper, okay, execute plan Alpha, let's call it, which is targeting, let's say, the Iranian energy facilities, and that's what they decide to do.
Last thing I want to cover with you for the next few minutes is what's happening in Lebanon. So Israel, there's been reports of Israeli aircraft deep into Lebanese territory. We also just got a report that Hezbollah apparently targeted IDF members that were trying to cross the Litani River. So Hezbollah has announced thwarting an IDF advancement attempt to cross the Litani River towards southern Lebanon, South Tower something from Deir Sharian, after engaging the force using rifles and machine guns from near point blank, confirming casualties. Hezbollah targeted the IDF armored reinforcements. So that kind of, if there is that escalation. Okay, hold on. Iran has something more significant. Iran denies striking Fujairah. The Islamic Republic had no premeditated plan to attack the mentioned oil facilities. What happened was the result of the U.S. military adventurism to create a passage for illegal ship transit through forbidden route of the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. military must be held accountable for it. U.S. statesmen must end the ugly behavior of using force in diplomacy and ceasefire military adventurism in the sensitive oil region that affects the economies of all countries. What? That's pretty. So are they walking back?
It's Iran's
no, but why
game.
would they walk it back? Why would they walk it back?
What? Okay, because it's Iran. Of course, they're going to walk it back. I mean, that's the exact point. They're just going to walk it back. They don't necessarily care, and I wouldn't read too much into it. I wouldn't put that too much emphasis on that, to be honest.
Yeah. And the last question I have for you is Lebanon.
Yeah.
And Hezbollah.
No, I mean,
do you think things will escalate there?
I know one of the key positions that Iran has is there has to be a ceasefire in Lebanon. Israel continues to conduct, but by the way, Israel not only is conducting operations in Lebanon, they're also conducting operations still in Gaza, right? So we have to make that abundantly clear that is not. And then obviously the amount of operations that the IDF is doing right now in southern Lebanon has significantly dropped compared to before the U.S.-Iranian ceasefire, right? But they're still doing operations specifically targeted strike. It was very interesting that Reuters reported, based on conversations that Reuters had with Hezbollah members, that Hezbollah, since this war started, like this latest iteration of war, they've lost, quote, thousands of fighters, which is showing a significant amount of casualties that Hezbollah has suffered in southern Lebanon. In the end of the day, that's kind of Benjamin Netanyahu's and the IDF overall goal. I think it's a completely clear south of the Litani River, all Hezbollah present, but that's going to take a significant amount of time and resources and capabilities.
Well, they've gone beyond that, man. Like they're leveling villages now. We've gone
right. But from their perspective, the overall justification is because how the IDF is going to portray. Not saying I agree or disagree with it, but from their perspective is this is how Hezbollah uses these villages, for example, for base of operation against Israel. That's why we had to remove it. You can say,
yeah, but this is removing the entire village. I worry now the intention is different to getting rid of Hezbollah. I thought 2 months ago their intention was to get rid of Hezbollah. I'm worried right now that the intention has become more sinister, to wipe out villages. And I've seen videos of them blowing up restaurants and blowing up homes, just leveling villages with bulldozers. You wouldn't do that if your goal was to get rid of Hezbollah because you want to, win the hearts and minds of the Lebanese people.
No,
a lot of them were turning on Hezbollah.
No. Okay, let's make this abundantly clear. Let's make this up. You cannot analyze the IDF how the U.S. did Afghanistan and Iraq. The IDF does not do counterinsurgency. That is not how they're operating.
But they did that. They've done that against Hezbollah, but they've done that the whole time. This is the first time they do this. This is the first time they ever level villages in Lebanon, ever, in decades of fighting Hezbollah.
Right. But even any operations they've done in southern Lebanon, just as the operations they're doing against Hamas and Gaza, it is not from a counterinsurgency perspective. It's not from a government. I think the Israelis, if anything, learned the lessons of the southern Lebanese army and say we cannot trust another group inside of Lebanon to do what we need to do to ensure our security down in southern Lebanon, even to the point of the Lebanese armed forces. They cannot trust. And it's very interesting that President Aoun of Lebanon and Benjamin Netanyahu might have a meeting soon in Washington, D.C. We're seeing the Lebanese state, the government of Lebanon and Israel have negotiations mediated by the United States, taking, kind of seeing if we can get a longer-term peace strategy, stuff like that. But from the IDF perspective, like that is completely irrelevant to us. Our focus is southern Lebanon, removing any infrastructure that Hezbollah has in southern Lebanon. So if there's a house that they use to do base of operations against Israel at any point in time, how Israel, I'm not saying it's justified, but how the IDF is doing it is saying we are going to remove that completely to deny them that.
No, but they're removing again. But they're removing every. So if they use one house, they remove the whole village.
Well, I would have to get like the exact date of how much villages we're talking about. I mean, obviously,
no, they've raised villages. And I mean, this is why I'm really surprised. And I'm the one who's very critical of Hezbollah. Why I'm so shocked? They have leveled villages. They've gone to villages and just gonna remove the stadiums, remove the homes, remove the restaurants. Everything. So what I'm starting to worry right now is the goal is the annexation. That the minority of the voices in Israel that do want to expand the territory are the ones dictating policy right now. And there's the argument being made that this is a short window.
If you look at Gaza, and so even in Gaza, right? I mean, obviously there's people, but even inside of Gaza, and the United States and the international community wouldn't do that because if that's the overall goal, I think then President Trump wouldn't have a negotiation leverage with President Aoun of Lebanon, right? Because no Lebanese president is going to accept an Israel occupation annexation of territories in southern Lebanon, right? Outside of what already they claim has existed, right? Again, you have to analyze this from a perspective of military perspective. I guess the argument you can make, and I'm trying to simplify this, is like they're not doing counterinsurgency, they're doing counterterrorism. They do not care about governance. They do not want to establish a technocratic government. They do not want to train anybody down there. And Gaza, they're leveraging and arming clans and existing groups that kind of establish themselves to target Hamas. And they say, well, because Israel can't do it because of the Gaza ceasefire on their own, and they have done operations on their own, they still do airstrikes there, just like they've done in the West Bank. They're saying, okay, well, if I'm constrained because of the U.S. ceasefire, I'm going to leverage these militias and clans in Gaza to target Hamas. In Lebanon, they don't have that right now, but their goal is we're just going to eradicate any semblance. And if anything, it could also just be this idea of forcing people in southern Lebanon, who's been the basis support for Hezbollah, to say, we are not going to allow you to enable Hezbollah to come back. So I wouldn't view it from an annexation perspective. It's more of a, and because I just kind of jumped in because you were saying this hearts and minds. Israel doesn't care about the hearts and minds in southern Lebanon. That's not.
Well, it is military strategy. It is military strategy. If they want to get rid of Hezbollah, you'd want the Lebanese people to disarm Hezbollah. You can't expect the Lebanese people to disarm Hezbollah when you level their villages, and then the defense minister says that even after the war ends, 20% of the Lebanese population cannot return home south of Lebanon, even after the war ends. You say that. You say Lebanese people can't return to home after the war ends, and we level their village. But hey, please disarm Hezbollah so they can't attack us. If you win the hearts and minds of the Lebanese people, then the Lebanese people will fight by your side.
Let's go this from an operational perspective from the Israeli Defense Force, right? So the counter I would say is this is going to be the new normal until you disarm Hezbollah through an agreement that we have. The question also is, if Lebanon woke up today and in unison said, we want to disarm Hezbollah, could they disarm Hezbollah? No. Let's be honest. So then from the Israelis' perspective, again, I'm not justifying this, but it's just the thought process, right? It's then why do we care? That's not our goal and that's not our objective. So the goal and the objective is I need to remove, which is
you can't remove an ideological group that has the support of X percent, 20, 30, 40, 50% of the 20, 30, 40% of the Lebanese population. That's the issue. You can't do that without the support of the country itself. Do you know what the problem? If that's their goal, my worry, because I was in your camp until 2 months ago. Now I'm in the camp is, I worry their intention is different.
I'm not. It's not. Let me.
No, I mean the camp. No, what I meant the camp. What I mean the camp is you don't believe they want to annex territory. I'm now starting to worry that this may be one of their objectives, at least an option on the table. That is the worry that I have.
I mean, again, I
hope I'm wrong.
I mean, it could be. Again, it could be. It could be. I just think that this is something where even President Trump, because if he's not letting the Israelis do this in Gaza, it's very hard to make the argument that he's willing to allow this to happen in southern Lebanon, right?
But it's not about, like they think they plan multiple administrations ahead, so that could be for them to annex territory. You invade the territory, you maintain military presence there, and 10 years, 15 years later, you're like, oh, this is our territory. Look at the Sheba Farms, I think it's
right.
called.
And now, good, and I understand that perspective. I can get that in this aspect. I just think that I think what President Trump would love more than anything else is a normalization of relations and even a peace treaty, if possible, between Lebanon and Israel. Because let's be real, if that were to happen, I mean, that there is literally like that. That is just it. I mean, that's the only thing after that is Israel-Palestine, right? I mean, that would be it. And that would be a huge win for the U.S., an enormous win. And for the
world.
And I think that's why, from a U.S. perspective, any aspect of normalization is going to be you need to stop. You need to pull out of Lebanon. And I think when the United States is telling Israel, there's kind of like, hey, the ceasefire is still in place. Israel obviously is still conducting operations, military operations, and airstrikes against Hezbollah. But the reasoning why I think President Trump is putting that pressure in the Trump administration on Israel and on the IDF and on Benjamin Netanyahu is not because of the ceasefire in Iran. That's not what they're concerned. They saw a window of opportunity with President Aoun and the current political construct in Lebanon. I think inside of Lebanon, there's an exhaustion of war and the cost that they have to bear because of Hezbollah, that I think the administration is saying, can we exploit this and get a long-term peace treaty inside of Lebanon and Israel?
Final question for you, Steph, is President Trump just made a statement to ABC. Iran has not violated the ceasefire. They only shot a few missiles, most of which were shot down. Very little damage.
Oh, there you go. Then that's President Trump saying they didn't violate it. And it's very interesting he's taking that point, because when we were talking about this, it seemed like it was a clear violation. But now the question then becomes, is he saying that because he doesn't want to be forced to retaliate? Or is he saying that to say, my deterrence and my plan is working, but I still reserve options to do other things as I see fit? That's what time has to tell, right? Because we've seen, I think it's very important to note, President Trump, before the war with Iran, made a lot of statements of how peace and diplomacy and peace and diplomacy. We've seen this time and time again, where he's, all the public rhetoric and some of the reporting indicates that negotiations are the preferred route, that military option once it could happen for boom, a military strike to happen, right? Is this the same way where President Trump is trying to say, hey, we're cool, we're going to continue as is, because he believes in that, and he doesn't believe that this is a significant violation of the ceasefire, and he doesn't want to get militarily involved? Or is he going to say, okay, I want to say that now to reserve my options, because maybe in 24 hours we are going to conduct military strikes, but I don't want to give any heads up to the Iranians?
Heads up. Heads up. I think the Iranian, there's no heads up anymore. The element of surprise is kind of dead now in this war. That would have made sense before this war.
But I mean, we've seen President Trump do this in the past before. We've seen this happen time and time
in
again.
the middle of war. In the middle of war, though.
Right, but
like,
even
he doesn't want to make
even
sense.
before war. Even before war.
Yeah, but before war, it makes sense to do it because the Iranians are not expecting it.
We're in a ceasefire. This is a ceasefire.
But the Iranians are not treating it as such. I think like a ceasefire in the middle of war, on the edge of war, is very different to now. Everyone thinks that war is very likely. Before, a lot of people thought the war is being avoided, negotiations are going well. Very different time now than before.
We're too. I think again, this goes back to my earlier point that I was saying to you. We're too soon in the immediate aftermath, and I think we're trying to analyze this with very limited information, and even just from President Trump's statements, we have to take a word of caution. And this goes back to where public diplomacy is not the only thing, and public statements isn't always the reality, as you know, with President Trump as well, specifically, because I was saying like, okay, hey, look at his Truth Social. He said this, but I don't disagree with you that there is a possibility that he's going to say, hey, maybe President Trump is operating under the assumption that I'm very comfortable with the blockade. So then the question then becomes with the Iranians is, as you said, is this a one and done, or is this a repeat? And if it's a one and done, does the United States, for example, continue to take aggressive approach along the Straits of Hormuz, targeting these fast boats? And does Iran respond? And if they don't, again, there's a lot of things that is too fresh. There's a lot of unknowns, and we have to see how this kind of plays out. I wouldn't discount the possibility of a U.S.-Israeli strike resuming inside of Iran because of this event. I wouldn't discount the possibility of a UAE military strike because of this. And I wouldn't discount that nothing changes, or they take a much more hawkish approach just in the Straits of Hormuz. There's a wide range of courses of actions that can happen. Only time will tell which way. And we have to look at all the information, all the things and the reports that are coming out to see which direction we're heading towards and which is the most likely course of action. Right now, it's just too soon and there's just not enough information. In the previous, when this all started, I said 70% that the ceasefire collapsed, and I said low confidence, right? I still have a low confidence, but with President Trump's statement, okay, well, that's the first official statement from the president. That does reduce it, right? I still say low confidence.
What would you say it is now?
40%?
That there will be 40%.
That the ceasefire collapses.
That it collapses. Okay, that's a big change.
So from a 70% to again, it's low confidence, but I drop it because, well, President Trump made a statement that said he doesn't believe that the ceasefire collapsed. Well, that's a very clear indication, but it's still too soon and we don't have enough information. What we're going to see right now is all the media and all the journalists that have connections to the Department of Defense, that have connections to the White House, that have connections to Israel, to the UAE, they're going to start talking to their sources. And that's really going to help frame everything to see, is the ceasefire hold or does it collapse? And that's what we have to wait.
Is it at least fair to say that there was no pre-planning for a continuation of the war? Otherwise, that would have been the perfect justification. At least we can make that statement, that if there was pre-planning for the war, we would see a very different rhetoric from the US, because I'm sure they've discussed the possibility of Iran attacking the UAE. So it's not like a surprise to them. It's something that they knew could be part of the retaliation options by the UAE.
What I would say is, this is where it's very interesting how this administration does. This is why you need a Secretary of State that's much more involved. Obviously, Marco Rubio hasn't really been that involved in the Middle East side. This has been led by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Obviously, Marco Rubio has other areas that he's been focusing on as Secretary of State. This would be nice to see if he can get much more involved in the aspects of the Middle East, to be honest.
Stefano, always a pleasure to have you again. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you, Mario. I really appreciate it, man.
See you, my friend. John, good to see you again, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm blessed. Well, thank you.
As objectively as possible, what's your initial reaction? I'm good. What do you make of what we're seeing now? It's surprising. Be honest. It is surprising that they attacked solely the UAE. Such ferocity. I know you're not a fan of the Iranian government, the Iranian regime, the IRGC. I understand your stance on them. But despite that, from a military perspective, would you say that's a surprising response to to Operation Freedom?
I don't think it's a response to Operation Freedom. It's another act of Iranian regime aggression. And I think it's another act of aggression, regional aggression against Muslim countries and Muslims in the region that will be costly for the Iranian regime. It's another mistake of overreach, additional aggression that I think that they will pay for, whether it's now immediately or within a few hours or in the long term. But this type of aggression is the type of behavior that their neighbors won't forgive them for. And I think it's very evident what the Iranian regime really is about. And to try to make any logical linkage between a US-led operation to open up, humanitarian shipping and goods in the Strait of Hormuz against an illegal Iranian blockade has very little to do, if at all, with the United Arab Emirates. They're not really part of the operation here. This is a US operation. So if anything, if this is a response to anything, then the cowardly Iranians should be picking a fight with the Americans, not with the UAE.
All right, so a couple of things. So number one is asymmetric warfare. We've had the discussion before. This one is a bit different in my view. Like the last time when they attacked the Gulf, it was expected. Obviously, justification is one thing. I'm not justifying, but I'm saying it was an expected response to the US attacks. They can't strike the American mainland from you're a former military officer, so you know how that works. Today's one is surprising because, okay, look, it's not surprising they struck the Gulf. You could even say it's not surprising they struck the UAE, because if they struck an American base, there would be a pretty substantial response from the US. It's just how extensive it was. The fact that they fired, let me see the numbers. I'm sure you saw the numbers, but about 8 or 13 missiles and a handful of drones. That's what surprised me. There it is. They fired 12 missiles, ballistic missiles, 3 cruise missiles, and 4 drones. That is what surprised me, really. And now they're saying, by the way, they did not intend to target the Fujairah oil refinery, but I don't know why they would say that.
I'm sure they intended to strike Israel or Washington. Of course, their reports are very trustworthy, and we should always believe what the Iranian regime says in terms of their intentions. Let's be serious for a second. Looking at what they've done, I think at it as another act of desperation. Even though they have, the internet shut down, even though they are continuing to execute Iranians in quite consecutive order. Just out a few hours ago, additional young, brave Iranians, 18, 25, 21-year-olds, who have been executed by the Iranian regime for the mere crime of voicing their opinion and wanting a different future. Tortured and then executed. And sadly, this gets very little recognition in international media. But they have the country on blackdown, so it's difficult, internet blackout, and no real international media is doing the dangerous but needed job of going in and actually reporting on the ground. International media, they're very happy to be reporting in comfortable areas like Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, but not so much in Iran. There we don't see investigative journalism. We don't see anything of that effect. So the Iranians have an advantage here, a slight temporary advantage in terms of how they can try to communicate and how they can try to frame the situation. What I think is apparent for those who are watching military activities and numbers and the Iranian economy and the output of oil is that the Iranian regime is undergoing more and more pressure. And every day that goes by, they become more desperate and they're looking for a way to get out of the chokehold that President Trump has put them in, and that is the blockade of Iranian shipping.
John, just a few points. So number one, just careful, you're touching the mic and I can hear it move around. I was trying to figure out why. I think you're touching it, so it's moving with you. If you're touching it, it's not that bad, but if you're touching it, that would help. In terms of media not covering it, Iran executed Reuters yesterday. Iran executed man convicted of a killing of security officer in 2022. UN says Iran has executed 21, arrested over 4,000 since war started. Reuters 4 days ago. The Times, Iran executes 3 men charged over anti-regime protests. New York Post 2 days ago, Iran
compare
tortures
that
dad.
with the
Iran
amount
tortures dad to death.
of footage about the amount of coverage about everything else, oil and gas and UAE and shipping, etc. It is
Fair.
unfortunately
I think I'm not going to argue with it.
percentage.
I'm not going to argue with it. Yeah, I don't like the mainstream media. Let me go back to Iran's response, though. In terms of, it shows desperation. How? So usually, if a country's in a desperate position, they would not have escalation dominance. Now you can argue they don't have it, so let's put that aside. What I mean is, they would not have taken a few steps up the escalation ladder. So the US shot 7 of their warships. They fire 13 missiles at energy infrastructure in the Gulf. Isn't that that would be seen as a breach of the ceasefire? Lindsey Graham says it's a breach of the ceasefire. Trump said it's not. But it seems like a significant escalation. It doesn't show desperation. If anything, in my view, you don't have to like the Iranian regime, but from an objective perspective, it does show Iran putting their foot down, saying we will not accept the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. We want to control the Strait of Hormuz. I'm not saying they will succeed, but that's what for me, that's what it portrays.
That's not how I read it. If I, had intentions, if I were an Iranian and I would want to put my chicken leg down, at this stage, it's not a big foot, it's a chicken leg. If I would want to put it down, then I would, of course, need to target the military that is causing me pain, that is choking the Iranian regime's economy, then that is really causing problems for Iran. And that isn't the UAE. The UAE has nothing to do with it. That is the American Navy. And if you want to put your foot down and show capabilities and match between the tremendous rah-rah and macho of the Speaker of the Parliament and his deputy and the spokesperson for the Foreign Ministry and many others who talk very tough, but you can see that the action is, trying to find what they, the Iranians, perhaps perceive as the weakest link in the region, a link that they want to target, and they're trying to perhaps in a desperate attempt to shuffle the cards and see maybe we can find some wiggle room and maybe we can find some way of using small, relatively limited, and perhaps below threshold kinetic action against, not against the US and not against Israel, because they know what will happen if they strike US and Israeli assets. They will pay, and they will pay dearly. But with the UAE, it's different. And this brings me to an interesting dilemma, which I just tweeted about it a few hours ago. It'll be interesting to see, because I've been following Emirati communications and briefings by the senior advisor and statements from the Royal House, etc., the Prime Minister, etc. It's interesting to see whether or not now the Emiratis will actually task their military, their air force, to take action beyond the defensive. They've taken good defensive action.
Unilateral? You mean unilateral? You think they should do it unilaterally without Israeli-US support?
Well, first and foremost, they need to cross the Rubicon of, are we going to get our feet in the water? Are we going to get wet in this battle against the Iranian regime? So far, they've been receiving tremendous amounts of unilateral attacks, aggression by Iran against the Emiratis. The Emiratis have not fired anything significant against the Iranians. And up until now, there's been reports of a few skirmishes, but bottom line, the Emiratis have capabilities. They have an air force, which currently, based on most assessments, probably would be able to conduct a few successful sorties over Iranian skies with very limited exposure to their air force because of what Israel and the US
but the risk is how
together.
The risk is how Iran will retaliate. Do you think so? Do you think the UAE should, if Israel and the US, by the way, when you don't touch the mic, it's perfect audio, just letting you know. But when you touch it, just for future interviews, the sound is received here. So the question to you, should the UAE unilaterally attack Iran if the US and Israel decide not to?
So I think what the UAE, and this is probably happening, it's probably been going on for the last few hours since Iran attacked the UAE. The UAE is now considering its different options. I don't think that they will go at it alone. Big question, looking ahead. The Emiratis have already shown in the last 2-3 weeks of political and geostrategic decisions that they are going to chart a different path for their country, brave and quite interesting economically, politically. The decision to leave OPEC is a very big one, which I'm not sure that a lot of people really understand the long-term ramifications of. But I think that coupling that type of leadership and thinking with actually meeting up to their own words, because up until now, the communication from the Emiratis has been, we reserve the right. We reserve the right to respond against this aggression. In one statement a few weeks ago during the war, they were a bit more aggressive in the statement, but they've been very, very measured. And, you know, from an Israeli perspective, what I know about dealing with bullies is that a bully will continue to bully you until you stand up against it. The Iranians have been bullying Israel for a long time with Hezbollah.
But Iran says we're being bullied by the US. If you're advising, if you're advising the UAE, would you advise them? I'll repeat the question. It's a tough one. Would you advise them to strike Iran if the US and Israel won't get involved?
No, I don't think that's a realistic scenario. I think that the US and Israel are going to get involved. And I think that it's almost always better to be fighting as part of a coalition than it is to fight alone, especially when you're dealing with an enemy that has significant capabilities. But strategically and zooming out and looking at it at a bigger national level, also in terms of pride and your ability to defend yourself and project strength and deter future attacks, not only now, tactically speaking, it is important to defend yourself, and it is important to have the mindset of I'm willing to sustain casualties and to sacrifice in order for our enemies to know that you cannot continue to attack me and think that that will go unresponded.
So I've got two pieces of news here. Number one is there's reports of shots fired near the White House, areas now under lockdown. That just happened now. No other information whatsoever, so I don't know how significant it is. Al Jazeera chief U.S. correspondent Alan Fisher has reported that the White House has initiated a security lockdown following reports of gunfire originating just several blocks away. At the same time, Trump is participating in a small business summit at the White House. But it says the shots are a few blocks away. So we'll see if this is significant. I'll update here for the audience. So just to reaffirm your point is that you don't believe the UAE should get involved if theoretically US and Israel don't strike Iran. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is that your stance? Your advice to them?
I think what we've seen the Emiratis do so far is defend themselves very effectively against massive Iranian attacks. They've been at the receiving end of the majority of Iranian missiles and drones, and they've defended themselves well. I'm happy to know and to acknowledge the fact that Israeli Iron Dome and other assets have been helpful in protecting Emirati skies. It's the first time in Israeli history that we ever send any troops beyond our borders to defend any other sovereign country, as far as I'm aware. I may be corrected by some history professor, but I'm not aware of such a scenario before. And I think that is very, very meaningful. And where this puts us is, the dilemma for the Emiratis. And I think that reality will solve the dilemma for the Emiratis, whether or not they need to go at it alone, because I think it's a matter of a short time before the US and Israel will take action.
But so you've kind of given context, but you don't think that they should take unilateral action? It would not be strategically wise.
Not entirely sure. Not entirely sure, because if coupled with the adequate information campaign, both domestic and international, I think it would make a very, very important point towards the future and towards kind of setting an equation of price with the Iranian regime, hoping, of course, that the Iranian regime won't be around for long. But if it is, then if I were an Emirati,
they need to set up deterrence,
Yeah, because they've been defending themselves well. They have an air force, they have pilots, they have munitions, they have intel, they have the capacity to retaliate. If I were an Emirati, I wouldn't agree to this kind of aggression and let it go unanswered.
It's a tricky position, because you want them to establish deterrence, so Iran stops bullying or striking the UAE, and maybe it strikes other targets, other Gulf targets along with the UAE, but at least firing 8 missiles at 8 different countries instead of all of them at the UAE. That's one. So establishing deterrence is one benefit of striking Iran. The downside of it is Iran retaliates a lot more aggressively, and then we have a conflict, because obviously the UAE prides itself on being not only a mediator, a neutral country, but a safe country. So getting into a war with Iran could threaten that sense of security they've created for so many decades. So that's a very difficult calculation to make. But you said that you expect the Israelis
True.
and the Americans to respond.
Yeah, that's true what you say, but that image and that reality, which the Emiratis have worked hard and pretty cleverly to build and sustain over the years, it's now under relentless Iranian attack, and nothing says that it won't be under continued Iranian attack in the future unless the Iranians are shown that their aggression isn't left unanswered.
So this is the truth. But it's a
dilemma.
balance. You agree? Exactly. It's a dilemma because you don't want to instigate more attacks, but you also want to establish deterrence. So it is a very difficult position to be in.
Aggression. And so far, they've been inviting future aggression.
Yeah. Potentially, look, you can make that argument. You said you expect Israel and the US to attack. Now, first, do you expect Israel to attack without the American green light? Is that a possibility in your mind?
Very low one.
Okay, I agree. Now, in terms of the US attacking Iran, retaliating against Iran, you think that is a high likelihood?
I think it's likelier if the Iranians will try to be brave and very stupid and attack any American vessel in the area.
If they don't, if they just strike the Gulf, the UAE, just based on the UAE attacks.
Probably not, depending on the casualties, depending on the damage, depending on how well the Emiratis will be able to defend themselves. And up until now, they've shown quite high proficiency in defending themselves, which is great, and I commend them for it. And if the results are relatively moderate, then probably what the US will want to do, I guess, is to choose a different timing and reason to reignite kinetic activities. But it matters, not specifically on Iranian intentions. It matters a lot on the consequences. If there's casualties or significant damage, then that may cross, that threshold of this is too much for the Americans to allow. And maybe the Emiratis will apply a lot of pressure and say that this is too much. And maybe they will threaten, if you're not going to help me out, if you're not going to show solidarity, then we are going to strike Kharj Island. The Emiratis can do it. Maybe they would sustain air casualties on the way, but they could. It's a not at all hypothetical situation. The Emiratis have an air force. They have missiles. They have advanced weaponry. They have pilots, and they can do that. So the Emiratis have leverage as well. But up until now, as you said, they are a negotiating financial hub. Stability nurturing and facilitating nation, not necessarily a fighting nation. So far, that's worked great for them. But in terms of what the Iranians are doing now, is really forcing them to make perhaps different calculations.
What does that say about if the US does not support an American ally that is being attacked because of American actions? Not, I know we disagree whether it's justified or not, but the US started this war. And Iran threatened if the US attacked them, they'll strike the Gulf, and they delivered on that threat. Then Iran threatened not to try to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. They tried to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran retaliated by striking the Gulf. So it's fair to say American actions, I'm not saying you could blame America, I don't want to get into that debate, but they played a role, if not, they instigated the attacks by Iran against the UAE. The UAE has doubled down on their alliance with the US. They've doubled down on their alliance with Israel. Iron Dome is present in the UAE. If the Israel and the US, especially the US, do not support the UAE now when it was attacked again, and do not retaliate, what does that mean? What does that signal for the rest of the world about being an ally to the US?
Yeah, so I think you're framing it very much along Iranian propaganda lines, and I dispute that. I think that is a false framing. I think it's wrong, it's intellectually dishonest, and it's not very rigorous in terms of thinking about the facts. Iran is the regional aggressor here. Iran is the country that has been supporting terror organizations all over the region, whether it is in Lebanon, Gaza, Jordan, in Iraq, in Yemen, and of course, lots of Hezbollah cells and Iranian cells have been arrested in Bahrain, in Qatar, and in the Emirates. What the US and Israel have done and are doing, and God willing will continue to do until successful completion, is for the first time in 47 years actually holding the Iranian regime accountable for their aggression, for their bullying, for their illegal pursuing of nuclear weapons. And for the first time, someone is standing up to the Iranians, and it's a refreshing moment in history. And to create a logical connection.
Jonathan, I think it's unfair. You can make the argument of justifying American actions against Iran, and we've had that discussion and debate multiple times. But look, it's unfair, and you're saying it's intellectually dishonest on my part. Look, you're saying that Iran's like, America, don't strike our mainland. If you strike our mainland, we will strike the Gulf. America decides to strike the mainland. The Gulf is pissed off about it.
Why should the Iranians have such? What has the Gulf got to do with anything? They've made
the threat, but they've made the threat.
So what?
I'm not saying it's justified.
It doesn't make it a fair threat. It doesn't make
I'm not saying it's fair. I'm not saying it's fair, but it's made the threat.
It's a regional aggressor. That is what the Iranians are, a regional aggressor. They spread violence and terrorism. So the fact that they say it doesn't make it justified. I can say a lot of things. It doesn't make sense.
Doesn't mean it's justified. Doesn't mean it's fair. I don't want to make those. I don't want to have that debate. But I'm saying they said, "Hey, punch me. I'll punch your friend." So obviously, you had a role. If you decide to punch me, if I punch your friend obviously will be upset at me because I punched them. But you'll also be upset at the other person for punching me. So you have to give at least some blame for the U.S. for where the Gulf is at right now. And there's people within the Gulf. There is people within the Gulf. Some officials. Some commentators that do put a lot of blame on the US, and they are very critical and hawkish against Iran. They do both. Both can be true. What I'm saying is that the US played some role. You could debate how much role, but you can't say it's zero. You can't say the US played a zero role in the Gulf being attacked by Iran. Not talking about justification.
I think what the US is doing is many, many years late. What Israel is doing is many years late. I'm happy that Israel and the US are doing it now, before the Iranian regime has nuclear weapons, before a horrible JCPOA could have been completed and sunset, and they would have had legal venues to a nuclear weapon. I'm happy we're doing it now before they have a massive and substantial arsenal of 4,000-kilometer missiles and perhaps 12,000 intercontinental ballistic missiles that could reach the US and far away into Asia. I'm happy that we're doing it now, but it should have been done a long time ago. Iran,
but Jonathan,
for so long. And
I understand, but we know this debate, Jonathan. We know this. We know this debate.
Yeah, I'll get to what you said.
I'll add my question again. I'll let you continue. Just my question is, what does that signal if the US does not support? I don't want to debate the role. There is a role the US played in the region right now. Could there have been a diplomatic solution? Some people say yes. Oman says yes. Some people say no. Depends who you ask. What I'm saying is it played a role in the situation right now. Whether it's a mistake or not, you believe it's not, I believe it is. But what I'm saying is, if the US does not strike Iran, doesn't that signal something to allies around the world, American allies around the world? Couldn't that be perceived as a mistake? I'm the pacifist, and I think the US should retaliate, even if it's limited. And I'm the one that doesn't want war and escalation.
Yeah, and you also have offices, I believe, still in the...
I was fine. I think American attacks could lead to escalation, but this is objectively, because I have no offices. I live here, but I can move. So looking at this very objectively, I think the US should retaliate in a limited manner, not to ensure no escalation, to ensure no escalation, Jonathan, to ensure no escalation. That's very important. But to signal to the rest of the world that the US sticks up to their allies. So I think it's strategically important for American interests.
Yeah. So I think I agree with that point, and I think this type of Iranian aggression against anybody shouldn't go unanswered. But as I said before, as someone who lives in a small country that has been surrounded by very hostile enemies since its beginning, since its inception, and even before that, I believe that the recipe of self-defense and prosperity and protecting your national interest and sovereignty and deterring your enemies is taking action if you are attacked. So the first responsibility is on the Emiratis, I believe. And then I agree, I think you make a valid point that there is definitely, this cannot go unnoticed and unanswered from the US. Either has to be met with words and preferably with action. in order to indicate to the Iranians that we see what you're doing, we're calling your bluff, you're not going to get away with hitting and trying to disable a weaker link in the American chain in the region. And an attack on the Emiratis is an indirect attack on U.S. interests. And I think, Secretary Hegseth has been speaking about allies in the region, and so have Pentagon officials. So I think there's definitely a point to it, but what I would like to see, for the sake of the future of the Emiratis, and they appear to be gearing themselves up to more independence, more self-governance, leadership, and independence of thought and economic endeavors, which I think is good for them. It's not necessarily aligning with the US. There's a lot of independent and very clever investing and thinking by the Emiratis. And what I think would be a good and smart thing to do was to actually take action themselves, even if
I think that's a mistake. I think that's a mistake. I think
why? Because there would be casualties.
Because it would cause them more damage than good, in my opinion. I mean this as objectively as possible, and I'll always try to remain objective. I think there is a benefit to it. There is an argument to be made that it does establish deterrence. So there is that argument, yeah. But the UAE is different to other countries, especially other Gulf countries, because 90% of the population is expats. So it is a country that has a lot of the economy depends on the sense of security, which puts it in a tricky position. That is the tricky calculation they have to make. Where this is why I think American response against Iran is the best deterrence the UAE can have. And the way the UAE should respond is more long-term response against Iran, maybe financial, because there's a lot of money, Iranian money in the UAE. I don't think they should even seize that. That's my level of the calculation that I think the UAE should take. But there has to be something, because today's attack, I've always said Trump miscalculated. I did a post earlier today. I said Trump miscalculated in this war. I've been saying this for a while. We've disagreed on this. But I think Iran might have miscalculated. I thought maybe they didn't, because Trump seems to be very unbothered by this attack on the UAE based on his statements. But I thought initially Iran might have miscalculated in their attack on the Gulf, and they might have. I think that their attacks on the Gulf before were not justified, but I understood them from an asymmetric warfare perspective. But this time around, just the extent of the attack, it didn't need to be to that level. It could have been a strike on a couple of vessels. They could strike the vessels that are being escorted by the US. They struck a South Korean one. I understand that. I'm not justifying it, but I'm like, all right, look, Iran is drawing their red line in the negotiations. But to strike to fire 13 missiles, 13 missiles and 4 drones at the UAE in retaliation for this Operation Freedom, I just don't think that's the right way of responding. And I don't think that would be that's wise in terms of Iranians and Iranian interests either.
No, it isn't. And it is a cowardly thing to do. The Iranians talk tough and they bluster a lot and they tweet. By the way, all millions of Iranians don't have access to internet or Twitter, or X, but a lot of Iranian officials do, and they spew their propaganda and nonsense, and they talk tough about how they're going to sink American ships, how the American Navy is going to be at the bottom of the Arabian Gulf or the Persian Gulf, and a lot of that. But then when push comes to shove, what do? Try to find the weakest, softest spot and do a mostly performative attack, which hasn't, as far as I understand, and we're still waiting for final BDA, but hasn't, really resulted in very significant, not casualties, thankfully, and not any significant damage to infrastructure. So
are you surprised?
I see it as an act of a weak military that has a giant abyss open between how tough they talk and how tough they think they are and want to project an image of, and the actual reality of what are the military tools at their availability. What can they do that won't set them into deeper trouble? And maybe what the Iranians did was to find the least dangerous thing from their perspective to attack the UAE, because the chances of UAE striking back are relatively limited, for sure. If you compare it to US and Israel, it's kind of a no-brainer. And maybe that's what they're doing in order to vent. And I won't be surprised if we'll see some, again, macho statement with lots of long and fancy words and justifications by whoever spokesperson of the Iranians. But at the end of the day, if they want to stop American ships from escorting vessels out of the Strait of Hormuz, there's a way of doing that. You can engage them, you can fire. But then they'll be dealing with a military challenge that they will lose against. So they're cowards, and they look for a soft spot.
I have a final question for you. By the way, the lockdown has been lifted from the White House. A final question. Putting aside how much you adore the Iranian regime, so let's put those feelings aside. When you first saw the post by Trump on Truth Social, where he talked about the attack on the South Korean ship, didn't even mention the attack on the UAE, and then when asked about it on ABC, I think, he said, oh, it was a very small attack. Most of it was intercepted. Only one landed with limited damage. Meanwhile, the Fujairah refineries burning as we speak. When you saw that statement, and then he said this is not a breach of ceasefire, what was your initial reaction? What did you think for yourself? Did it surprise you? Why do you think he was that reserved?
No, it doesn't surprise me, because he wants to maintain his freedom of action and decision-making space. I think he looks at additional factors that are very important to the American public and to American forces, oil prices, gas prices, and the actual freedom of movement. And it could also be a momentary oversight. There's so much information that is out there, and he may not have had access to the most updated and relevant information, and he may not have been aware of the scope or the damage caused by the attack. So I would exercise caution.
I think would have known.
Maybe, but it could also be an oversight. But what I would say on everything related to President Trump and the issue of Iran, I've been following, like billions of other people on the world, following President Trump's communications on all topics, domestic and international. And it's been very, how shall we say, eclectic. It's very, a lot of things happen, a lot of topics are touched upon, a lot of very interesting and sometimes revolutionary statements are being made, many of them shocking, and you wouldn't really be able to say that there is a lot of consistency in a lot of the things, at least not to my mind. However, on the Iranian topic, President Trump has been super focused and super consistent. He has said all along from the beginning, and the Iranian regime can only blame themselves for not listening and basing their situational awareness on the New York Times and CNN instead of actually listening to the president. He's been very clear. You are not going to have nuclear weapons. If you think you're going to, think again, because I'll make it hurt until you understand that you're not going to have enrichment or nuclear weapons. And if they would have listened to the president, they could have saved themselves a lot of trouble. But they continue not to listen, and that is unfortunate for them. But I think good for the region.
Just like if Saddam Hussein listened and didn't build nuclear weapons as well, the Iraq War wouldn't have happened.
I don't know if it would have happened. I know that Israel took out Saddam Hussein's nuclear reactor in Osirak in 81, which was a great preventive action. And I knew that
what happened in 2000? What happened in 2003?
Oh, different kettle of fish. We can go into it. We can speak about
another
it definitely.
day.
Another day. But I think the Iranian regime, if they should have just listened to the president. But their problem is a problem. They have many problems. They're corrupt, they're cruel, but they're also very, very arrogant. They believe their own propaganda, and they think that they can continue with this posture of bullying Israel, bullying the US, bullying their Muslim Arab neighbors. And now, finally, there's an American president who is saying, well, no, that's not going to happen anymore. And this is how it's going to roll from here. And I think it's very interesting and about time. And I'm hopeful that the Iranian people will be able to fight to their freedom of the Iranian regime. And I think when that happens, we'll see good things in the region.
Well, Jonathan, always a pleasure to have you. I wanted the conversation to be civil today, so I didn't bring up Lebanon, so we don't have a bad end to the conversation. But I appreciate you coming on. I'm sure we'll have a discussion. We'll have a discussion. I know it is. We'll have another discussion later in the week about Lebanon for sure, because there's a lot to discuss there. But it's a pleasure to have you as always. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to have Larry Johnson and Dimitri Laskaris. Dimitri will be recorded. So we're going to have Larry Johnson live again in about half an hour, I think, an hour to half an hour. Let me check exactly, to discuss the latest developments. exactly an hour and 15 minutes. We have Larry Johnson. We're going to do a long sit down and analysis of these developments. But guys, I won't do a news recap because I think I've done it earlier in this interview, and I have an interview very shortly as well. So I'm going to get a quick bite to eat. But kind of very brief for anyone that wasn't there. Operation Freedom. Trump wants to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran said, no, we're not going to let that happen. The next day, they struck a few vessels, 2 UAE vessels, 1 South Korean, 1 we're not sure, but also on the UAE coast. And the surprising part, they fired multiple ballistic missiles and drones, about 13 missiles at the UAE, including the Fujairah port. And that is still burning till now. So there's a significant damage apparently there. So that was Iran's response. UAE is obviously pissed, but there's been no statement that they will militarily respond. There were reports that this is what they said, the defense minister, but these reports have been denied. And the surprising part is Israel saying we're preparing for an attack, but Trump said dismissed it. He talked about this attack on the South Korean ship. He did not mention the UAE, and when asked in an ABC interview specifically about the UAE, he said, "Oh, it's only a handful of missiles, 4 missiles. All of them were intercepted, but 1 with limited damage, and the ceasefire is not broken." That was Trump's response. And for anyone that doesn't want to see the war escalate, which includes me, that's a positive thing. For anyone that wants to see deterrence established to protect the UAE, which is also me, that is not a good thing. But it depends on what happens next. Overall, I think the response from Trump kind of reinforces my point as I've had all along. I think the war is over. I know that upsets a lot of people listening to me that disagree with me, and I could be wrong, especially with what we see now. I still think the war is over. But if I am wrong, it's most likely because of Iran's position. They are very strict on their demands. And I think the possibility of the war not being over is at an all-time high right now. And my belief that the war is over, I'm like 55% that the war is over, where it was 60% just a few days ago. But that's because of Trump's response to a pretty significant attack by Iran on the UAE. Trump's response says a lot, but that's his response in terms of what he said. What really matters is what he does next, and what happens to Operation Freedom. Will that continue? Will that change? There's a lot of moving pieces. I think the last thing I'd mention is now the Iranians and the Americans know where each of them stand. And that could be seen as a positive development when it comes to the negotiations. They both probed each other enough to understand how far they can push. And when they have clarity of each other's position, the positive outcome out of all this, and that's just hypothetical, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen. The positive outcome is, which does look unlikely to be honest, is that they could actually reach an agreement sooner rather than later, because Trump knows how far he could push. He understands what Iran's non-negotiable demands are. Iran kind of made their point clear and knows that Trump doesn't want to go back, doesn't want to resume the war. They don't know how far they can push. I'm sure there's a limit to how much they can attack the UAE before the US is dragged into the war. So what we could see, best case scenario, is Trump concedes on the sanctions and unfreezing of assets over the next few weeks. It will take a while. And Iran concedes on their control of the Strait of Hormuz, because they also see that this is something that the US does not accept, and Trump is not walking away. So that is the best case scenario. Obviously, the worst case scenario is a resumption of war. We're in the middle of what we call the escalation trap. I'll get Professor Pape on the show again to discuss that and see what he thinks of the latest developments. I'll see you guys in 1 hour and 10 minutes. I hope you enjoyed the 7 hours worth of live interviews that have been done so far today. Bye, everyone. By the way, let me know what you think in the